I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment, at least now it seems like it's.
You are, go on, tell them who you are. You are, you are, you are.
My name is Honor. My name is Honor. My name is King. My name is Champion. My name is Strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill. You think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of a hat, and it never dies. Right here, right now, give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. dream my way, never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender, and challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Remember, and even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Remember, and even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back. Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run around. You don't make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you gotta calm down, gonna weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, tiny back. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
On a killing spree, I turn to violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Word of mouth only since for seconds. We got honor.
You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to
I can
lose.
see it, I'm gonna shut down. We got no crime. We barely fuck as one, crashing pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain.
Say.
I've triggered my soul
Follow my
down.
pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seers' legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The Order of the Seers and Omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The Misty Marshes watches quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Donghuang, won't you come out to greet an old friend? All this noise, how unruly. My, such a grand ceremony, and yet it's become such a mess. Let me help you tidy things up. It's almost time. Hang in there! We'll protect everyone! Someone will come to help us! Who will come to help us? No. How interesting! Very interesting! You. Why do you always cling on to him?
Austrian. It's been a long time.
The elders say the seers have guarded the Misty Marshes for generations. We are the forest's future. Surely, losing everything, just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
life's growth has always been bound to conflict. How long can today's peace truly last? 1,000 years ago, from a single seed sprouted the misty marshes' first wonder. Born of wood, growing into a forest, gathering countless living beings within. Growth, cycles, fates weaving endlessly together. With the deities came the first enforcers, becoming the Misty Marsh's first protectors. They took form as the 9 seers, each with their role sheltering this hidden land. All things eventually come to an end, and a new beginning does not always follow the old path. Today's inheritors of the seer's legacy long for a different future. Their followers, too, drift further apart. The order of the seers and omniscients are like 2 branches growing in opposite directions. The misty marshes watch as quietly as it all unfolds. For from the moment that first seed sprouted, the deities already knew the life they nurtured would one day choose its own future.
Donghuang. Recently, a mysterious stranger has been seen about the Misty Marshes.
Oh, her. She's an old friend of mine. And she was once the seer, Austrin.
Austrin? The seer who once led the bird tribe to repel invaders and protect the Wonder. But didn't she fall in battle back then?
Yes, but it seems she's somehow returned from the dead, and she's given herself an interesting new name, Umbrosa. It's exciting, isn't it? Returning back from the dead. What will she bring to Misty Marshes? After all, her current self is completely different from before. The bird tribe girl I remember was pure and proud, forever bathed in light. But now, even from far away, I can sense the darkness and death clinging to her. Looking like this, it's no wonder no one recognizes her as the Austrin of old. Even the weapon she wields now is unlike those bird tribe past. Feather blades dyed in blood, sharp beyond measure.
It's said the bird tribe are born war dancers. In battle, they move with a dancer's grace and agility. But from her, what I feel is madness?
That's right. A reckless, all-consuming madness, unlike anything from her past. Since her rebirth, she seems to have awakened the power of the Undying. But who will face her in this final solitary dance?
Umbrosa, are you friend or foe?
We'll know soon enough. I'm sure it won't be long before we meet her.
So this is where you've been hiding? My old friend.
This is her passive ability. Each basic attack applies a mark on the target. Ranged basic attack damage scales with attack speed, and repeated rebounds increase ranged basic attack damage. While in melee mode, basic attack deals multiple attacks rapidly. Skill 1 enhances Umbrosa. After use, it damages and slows enemies within range. Umbrosa then enters a fevered state briefly, gaining a large amount of movement speed and attack speed. Skill 2 is her only movement and recovery skill, enabling her to both dash ahead and knock back enemies. Missing an enemy reduces the skill's cooldown. Landing a hit on an enemy activates their Featherblade marks and transfers the mark to nearby enemies. This skill deals damage multiple times to enemies within range and recovers Umbrosa's health. Umbrosa's ultimate is her core enhancement skill. Actively using this skill boosts her movement speed and health temporarily and causes her to briefly enter the Indomitable state. If she dies while her ultimate is not on cooldown, she will slowly resurrect.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are. Go on, tell 'em.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
어떤 이들은 침묵 속을 걷고 또 다른 이들은 천둥을 뒤에 이끌며 걷는다.
Ma una volta entrati, conta solo una cosa: vittoria.
Welcome back. It is time for the Major West League once again. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kin Dofu, and with me today is Yumas. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. It seems like I'm drawing a lot of first bloods here on the KMW, right? I was here for day one of the rankings week. Now here back again, we are on day one again, but our survival week.
Yes, survival week, very important, right? We have already ranked the teams. We have Group S, we have Group A as well. So now, all the matches matter because you will want to fight for that chance to go into KIC. But we go through step by step first. Our first series of the day is going to be 9Z Global against Twisted Minds. But we also have a short announcement. On the 24th of September, a new version is going to come out for Honor of Kings. So get ready to unleash your spirit.
And you guys have seen some of the ads going up to this, right? We have a new hero coming out, Ambrosa, I think that's how you pronounce her name, right? We also have the Spritelings too. That looks really cool. I'm not sure how that's gonna work out, but very, very exciting. And as well as that, on the 27th, 3 days after, the Ultimate Awakening is happening. Not much context on that, but that seems crazy too.
Yes, very interesting. And of course, there's plenty of moves for you to try, right? I'm very sure this will be something that you guys will have a lot of fun with. But of course, the first thing we want to have fun with is going to be our first series of the day. Now, moving into survival week, here are some things that are going to happen. The changes are we're going to transition from best of threes into best of fives. So it's going to be a slightly longer day, slightly longer series as well. And then we really get to test how deep is your hero pool.
Absolutely, and Kid is no stranger to long days. I was just talking to him earlier about the 30-minute game that we had prior, which is apparently not record-breaking, but I've not seen the game that long before, right? But now we have best of 5, so we have just as much potential for 3 to 4 30-minute games here. Here's a look at our prize pool, though. It is remaining the same as last time, but just to reiterate, the champion goes home with $10,000, and then it whittles down to $6,000 for 7th place. So everyone's going home a winner here.
Yes, of course, right? Money is very important, and you want to make sure you transition not just with the high on the bank account numbers. You want to go and transition into a high for the later parts of this year as well. So let's take it. First step, Twisted Minds against 9Z Global, a fantastic series to kick off the day. And then we have a rematch, BTK against Boris Gaming, and we're going to end the day with once again, another rematch of the grand finals for last season, OG against Twisted Minds.
So earlier we had best of 3s, and best of 3s, I'd say they're conclusive, but they're not as conclusive as the best of 5, right? You can definitely get a lucky win or two here on the best of 3s. The best of 5s is really gonna, as you mentioned before, test your hero pool, right? Once you get deep into the games here, you could see 20 heroes knocked out here, and you're gonna have to dig deep and see what you can go ahead and pick up. It is gonna be a little bit of a lower power level games because of that. Best of 3s, usually people, don't hold any punches, but now let's see how these teams go ahead and do, starting with team 1.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Here's a look at Twisted Minds. They are no strangers to the Kings Major West League here. They were the former champions here, right? We have Clean now in the Clash lane, Zhuang in the jungle, Shanks on the marksman role, ACC on roam, and Hai Lang in the mid lane, the masterminds.
Yes, very important that these 5 members get their synergy right, because it was kind of shaky in their last series against 9Z Global. Of course, we will introduce them a little bit later, but Twisted Minds, I think they're finding their strides right at the perfect timing here.
Absolutely. As we've seen in last Kings Major Wrestling, they kind of scaled up through the series, right? They had a little bit of trouble in the rankings week, and then the performance was so-so in the survival week, but then they ended up clutching it up and taking it all home here on the grand finals. So they're moving throughout the series. Maybe they're playing their cards a little bit tighter to their chest. And now let's take a look at who they're playing against, 9Z Global.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Hailing from Argentina, 9Z Global, also known as La Violeta, represented by Win RJ in the Clash lanes, Sick in the jungle, Moon in the middle, Leffy in the farm lane, and of course Kaposeba in that roam position. These 5 members have been really killing it so far for the Argentinian region. Can they do it again against Twisted Minds?
While most teams are, I don't want to say they shied away from the assassin junglers, they really like playing it. I remember the first game I casted them, they busted out the Fade and put on quite the performance here. So very excited to see what they go ahead and bust out here. It seems like they have a pretty flexible hero pool from what we've seen so far. And now that we're in best of 5s, that's really going to come into play.
Yes, and both these teams will kind of show you what it really means to be a top tier competitor, right? Because you will allow some picks to come through in the ban pick phase, but whether you're allowed to use it to its maximum potential, that's an entirely different question.
Yeah, the analogy Ken was giving me earlier when he was talking to me about this was you can give your opponent the gun, but you got to make sure it's not loaded, right? There's a lot of high power picks here. If you go ahead and give one of those away to your opponent, you got to make sure you have the counter. Here's a look at the head-to-head between Shanks and Lefty. Wow, look at that, 47 to 47 total kills. They're neck and neck on kills. It looks like Lefty deals a little bit more damage, where Shanks focuses a bit more on that farming.
Yes, so I think this really comes down to how the team is gonna enable them today, right? We talked about the jungle, but end of the day, you need a farm lane to step up at some points of the game as well, right? You can set up, have a nice wrap around your team, but the damage needs to come through, and that's gonna be responsible for the side of Shanks as well as Lefty. So I'm curious to see who is going to really step up today and make their team have that advantage.
Absolutely, yeah, teams are getting ready on both sides here. This is gonna be a match here. You know, we had a lot of 2-0s in the rankings week. Now I think these games are gonna be a lot closer. One of the closer ones here is gonna be this one, and very excited to see how both teams do. Both teams are a part of Group S, and here's draft.
That's right, Twisted Minds on the blue side, so they will get prio pick. What do they want to ban out first? Do they want to ban out the Pei jungle? Take out the assassin junglers, right? Like you mentioned, 9Z Global love their assassin junglers, but Twisted Minds start off with the My ban.
Pretty standard so far, and it's interesting because I recall last season here, the survival week and the rankings week, the drafts were completely different. We saw picks that we never saw in survival week come out, in rankings week come out in survival week. So very excited to see how the teams go ahead and adapt here. They take out the Mai, they take out the Luna here. So one assassin jungler taken out and an assassin mid kind of being taken out, whereas 9Z with a pretty standard Arlie and Pei ban for themselves.
Okay, this is going to open up the doors for the Yuhuan pick or the Dharma pick. These are all interesting ones. But Twisted Minds say, we want to give Shanks a great start to this game, so let's start off with the Lung, Mr. Dragon Boy.
Dragon Boy here, actually the most picked hero in the rankings week. He has a good balance of power, but also people don't seem to like to ban him anymore, so he gets through a lot, so that's why he was picked a good amount. And then it's no different here on survival week as Twisted Mind goes in and first picks it up. Zhang Fei being hovered for the side of 9Z, and they have another pick here available. Dharma is still up, but it looks like they opt to not take something like that for now.
I like this combination, right? This is one of the new standard combinations that will come through the Yixing and the Zhang Fei as well. When paired together, the board as well as the Unbridled Outburst, it can really cause heavy damage to your opponent lineup. But it also requires you to be of having great position in the team fights, which is not easy to do, especially when you have someone as mobile as the Lung, who's able to kind of bait you into different positions if you overchase. So Twisted Minds are going to try for the double infinite fastness, the dragon form, the ultimate of the Lung, with the refresh coming out from the Dolia.
Yeah, it's going to be even harder to catch now if he gets two ultimates. But yeah, that composition, the Yixing, the Zhang Fei, it's a very hit or miss composition, right? Either you trap them all and you land those big unbridled outbursts and you just wipe the enemy team in the fight, or it kind of goes south, and then things go haywire and you don't really connect much of your abilities. But let's see how 9Z goes ahead and played it, and it looks like Guan Yu making an appearance in game one. This is not something we saw often in the rankings week.
I am okay with this pick. I mean, I understand the concept behind it, right? You just want to cast a fishing net, get everyone into one corner, and hopefully, the player on the mid player Moon is going to be able to lock them all up in the ball with the Yixing. But it's going to be quite hard to do because you're playing against Yuhuan, you're playing against Lung. These are heroes with quite a lot of invincibility frames, right? They get out of jail for free.
Absolutely. It looks like Twisted Minds, when they were drafting, they had that idea in mind, right? They don't want to get locked up by Yixing, but if they were, they have the Yuan, they have the Long with their intangibilities to go ahead and kind of buy some time for their team to catch up. Because one of the win conditions for 9Z, as we mentioned, locking them all up and taking them all out before their team can really react. There's going to be a lot of time to react on the side of Twisted Minds.
For sure. And right now, I think both teams are actually going for that tank jungler, right? We're left with a couple of tank junglers left. We're left with the Dune, we're left with the Mankey. These are all available picks for both sides. But does 9Z Global kind of oblige? Do they play that tank jungle as well?
Let's see, 9Z, if there was a team to not play the tank jungle meta in air quotes, it would be 9Z here. There's a good amount of options they can pick from their comfort picks. You know, we know they're comfortable with the Fade, we know they're comfortable with the Lamb, but they are also against these characters that are so anti-assassin, like the Yuan and the Long, and they actually opt to revert back to, you know, the meta here with someone like the Monkey.
It's not the best win rate on the side of Mankey for the side of 9Z Global. So they must have practiced quite a lot, right? Knowing this. Now, Twisted Minds, I love this pick. The Charlotte being teased is not locked in yet, but the instant access into the backline and with the mobility of the Dune as well. This is a very scary lineup from Twisted Minds. I can see so many gaps that will be open on the side of 9Z Global.
Twisted Minds has a very classic draft, right? We all know the Dolia, Long Dune kind of core. Obviously, it got nerfed a little bit, but it's still reliable now, right? The Dune got nerfed, but the Dolia kind of got buffed back up. The Yuan there's always reliable as well, too. And then the Charlotte for that side lane pressure and being able to catch up to Guan Yu sometimes if it needs to. As we see Marco, that's locked in. Marco Polo locked in game 1.
Okay, interesting. I like the Fever Barrage, all right? I play Marco as well, but does the Marco really work here? Because there's quite a lot of disruptions coming in, right? You have the stuns from the Yuhuan, you have the knockbacks from the Lung, you also have the knockups from the Charlotte, and even the Dun. So quite a lot of disruptions against this Marco, even if he brings Purify down.
Yeah, he is likely to bring the Purify, but this just kind of plays more into what we're talking about 9Z's composition, right? They're kind of all or nothing. Either this combo, you know, goes off, everyone gets trapped in the board, and then they get comboed out by the Marco Polo and Zhongfei, or it kind of doesn't, right? It's gonna put all their eggs in that Wombo combo team fight kind of basket here. So that's why I kind of like the Charlotte pick from Twisted Minds as well, too, to go ahead and break that up and not be pigeonholed into these, you know, team fights here. So let's see how they go ahead and play it out both sides as we get into the game.
Yes, this one really sets the tone for the day, right? Because the last time they met in that best of 3 series, I really felt like 9Z Global pushed the buttons of Twisted Minds quite a bit. Like, it wasn't as clean as I thought it would be from TM.
Absolutely. While TM was our former champions here, they didn't have the easiest time going through all the rankings weeks, survival weeks, and all that. They did end up winning the game that mattered, but all throughout that process, they were not that dominant. And it looks like 9Z is starting to show some of those cracks, and then TM is going to try and patch that up.
Yes, definitely. But like you said before, right? That was the performance in ranking week in the previous seasons as well. And then we had Twisted Minds who really leveled up across the survival weekend. Of course, as the story and history goes, they took the entire thing with the grand finals playoff, right? So is it going to be the same kind of behavior, same kind of pattern from this new Twisted Minds this season?
Maybe, right? They're called the masterminds. Maybe it's part of their strategy where they go ahead and, you know, keep some of their strategies in for when it really, really matters. They're confident that they're able to, you know, survive up to the finals to bust it out. If they're not, they're going to go ahead and use it a little bit earlier, though. But you never really know with Twisted Minds, man. They're the masterminds after all.
That's true. And their draft isn't really expensive in a way. They're not like tier 0 picks in a sense where, oh, you must have this hero in order to win, right? There are some burners in the sense of the Lung and the Yuhuan as well. Important picks, but it does still make a difference in the draft.
Absolutely. That's why I love the Dolia pick, right? Dolia, I think, is a little bit underrated so far. People are starting to realize how powerful that pick is, because not only is it a decent pick by itself, it enabled these other less expensive characters like the Dune, right, to be higher up on the totem pole here. So that if they win, they get to win with, you know, not busting out all of the big guns here. But if they lose, as you mentioned, they don't lose that many expensive picks along the way.
That's right. So let's go for game number 1. This is a best of 5. The one to start our day, Twisted Minds against 9Z Globant. What will the story be today?
Absolutely, and this series has a really good chance of going the distance here, right? I'm looking at the matches today here. Oh, actually, OG versus Twisted Minds, the third game of the day, that could go the distance too. Twisted Minds is in for quite a long day potentially. But here's a look at all of the picks here. Yeah, they got to get that stamina ready and, you know, start off the day right here.
And with that, they want the best performance. So we'll talk about the best performing phone here. Realme official gaming phone. This is the Realme 15 Pro. Now, this is built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable. Just the way esports demands. If you're ready to level up, get yours now and feel the difference.
Absolutely, and that is going to be the phone being used by all the players here to play at the highest level. So if it's good enough for them, it's good enough for us here.
Potential first blood here. Win RJ actually putting down the law against Clean here. This is not the kind of performance I was expecting from Clean.
Yeah, Charlotte has a decent early game, but something about that Guan Yu, I played against a few Guan Yus, that early game damage is deceptively high, right? Once you have that skill 1 charged up with the energy gauge, and it looks like Clean got a little bit cheesed out by that, almost getting solo killed, and now they have the priority upon taking this Lizard here. I'm not sure who it went down to there as they fought for it, but maybe it went over the side of 9Z, it looked like.
Both camps, top and the bottom here of the screen, actually went to the side of Twisted Minds. So it's a good start for them, but for now, of course, 90 Global, they're never going to just shy away from taking and stealing objectives. They secure their space right. So gold-wise, it is still pretty close.
Absolutely. And the thing about contesting your opponent for their farm is it's their farm, right? Even if you lose it, like we saw it there, it wasn't yours to begin with, though, so it's good to get that attempt in. And then it looks like Marco Polo and Zhang Fei playing a little bit defensively in the bush here, trying to protect it, but not much can be done against the long Dolly. A double range is going to be very hard in the very early game.
It's really hard to get these kind of trades down because end of the day, ACC provides heals, right? The Wave Breaker, the Ode coming in, these are the first and second skills of this side of the Dolia. It will allow longer sustenance in comparison to the Leaping Savior that Capo Seba allows.
We see Twisted Minds trying to make a play here bottom as they have ultimate on the Yuan available. Yijing gets a board out, traps him, but not really much comes of it here. They're trying to put a lot of pressure on the Marco Polo lane. I would say it's really hard to displace the Marco Polo. He's able to just farm from such a far range with that skill 1. And we're seeing that here. They bring down the mid laner, but not much really comes of it.
It doesn't matter, right? End of the day, even if you don't get the kill on the lefty, the main point is we'll slow you down. And right now, he's actually behind in EXP against Shanks, which is not the best thing. Like you mentioned, Moon was actually, that was a pretty decent board, right? But lefty was not full. He could not go in. There was no option to kind of finish that fight for the side of 90 Global.
Yeah, they're getting him before he has that ultimate available, because later on, if he has ultimate available and Moon hits another good board like that, it could be completely different here. We see Zhang Fei stay bottom here, kind of babysitting lefty here with that smite, so not getting too much value from that right now, but they're also keeping Dole at bottom too. Real traditional lane so far this game.
Oh, that was a nice bait. Win RJ though. Who's catching who? That was almost a gank coming out from the side of Twisted Minds. Fortunately for the side of Win RJ, he will have backup, and that backup's coming. Sick is looking for the backlines. Win RJ holding that position. The board is laid down. Where else will they get damage from? Nowhere else. So for now, 90 Global, they have the backup because there's nothing else they can offer.
A lot of defensive boards being used by Moon here, actually, right? First, the one bottom, and then the one up top here. They just don't have everyone in place with the cooldowns available to follow up off of it, so they gotta play rather defensively. But so far, he's hitting great boards here. If this keeps up, and it happens in the mid game when everyone is ready, that's gonna spell doom for the side of Twisted Minds.
That's true. I mean, at this point, Twisted Minds clean, having to burn away the flash, not ideal, right? Because we are hitting that 4-minute mark very quickly. But of course, Twisted Minds already on that rotation, so this first time it should be comfortably there.
Yeah, beautiful rotation, immediately burns down the Tyrant before 9Z even gets a chance to react here. They're still finishing their Zergolem, and it looks like it gets stolen away by Dune here, potentially. Zhang Fei ultimate comes out, pushes him away, but they got what they wanted. They got the Tyrant, and Dune comes in, steals the Zergolem as well, too. Beautiful little 2 for nothing.
That was the best kind of greed, right? I mean, for Shred to come in, knowing that he could get that steal with the smite as well, they even committed couples like ultimate on the Unbridled Outburst and still didn't manage to secure that Azure Golem for themselves. So this is really unfortunate for the side of 90 Global.
Yeah, really heartbreaking there, because they were like, okay, we're gonna give the Tyrant, you know, as we should be with this time be able to secure our own Azure Golem, but they just ripped it down so fast. They had 4 to 5 people on it there and just immediately rushed it down to the point where they didn't even get a chance to finish their Azure Golem, and they just walk up and then with style there go ahead and secure another flash come out from Clean. Clean using a lot of his flashes defensively so far.
I think it's okay. To trade that out for the map positioning they have now on the side of Twisted Minds, look, they can get the T1, but it's already traded immediately on the bottom side. So Twisted Minds playing that map rotation a little bit faster than 9Z Global.
If 9Z getting a tower, they're catching a little bit up on gold, but just passively, even without kills, they're down around 1,000 gold because of those steals we're mentioning and those objectives here. While Flash onto the Marco Polo does not quite connect there, though, as he gets out there.
Hoping for a little bit more, right? But Leffy, I think at this point, he understands, look, it's a Marco Polo, they will be able to survive. But the pressure across the map is truly what is concerning from the side of Twisted Minds. Because 9Z Global, they have not found an answer. In fact, the timings of the buffs here, will they take the fight? They land down the Unbridled Orbits, try to put down the board as well, but it's not going to be enough at this point. For the side of Twisted Minds, Highland goes for the chase, and somehow it is Shanks that gets taken down. In the meantime, they have managed to surround Shre. That save coming out from ACC is going to be sufficient at this point of time. Map still pretty much in control for the side of Twisted Mind in the mid lane, but 9Z Global, they are defiant. They come back.
Absolutely. Another fight here comes out. It's not over yet. Three-man combo on the Charlotte. Everyone on the side of 9Z is super low under tower. And there we go. Wow, okay. So 1 for 1 here. It wasn't 1 for 1 before, but that fight really extended. 9Z is playing with fire here as two members are staying really, really low HP. But we were mentioning 9Z's composition is built for that team fight, right? Even though it didn't look like the start of the team fight was going that well, since they're so great at it, they end up actually taking a 1 for 0. But Twisted Mind doing a great job of catching back up, getting that pick under the tower of 9Z, which they thought they were safe at.
But that's what's so scary, right? Even at this point, if you take a look at the tenacity of the skills coming out from the side of Twisted Minds, they have really short cooldowns, right? Aided with that refresh on the side of even, let's say, Xue on this Dune and Highlang on his ultimate for the Unending Sorrow, they can fight a lot more times compared to 9Z Global. And you saw that kind of work out for their favor, right? Because they took a secondary fight after everyone had burned their resources on the side of 9Z Global, and they won. They came back 1-1 in terms of kill score.
Absolutely. 9Z was not ready for that. They were trying to hold here. But yeah, they have a lot of... They have abilities like the Yuan ultimate, right? The healing from Dolia to kind of refresh. If it's multiple small fights, they have the edge on that for sure.
Yep, they're trying to catch on the clean 4-on-1, 5-on-1, board laid down, catches two members on the side of Twisted Minds. Where's the damage though? Clean being locked up by the side of Win RJ at the same time. Fever Barrage, but Leffy, he does not have the life to continue. He will be taken down, the first victim of this fight, as Twisted Minds once again add additional pressure.
That looked like a really good opener to the fight there, right? Moon caught 2 in the board. Zhang Fei jumped in here. Frontline tanked a lot of damage, but it seems like they just don't have the firepower yet. Lefty getting taken out, and once Lefty is gone, Moon on the Yijing just doesn't have enough juice to cut through the Dune, right? The Yuan with the Dolia healing as well too makes so that they're really tanky on the side of Twisted Minds.
Very tanky. In fact, it's too tanky because Leffy does have the items, but for now, they can't really contest it. It will be secured by the side of Shanks instead. And 9Z Global, they're struggling to keep up because I think Leffy does not have the damage potential. He needs to hit like 4 skill ones in a row to be able to take Xue down to maybe 1/4 of its health. That's too much time needed.
Yeah, he is the main DPS on the side of 9Z there, right? Guan Yu not really known for his damage potential, especially against something like the Dune with lots of healing on him. We need Lefty to stay alive, get multiple rotations in, and the fights are not going to end that quickly unless they hit that beautiful miracle combo we were talking about, but that's yet to hit.
Very hard, right? And even now, the rotations coming out from Twisted Minds are really much faster. If you take a look at the itemization, very tanky. Protector Kiraz, the half item, already out for Xue. He's super tanky at this point. Look, he's just diving in. Once again, they lay down the board, catch onto 2, but it does not matter. Infinite Vastus comes in on the backline, so maybe they can do something here, but it's not going to be enough because Clean comes in with the power gradation as well. They have to turn heals. They have to run on the side of 9Z Global, but run you may, it will not be enough. They trade 1 kill for 2, and it's still TM in favor.
And Lefty almost got taken out for that trade too. Barely going down there clean, playing super aggressive. But once again, right there, they just don't have the damage. We see them catch them all, and they're hitting all their abilities, but nothing's really going through, right? We now see some anti-heal coming out on the side of 9Z here, and they really need it against the Dune, against the Dolia, all that. But outside of anti-heal, there's just not the DPS there for the side of 9Z.
And you know that Twisted Minds recognize this advantage, right? Constantly at the buffs on the side of 9Z Global, really just teasing them like there's nothing you can do. You can only stand and try and contest, but it will always go to our camp. So Shanks, once again, with the Crimson buff, this is not good news at all for the side of 9Z Global.
Right here, they're going ahead and splitting the objectives here. Twisted Minds opting for the Tyrant. Once again, this is going to be their third one in a row. And they have some members holding off 9Z, not allowing them to go ahead and get that trade that they want going down.
This is the beauty of having the goalie, right? You're able to then delegate other members onto the other sides of the map. And also because they're playing such a tanky composition on the side of Twisted Minds. This is a lead they can pretty much hold on to. Now, bear in mind, this is past the 10-minute mark, so the Shadow variants are already more powerful. Now, they will try again, but does 9Z Global successfully defend this time?
There's so much action around this Azure Golem. This is same exact spot too, as we see Sick getting potentially caught out, has to Dream Roam away. And once again, 9Z is just forced to retreat.
Yep, they do get the ball down onto two different members. Xue still tanking it up, trying to push him under the tower. Finally, they got the job done. Xue will be taken down, but the trade immediately comes in. Levy takes a fall, and there's still damage to be done on the structures that T3 in the mid. Open for the taking, but for now, it should be safe and sound as they're looking for a little bit more damage for the side of Twisted Minds. Will manage to get it in and get out scot-free.
Same thing happens 3 times in a row. Twisted Mind knows their advantage and they press it. They know they're ahead in the fight, so they push for that Azure Golem. We see Lefty actually do stack up the skill 1, and he goes in fully stacked. But here's the thing, as you mentioned in the draft, it's a really hard competition to play against. There's so much crowd control to cancel your ultimate. And on top of that, because they're so behind and they're constantly against Tyrants, there's a lot of damage as well too. Even if you don't get your ultimate canceled, you might just get your life canceled.
Oh no, and right away, cancellation for the side of KMW. They do get the ball down. It's going to be 2 members on the side of Twisted Minds being taken down at this point. A great start for the fight, but 9Z Global, this one is a consolation prize because still across the map, it is a 4,000 goal lead for Twisted Minds.
Lefty catching a double kill here, trying to stay in the game there. Twisted Minds is going to be up a bit, but you know, this puts a little bit of a brakes on Twisted Minds here, all right? They're not going to be able to take the Overlord here probably because they have 2 down, but I say that, but they are still going to fight for it. They have the Yuan, one of the best characters when it comes to contesting objectives like this because it's so safe with that skill 2 range and that ultimate, but they are going to be forced to go ahead and give away the Overlord, and this is the enhanced Overlord being able to clear out a wave. This should kind of reset the tempo of the game for this time now.
Yeah, so give them a little bit of a breather, right? I think at this point, 9Z Global really need to take a deep breath. Leffy, for the first time in a long time in this game, finally has his hands on both buffs, something that did not happen for the first 12 minutes of this game.
And he has his core build now, right? He has the 2 damage items. He's going to start to build for that survivability, which he's really going to need because there's just so much damage flying around that it's really hard to survive on the Marco Polo without something like your Frigid and later on probably a Succubus coming out for him. But now that we have some items on the side of 9ZG, if they can pull off some of the boards like we saw in the past, I think the fights are going to start to go different.
They actually have to burst down ACC. It sounds kind of funny, but the thing is, ACC is really the big win condition on the side of Twisted Minds because if you take a look at just the trading of ultimates, Twisted Minds still win.
Yeah, they get 6 ultimates to 5, right? But ACC is positioning really safe as you're always on the sidelines and the back with the Yuan healing and all that too. It's kind of like they're running 2 supports. Not going to be that easy to take down. But we see now that 9Z has the tempo advantage back on them, they have the enhanced Shadow Vanguard pushing in that clash lane. They're setting up middle, and they're looking to siege down this tower on the side of Twisted.
This one has to be the biggest surprise for them if they get a kill here, trying to force out the ultimate from Highline. Unsuccessful in doing so. But 9Z Global, they're going to start working on this Shadow Tyrant. Now, this is an important marker. They're still down by 4,000 gold. 9Z Global, though, if they can make this work.
They're taking it down really fast at Marco Polo, but it looks like a steal's coming in. Highline comes in, though, and Monkey does end up securing it. Fight breaks out. Marco Polo dropped onto 1. Charlotte goes down for that. See, Marco Polo, he's starting to get tanky now, right? Before earlier, we seen him go down to 1 Charlotte combo, but now that he has some of the items, it's not as easy, but the fight is still going.
Oh, they cannot do this anymore on the backline. They actually get the Dream Roam down, forces the ultimate from Shanks. He's going to try and lay down the Dread. In the meantime, it is a 2-on-4 in the backlines on the side. Shue comes in, tries to find the backline as well, gets rid of KMW. At the same time, Leffy is forced to run, and the numbers advantage starting to show once again for the side of Twisted Minds. Minds. Another big burst from the side of Shanks. That is why you don't give him the loom.
Flaming bombs cutting through the shield. That monkey gets there with that true damage, taking him out. Sick definitely was not expecting that. But speaking of not expecting, the Dune pick here is doing so well. Never once in a fight did I think that he was gonna die. He's always above half health, constantly getting healed up by his items and the Dolia here. And it's such an impressive pick this game.
Exactly, and the Wind Slash is really what really disrupts the momentum on the side of 90 Global, right? So while the rest of the team is being protected by ACC as well as the heals coming out from Highline, there's nothing you can do because, look, on the side of the gold as well, Shanks and Clean, they have farmed it up. I thought Shred was going to be rich because he was so tanky, but he only has 9,000 gold. The main rich boy is Shanks.
Yeah, looking at this chart, I'm kind of surprised at that, right? He's able to have so much impact and be so durable with such little resources. And because of that resource delegation, Clean is so strong in these fights here, you know, right up there with Shanks in economy. That's why when he dives the back line, the Marco Polo is really in danger here.
Yep, they will not be able to secure this one. Xue once again gets double buffs in his hands, and 90 Global, I think, look, they still want to fight, but it's so difficult. They don't have the resources to fight equally.
Yeah, and while Twisted Minds has a 5,000 gold lead, as we mentioned, we're getting dangerously close to that Tempest, right? Once Tempest comes up, gold doesn't really matter much anymore. Everyone's starting to get 6 items here, and the game looks pretty far away from being over unless there's a crazy team fight here.
I mean, unless Leffy gets taken down really early. Oh, hang on, they got the steal. Now that's going to be crucial. They just have to make it out board late defensively. Maybe they want to try and pull back for a little bit on the side of 90 Global. They got what they wanted. They have to get out safely. That's the only marker. They have some time with the Shadow Overlord. They just need a reset.
Yeah, that Shadow Overlord is going to buy him a lot of time. Being able to clear out any lane at a moment's notice is almost certainly going to bring this game into Tempest here. Unless, as I mentioned before, one of the teams gets wiped here. Great retreat from the side 9ZG. Understanding that they got what they wanted. Let's go ahead and get out. Zhang Fei ultimates to kind of, you know, provide support on the way out for them. And then Twisted is not happy about that.
Definitely, and they have bought quite a lot of time. If you take a look at the itemization coming out from 90 Global, there's 3 frigid charges that is freezes for days. Of course, this is on the basis that they get the stuns within range, right? So this will require Win RJ to really get that fishing net catch with the Razor Cavalry. So we'll see how does 90 Global do.
Once again, this Azure Golem is being contested here, and it looks like I don't know who got it. Oh, the Yijing actually ended up securing it over the Dune.
Okay, that's great. All right, it doesn't matter who it goes to on the side of 90 Global. If you have to take it, you have to take it. At least it's not in the hands of Twisted Minds.
I would say it's pretty strong on the Yijing as well, too, giving him that cooldown reduction. And now that we see some items come out here for Yijing, it is going to be able to kind of pierce through a bit of that durability of this way, right? With the anti-heal and the burn. Here's the board coming out. This could be the final fight.
Yep, Leffy looks for the opening on the backlines. The setup by Capo is great, but it's not going to be enough life. 6 is the first one to fall, followed by Capo as well. Everything falling apart for the side of 90 Global because there's too much life, too much damage on the side of Twisted Minds.
Lefty hit a beautiful ultimate there, but it just was not enough firepower, as we were mentioning there. He was onto the backline, hitting 3 of the ultimate, but they just didn't die, and they take him out for it.
Right now, it's just really about wave clear, right? Can they do it? Moon and Win RJ, the 2 members responsible for carrying this mid wave. Before TM gets the win, the board is laid down. They lock 3, 4 members down. All they have to do is to clear the minions as that Shadow Overlord starts working on the backline. They get the knockdown. There is no more minions in the mid lane, and they have successfully bought another lifeline for the side of 90 Global.
Guan Yu literally sacrificed himself just to take out that minion wave, jumping into the hard minion wave, auto-attacking down, popping his Sanctuary, actually coming back and cleaning out the minions. And now we are seeing the game is 50 minutes away from Tempest here. And Twisted Minds gets a Tyrant going into Tempest. This is very important. They have that buff for potentially the early Tempest Dragon fight. And on top of that, the Shadow Enhanced Vanguard has slowly been chipping down the base of Twisted Minds bot lane as well.
Yes, and this is an advantage that people rarely talk about, right? So that placement of the bleeding wound in their bases is something that's really important. 90 Global actually have the map advantage now because they have to send members down on the side of Twisted Minds to the bottom side of the map. Unfortunate for them, the Gorge is in favor of 90 Global and top side is open.
Absolutely here. Let's see how these teams go ahead and position. This is potentially the final fight coming up. So far, 9Z playing really safe, playing housekeeping first, making sure the waves are tended to here. They know Twisted Minds are not going to rush down the Tempest Dragon, nor do they really have the composition here too. And then we see Guan Yu matching the Yuan bottom. That's a pretty good play because Guan Yu should be able to rotate quicker than the Yuan if he wants to.
No, but Clean is around, and Clean does have Sage's Sanctuary if I did not see it wrongly. So 9Z Globan, there's so many different factors that might change this fight. Does Clean get the access into the backline? Does Leffy get the kill onto the different members on the side of Twisted Minds? All of these will come down to microseconds on the side of 9Z Globan as well as Twisted Minds. They get the board. This is on to 4. Where is the rest of the damage? Is not enough. And at this point, Moon is falling low. Rampage for the side of Highling. The chase is on for the side of Twisted Minds. Who cares about the Tempest? We want the kills, and the kills they will get. Clean jumps on the back line, gets rid of Leffy as well. The two most important members on the side of 9Z Globan are down as Twisted Minds. They enter the heart of 9Z Globan. They get the Rampage on the Shanks as well, and the Crystal is wide open.
That should be it for the side of 9Z Globan as Twisted Minds takes game 1 there. The start of that fight, Moon got a really good board, right? But to get that board, he had to compromise his position, which allowed Dune to get a beautiful engage on him there, immediately pop his passive, and they weren't really ready for the fight. They sent Marco Polo into the Clash Lane to clear the minion wave. At that time, you can't be looking for boards, right? Because look what happens. They force the fight on you, they're kind of caught with their pants down there, and then they go ahead and lose that fight.
This one, once again, is all down to Clean, right? This game has pretty much been his setup most of the time. And we have the freebies in the form of Shanks just getting the long flaming palms down, just throwing whatever that the dragon wants to throw onto the side of 9Z Globan.
I think it's the dynamic of the Marco Polo pick. Marco Polo is a marksman that innately has to be close range. And when the enemy team has a really fed Clash Laner like the Charlotte, right, with Clean there, it's really hard to avoid death because what do? You don't do damage? To do damage, you gotta innately get close. But if you get close, you die. So it was kind of like a lose-lose situation for 9Z there.
Yes, the range, especially in the late game, is something that's very risky for the side of 9Z Globan, right? Like you mentioned, the reach of the Yuhuan is already one problem. And then you have the Long, who, if within range, he can move away from you, but still land all those shots on the Flaming Palms, which is not something that you can deal with as a Marco. And that was pretty much painful for the side of 9Z Globan. But the picks were okay, right? We saw the potential of it, the board with the Unbridled Outburst, with the catch on the Razor Cavalry, pushing everyone into one small tight corner, but they just didn't have the damage.
Absolutely. I think against a team as durable as Twisted Minds, they really needed those Tyrants, right? It felt like Twisted Minds was able to itemize so defensively and not have to worry about too much about damage because they played every single fight with the Tyrant, it felt like. So they're able to itemize full tank on Dune and still be able to output all that damage, leveraging the damage from the Tyrant, right? From the Azure Golems. There was so much Azure Golem action. That game was basically, the Azure Golem was the star, right? We saw so many fights being taken on the side of 9ZG's Azure Golem there. Literally 5 to 6 fights happened in the exact same area, but it looks like 9Z didn't really learn their lesson, right?
I mean, they have the contest, right? So on the eyes on the side of Twisted Minds, they saw blue, but in the faces of the side of 9Z Global, they saw blue and black. They got beaten to a pulp in that one, so it was a hard start for them. But 9Z Global, they are a strong team. They will be able to come back from this, hopefully. Twisted Minds, once again, you said this before, the masterminds. They knew exactly what they needed to do in this game, and they went for it.
Absolutely. And as we mentioned with the drafts, they leveraged a not very expensive draft here for game 1, right? They expended the Long, the Yuan, but all the other picks are not quite, what people understand as those S tier, tier 0 picks. But because Dolia enables that composition, it feels S tier by synergy, which is what's so great about that Dolia pick.
Yes, I mean, HOK is a game for teamwork, right? It's all about playing as a team. It's rarely about individual efforts at this point. But of course, the combined efforts on the side of Twisted Minds was really what made the difference, because you had to pay attention to Shui. Yes, he didn't have too much damage, but you can't ignore it. Dune, who's jumping on your backlines. Take a look at the damage that he took for the team. Over 200,000 worth of hero damage taken by Shui.
And we were mentioning this in the middle of the game too. He was not one of the highest resource heroes on side Twisted Mind. We thought he was because of all the work he was putting in. Once those graphs came up, it actually shows up that Shanks and Clean was holding largely the gold here. He was among the middle of the pack, if not the bottom there. But since he has that healing from Dolia, from the Yuan, and he's able to itemize just max defense, as we were mentioning there, and leveraging the damage from that Tyrant, he put in so much work on the Dune pick, making it look like it didn't even get nerfed.
Exactly. And this is the beauty of Twisted Minds, right? Which is to show you exactly what you're supposed to do with a lead. So not only do you hold on to your lead, you also make sure that 9Z Global does not have an opportunity to grow. That's why they keep invading the jungle, taking the resources. And after the resources are taken, you realize that there's nothing you can do because this guy was also responsible for a lot of troubles on the side of 9Z Global. We're talking about Clean here, 6, 3, and 6. Damage 23% of the team's total hero damage offered. Not the biggest, but it's his positioning, the discomfort he offered 9Z Global that was the biggest difference maker.
Clean really pushed the limits in every single fight. He always dove onto the back line, and he found a way to get there every single time, right? He was trying to dive towers and such. He did have some deaths because of his very, very aggressive playstyle, but they were often after he has long done his job.
Exactly. The placement on the backline to just separate the team fights was really what made the difference here. At the same time, look, saving Highlang is actually one of the top priorities. So making sure that Highlang as well as ACC stay alive, these are two important markers because every time Highlang gets his ultimate, that's a free heal for the team, also free damage for the team. And ACC's job is just to give them the refresh. Clean, just make sure that nobody is hits onto your backline. That's his only job. And I mean, the perks of it, he gets the kills.
Absolutely, yeah. If you're busy running away from Clean, you are not worried about hitting Shanks, right? Shanks had a relatively free game there. I don't think we ever really saw him in danger. I think he went down once early game, but ever since mid game came in, there was absolutely no threat to Shanks. You see, every single fight he's in the back, full HP with a shield on, just free hitting enemies. 9Z was too busy dealing with the pressures of Twisted Minds to kind of worry about him, to the point where he's full HP with a shield. He can tank an entire Marco Polo ultimate because he's not harmed by anyone else.
Yes, and if there was any problem, right, you had ACC, he had the redemption, he had the heals, he had the ultimate refresh for Highlang as well. I mean, double unending sorrow. There was too many lives to work through on the side of Twisted Minds. So 9Z Global, nice draft, but it's just not good enough.
Yeah, not good enough, but that's going to be match one, game one here. We're not going to see the victors of the match yet. We have a few more games to go, but let's go ahead and go into break before we get into game two.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the loss, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high.
Welcome back. It is time for the second game of this best of 5 series. Twisted Minds showing us true confidence in game number 1. Humans, what do you think about game number 2?
Game number 2 here, honestly, it could go either way. Even though that game went to the side of Twisted Minds and they were ahead all game, 9Z really took it the distance, right? They won some fights, they dragged it out. And once you get the Tempest, you know, it's whoever wins the fight. It just goes to show that, like, it's really important to close out the games early. But the fact that 9Z is able to stall it out means they had a chance even though they were so behind all the way through. Let's go ahead and see how they go in game 2 here. The drafts were very pointed, I would say. Both teams had a game plan in mind. 9Z was like, hey, we're going to team fight. We're going to trap you guys here. We have our core. Execution, you know, didn't really work out the way we were planning there, right? But the side of Twisted Minds here, they had the synergies, right? They had the Dolia, the Dune, the Long, a really, you know, OG style composition there. And not in the sense of OG esports, but in the sense of like kind of an older style composition we've seen a lot in the last Kings Major West League. So it was nice to see, nostalgic almost.
Yeah, and of course, talking about nostalgia, right? They missed the blue side, so 9Z Globan, they want to get the nostalgia. They picked the blue side this time. They get prior pick. Twisted Minds, of course, will then be reverted into the red side counter pick side.
Yeah, so both teams here prioritizing the first pick here. So it seems like that's going to be, that first pick is really what they build all their heroes around here. Now we do have 5 picks from both sides being removed because of the global pick ban format we're playing here. Both teams are thinking, talking to their coaches here, strategizing on what they're going to do here for game 2.
Okay, done and dusted, right? The first healing style composition on the side of Twisted Minds, the Dolia and Yu Huan combination, done. That's fine. They still have so much more to offer, right? There's still the Diadea, that's a great healer. There's still the Cheyenne, that's also another great healer. There's still the Sakir, that's another great healer. So Twisted Minds, they have a lot of options open if they want to try for that healing strategy again. So let's take a look at 9Z Globan's mind of the coach at this point. They're going to take out the Liang as well as the Pei. This is assassin jungle pick for me.
Yeah, I was just about to say, those bans scream, I'm going to play an assassin, guys. Do not lock me down and do not disrupt my early game with that Pei. Let's see what 9Z opts to go here. I doubt they're going to pick their jungler first up because Arlie is open here. Oh man, I almost didn't notice. I'm so used to Arlie being banned, I just default think she's banned. But she is not banned here, and that's going to be going to Lefty.
Yes, and Twisted Minds, do they respond in kind with the Xiao Qiao pick, right? That is the ultimate counter. We've already seen teams have been just absolutely destroyed by the Xiao Qiao pick. But no, Twisted Minds, this is a high-rank special if they really do lock it in once again. We were treated to the potential of the Mai from Highland. Did not work out, and it was also against 9Z Globan, by the way.
Hey, he's running it back here potentially as they're hovering the Diadea Mai. Great, you know, early game kind of mobility, right? Being able to roam and catch people out. The idea is also going to be able to help Mai through a little bit of that early game where mages are going to try to push her in and, you know, not let her really do what Mai wants to do here. But Yuan being picked up on side 9ZG, one of the textbook kind of great matchups against the Mai there. They don't have to worry about getting assassinated, as well as someone like the Agudo here as well.
Yeah, Twisted Minds, I like the Diadea pick, right? Like you mentioned, it's a great synergy, but it's also synergistic with the Arlie and the Yu Huan. So not having the Diadea actually is kind of like a brutal blow to the side of 9Z Globan. And Twisted Minds, they pick up the 50-50 matchup with the Chano against the Arlie. Now, ban-wise, what are you thinking? What will you ban?
This real quick, let me see here. So we need a Clash laner for side 9ZG, and their jungler's not locked in yet because of the Liang ban. As we were mentioning, alarm bells are ringing. They're probably gonna go ahead and play those assassins, right? And Twisted Minds composition is not as durable as last time. I would say consider removing one of them. Maybe remove none of them, which looks like what they're doing, because there's too many up, right? Jing is still up, Luna is still up, the Fade is still up too. And because of that, they actually opt to target the support on the side of 9ZG, removing the Dolia and the Motsu, kind of forcing them onto someone like a tank support here, probably.
Yeah, they don't want to allow 9Z Global that kind of bait and switch, right? They don't want the flexibility because Yuan does have the ability to be played in the mid as well as a roam. I mean, it's pretty obvious that the Agudo is going into the jungle because we already have the early pick. And I'm curious, does Twisted Minds kind of oblige to the option given to them, which is actually Lam is available for Twisted Minds to pick. It's a wonderful pick against an Agudo jungle as well.
I just realized it's a Gudo jungle. I always forget about Arlie, okay? The Arlie being there, the second time I forgot about it. I was so tunneled in onto the bans there. The bans did say Assassin, but the draft here says Agudo so far. We see Twisted Minds lock in the Byron, and it goes back over to the side of 9CG, and they are going the Futsu?
Late game. I mean, Futsu is just... It just spells late game, right? At the same time, it's a very obvious thing, but any team that has a lead is definitely going to benefit, and Futsu having an early lead is something that you cannot fight against, especially when it hits 4. So level 4 is that big marker for both these teams. More for 9Z Global, I feel, rather than Twisted Minds at this point.
They also have great siege, right? Agudo and the Futsu, known for their tower-taking abilities. Arlie usually sneaks some as well, you know, because they side lane alone, and then Agudo helps them out and takes out those towers. Twisted Minds composition mainly seems to be, you know, playing best in slot everyone right now. I wouldn't say there's a crazy amount of synergy between them. They're pretty dive heavy with the Byron and, oh wow, the Kaiser now. They're definitely really dive heavy now.
This one really puts a lot of emphasis onto Shanks as the channel, right? And hopefully, I mean, they're expecting that Highlang is going to have a great early game to pick up the Kaiser. It's also necessary because they only have 2 tanks. And they're hoping that this ACC Diarrhea will be strong enough of an answer in terms of healing to deal with the damage by 9Z Global.
Absolutely. And I think Channel, if there was a marksman, you know, we see Marco Polo. That's probably like the #1 de facto dive in marksman, right? But Channel is probably going to be #2. Riding in with that ultimate, he's able to follow up on the engages from the Mai, from the Kaiser, from the Diadea. And he doesn't really need much peel. Channel's a really self-sufficient marksman, I would say. He's able to summon his wolves. He's able to peel for himself there. So it looks like he's just going to be kind of playing alone, whereas the 4 melees on the side of Twisted Minds here is going for those dives.
It's kind of hard, right? And once again, Twisted Minds, I feel like the coach is trying a strategy of let's do burners first, right? Kaiser, is it a very strong jungle? Not really. Very tanky? Yes. And is it an expensive pick? Also not really expensive, right? So all the meta 0 jungles are still available for Twisted Minds as we head deeper inside this series of best of 5.
Absolutely. And, you know, they're saving a little bit of gas in the tank there, right? Just in case this game doesn't go well for them, they have all those picks available. They are expending the Mai this game, though, the Byron and the Diadea. So it's not like they have nothing, but these drafts are really balanced on the side of Twisted Minds here. I would say, you know, I'm of the camp that, hey, we're up 1-0. Let's, you know, not take our foot off the gas and keep it going. But they are always thinking about the long game here. And what happens if it does go best of 5?
That's true. That's true. I think that's a very serious consideration, right? You don't want to have a lead and throw it away. That's the worst kind of loss to experience. Now, 9Z Global, they go for that middle rush. This is going to be Leffy trying to take that first wave, and we'll see what kind of rotations. Will he go back to support Moon and take another lane of farm, or will it be that Flash lane wrestle for that space sprite?
A lot of times when you see Arlie in the game here, not speaking of Arlie, but Clash Lane, a lot of action going on once again here. But the point I was trying to make is Arlie loves to catch that mid wave here. When teams have that Arlie on the team, their whole game plan is let's get Arlie ahead. And that involves taking that mid wave, walking with her throughout the jungle as well. And we're seeing Arlie get really ahead so far, but there's a pause.
Okay, our first pause of the day. You know, that movement by Leffy is very important. So we'll talk about what is supposed to happen on the side of 9Z Global, right? So if you're Leffy on this early, you need very explosive farm because she needs a lot of items to come online. And we're talking about the Doomsday, she needs the Eternity Blade. These are all important markers because you need the percentage damage, you need the crit coming out from Leffy. And in order to achieve that as quickly as possible, you want to feed her as many waves as possible.
Yeah, I was told before that if Arlie's on the game, it becomes an Arlie game now, right? Everyone on the team has to play around it, and we've seen teams in the past and currently now do that same thing. Arlie's such a powerful pick. It's such a weapon that once you yield it on your team here, you need to play around it perfectly. Give her all that farm so that she could be that menace that she is known for there. And teams have got these rotations down perfectly where they go ahead and go mid, claim that wave. They have options to go into Clash, take the teleport sprite, teleport down, or how they do it, right? Or go to the other lane. So they have these rotations in their mind ready, set. It's just up to any team if they can go ahead and catch them in transit and disrupt that.
That's true. And the scary thing about a successful RLE for the team in terms of composition is not the fact that, you know, on the side of left. Oh, hang on, Leffy. First blood. We're talking about the successes of the side of 90 Global, but Twisted Minds start with the success on their own. What a first blood to get on the Leffy as well.
The game was unpaused and it repaused in the middle of a bar fight. We're not really sure what happened, but once again, Azure Golem. If there's an Azure Golem on the screen, you know a fight is about to happen between these two teams. Twisted Minds takes first blood. Not sure who ended up getting it there, but they're off to a little bit of a lead now.
I believe it was Highlang. Highlang got that first blood, and that's a great start because of all the kills you want to funnel. If it's not going to be Shanks, the second member you want to give it to is Highlang to get that advantage in the mid. But Sick here, trying his best. What's the 3v1? He's trying to buy some time. Going to be backed up by Moon at the moment. But still, Twisted Minds, a very successful lead.
Absolutely, and that's going to propel Highlang to get that level 4 a little bit sooner there. Usually Mai is known for their plays after they get level 4. Seems like he's making plays before level 4 here too, which is great because that's going to help him turbocharge that mid game here. Kaiser trying to look for something here, not much to do, but I'd say Kaiser has a lot of experience with funneling a lot of farm into this Kaiser right now.
I think it's great because you need him to be tanky, right? He's not going to be too survivable against Sick. Agudo works wonders against tanks, for those of you that didn't know, because he is able to get those lightning strikes down. But for now, Twisted Minds, there is a little bit of deficit, not in terms of gold, but EXP, because Sick is leading that jungle EXP differential.
Absolutely. The Arlie is not getting as ahead as we were mentioning here, though, because of that disruption there. They did catch them in transit, as we talked about. Daivi's hovering around mid, looking for plays. 9ZG just clearing out these waves. Walk once again. You're going to see teams walk with the Arlie all game. The Yuan is going to be Arlie's personal bodyguard here, along with maybe the Lady Jen as they roam around together and just, you know, walk around the map, clearing the dots on the screen.
I think Moon needs to provide a little bit more value this game, right? Which is kind of difficult because Moon is the answer to Shred, he's the answer to clean. You know, close range combat it works wonders for Moon, and there we go. This is going to be clean. 2-on-1, he's surviving with the passive as well. So they will not oblige. For now, 90 Global, they have to focus on clearing the wave, and it's not going to be possible because Shred is in line next for this potential pushback.
It was a 2v1, but they knew jungler Kaiser's coming up there, right? They opt to go ahead and back off, even though Byron was caught by that ultimate there. And it seems to be a good option as he was coming up and probably would win that 2v2 against the Futsu and the Agudo. Both sides back up. Still a relatively tame game here. As it's 0-1, and the gold lead is pretty even on both sides as well too. But first Tyrant is probably going to be where we see some more action.
Because 90 Global are losing. They cannot lose this game. If they lose this game, it is series point for the side of Twisted Minds. That's a very scary concept to go into, especially on day 1 or Survival Week. And right off the bat, Twisted Minds are in a great position here. Oh, Leffy, he's gonna be knocked up, gets taken down. No, will be able to zip out at the same point. Twisted Minds, they now have shown their position. This is opening for the side of 90 Global. But they cannot oblige, they cannot take this risk for now. Even though Leffy has just gotten his Doomsday, they will drag it out. Twisted Minds, this should be a free one.
Great catch there. 9Z was not able to get vision of Highlang getting into that bush there, and because of that, Arlie face checking it, gets taken out there and kind of zoned out of the fight. She did not go down, but she effectively went down for that fight, having to retrieve 1 HP.
Yes, and that is additional farm. And the most important part, 70 more seconds of the Tyrant buff for the side of Twisted Minds. Do you really want to take a fight if you're on the side of 90 Global?
Yeah, Twisted Mind, we saw last game, took almost every single Tyrant, right? And because of that, their fights were super smooth using the damage of that here. And look at this, they force another fight here.
Oh, the flash! Yep, it comes in. Shanks gets that kill for the side of Twisted Minds. And like you said, the knockup once again coming out from High Lane. This is the specialty. The iframes coming out from the Ocean of Tears. Not going to be too successful for now, but it does give a turnaround. High Lane takes a fall, but it's traded out immediately for Moon at the same time. Shui trying to work hard onto Capo Saber. Will not be allowed. The Flash Sages might coming in. They lock down Clean. Really, can they survive this fight? But Clean with the flash of his own will give his life. But for now, Twisted Minds is still a decent win, and Shui will be able to make it out safely with the help of his roam ACC providing the heals. But here comes the backup. They are not going to be too much trouble for the side of Twisted Minds. They make it out. Not much punishment here.
Great response from 9ZG. They're able to, churn kind of a losing fight. They fought all that without their marksman, right? The early game is probably where the marksman is the weakest there, so it doesn't hurt as bad as late game. But Lefty got taken out instantly at the start of the fight, and they were still able to turn around and get some kills.
No idea, right? If you're on the side of 90 Glow, but you want Lefty to get the growth. For now, he's still keeping pace with Shanks, which is great, but the lockdown by ACC opens up the door for High Lane to throw a couple of pot shots across. Did not hit the mark, but the T1 open for the taking as Twisted Minds make that immediate trade after losing the T1 at the bottom.
Gold is neck and neck right here. If we look at some of the graphs here, yeah, Arlie is keeping up with the channel, but I have to say though, that's not good, right? Usually Arlie, you got all those resources early for you to just High Lane up 1,000 gold on my beat.
Yep, so they managed to make it out, right? So I think Twisted... Yep, so they managed to make it out, right? So I think Twisted Minds, for now, they just play safe. They don't need to over-traverse. There is a little bit of catch-up coming up from 9Z Global, which is a healthy sign from the Argentinian squad here. So let's see what else they can do in this game.
Yeah, Gold is a lot more even this game. We saw first game, Twisted Mind was up basically all game. They're still a little bit up, but that graph is going to be as flat as it's going to be here, right? They're up about 500 gold all game here, even though they're up 3 towers, which just shows 9Z is doing a great job of farming and getting resources elsewhere, because once these towers equalize, 9Z is probably going to be ahead on gold.
That's true. I mean, late game, I very much prefer the 9Z Global lineup, right? I think there's a lot of value in it. But we can't take value away from Shanks, because Shanks' late game is very scary as well. He should be able to burst down Moon. But here we go. They oblige for the engaged knockup. Not going to happen. They force the flash as well. Shanks is falling low. The heals come out. And with that, the knockup as well. Clean jumps in. They get the kill. And with that, all the heals are not going to be enough. Lefty falls low, but then a turnaround, because Twisted Minds, they have lost the 2 most tanky members. Clean and Sheer are gone. ACC, the last victim on the side of Twisted Minds. As 9Z Global, they win big, and they win the Tyrant as well.
ACC sticking around there. I'm not sure for what, to go ahead and maybe disrupt that Tyrant, but he gets caught out because of that, and these fights are getting sloppy. Shanks barely survives, gets probably some crucial healings from ACC, but because of that, they were not able to win that fight, right? They played the whole fight on the back foot there, and 9Z now, for the first time this series, has the momentum on their side.
We were talking about buying space for the side of 9Z Global, right? And that's exactly what they did. We talked about Lefty needing space as an RLE to be able to go ham. And for the first time, a rare time, just game 2, of course, but Twisted Minds, they did not look as synergistic as game 1.
Absolutely. They're not really syncing up their engages as right. But with a composition like that we're mentioning in the draft, it is kind of like a 4 dive, and then Shank can either follow them or peel himself here. So that comes in a little bit hit or miss sometimes. If your initiation and your initial dive does not quite hit his mark, it makes it really hard to win that fight afterwards. And there, they were kind of trying to pick up the pieces off like a bad engage or a not a good fight.
Yes, also credits to Capo Saber, right? I think the Mournful Tempo and as well as the Melody here really doing a lot of work, because he got a multi-man stun, which is one of the reasons why they were successful. Now, they get the Shadow Overlord on the side of 9Z Global. They need a little bit more knockup. Ocean of Tears is going to be landed down. The Immobilize, but the wraparound on the backside. Clean though, gets stunned up. Can they get the kill? The heals come out from Capox, and even the trade on the heals as well. But Shui is alone in the 5 members of 9Z Global. They get punished instantly. Twisted Minds, they should not be able to fight this. They should not fight this in the first place. And then 9Z Global, they walk away as the victors in this exchange.
That disconnect, I just saw it once again there. Kaiser goes in like 1v4, he lands some great combos, but there was no follow-up there. There was a bit of a disconnect between him and his team, and because of that, he gets taken out as the side of 9ZG just walk around as a moving ball of death here.
Yes. Death ball compositions are fun to watch, and Clean is actually one of the reasons why they lost that fight, right? He got stunned up, not by the fault of his own, of course. This one credits to Capo Saber as they reward themselves with the T2 in the middle. Twisted Minds starting to feel the pressure. There is a sideline flank available from Highland, but Win RJ will be able to spot that out. So saves the day with just a movement across the map.
9ZG up 3,000 gold now. This game is looking often like game one, but instead of Twisted Minds being in the lead, it is actually 9ZG that has complete control of the map now.
Is this a blue side advantage? I don't know.
They wanted the first pick it for a reason here, right? But they have the Agudo, they have the Overlord Vanguards pushing in here, and these towers, all they need is like a second on the tower, and it's gonna get melted down here. So Twisted Minds needs to be very careful here. They do opt to back up here, 9Z. They don't want to press their lead too hard and throw. The ball is in their court right now. It's up to them to go ahead and maintain it.
Yes, I like the fact that you mentioned about this turret advantage that Sick has, right, as the Agudo. This really is going to be an important marker for them as Twisted Minds. They see what's happening, but they cannot overcommit. Shang's going to lay down a couple of nice jump shots. Unfortunately, Leffy does have the Maple Dance, and this is a free Tyrant for the side of 90 Global.
Here we go, the Azure Golem once again. Will there be the 10th team fight of the day for it? Probably not. They opt to just go for the Tyrant this time here. But talking about what you mentioned earlier with the towers, right? We're saying that 9Z was keeping up in gold even though they were down 3 or 4 towers. So now that they caught up on towers, you see that gold lead really skyrocket in their favor there.
That's a 8,000 gold growth, right? It's not just, hey, they came back 4,000. Now they're 4,000 ahead as well. So that's 8,000 gold in span of a couple of minutes. A very concerning picture for the side of Twisted Mind fans here. As look at the gold chart. Number 1 and number 2 obviously is going to be the farm laners, but Leffy just edging slightly ahead with 9.7 thousand gold.
Twisted Minds, I'd say their scaling is pretty solid there with that Kaiser, but they're not able to give him resources so far. He's the 3rd lowest gold in the game, and usually on Kaiser, you probably require the most gold in the game.
I mean, this is the cost, right? We are talking about saving your strategies. A nice stun coming up from Shure. He's going to be forced to use the Invincible Warrior. Gets stunned up immediately. This defense on the T3 is successful for now. But the T3 in the middle, oh, huge knockup. Nobody dies on the side of the Twisted Minds just yet, but they overcommit once again on the Win RJ. These are the winds of change. As another kill happens, probably a third one. No, Shanks and ACC both are down. There is more to offer on the side of 9Z Global, and they will take another life. Clean push back out of the game, and for now 9Z Global, they get the win 1-1.
1-1. We were saying this is going to be a heated series here, and so far it is neck and neck. The late game pushing potential of that Agudo and that Futsu, once they get the map in their favor and they're allowed to go on the enemy side of the map and push those waves, it's so hard to deal with, right? We saw 4 of them in that clash lane holding up all of the members of the side of Twisted Minds, but then Futsu mid single-handedly taking down that tower. Once they kind of just had things going in their favor there, it was so hard for Twisted Minds to claw their way back.
Yes, and I have to say, I think this game was Moon's game. Dude, this guy was landing the ultimates, destructive deluge, the knockouts with the Ocean of Tears, the flowing side, the freezes coming in, and paired up with a composition that is so scary, like you mentioned, the tower-taking potential of the early Futsu and Agudo, these 3 heroes, complemented with the knockouts and control by the Lady Jun Moon. This one was a hard game for Twisted Minds, let's be honest about it.
Absolutely. During the break, me and Kimura mentioned how Moon had played a great Yijing game, but he just didn't have the damage. He was itemizing all utility. This game went penetration boots, damage on the Lady Jen, put out that damage here. He identified his problem was not landing abilities. He landed his abilities great on the Yijing, but when they landed, it just didn't really do much. This game, they really hurt for sure.
I mean, a lot of pent-up frustration from game number 1, and Lady Jen, what an app skin, right? Using the Frozen Elsa skin, so literally let it go at that point of the game where destruction was really imminent for the side of Twisted Minds. But we also mentioned about this, so this was, I think for us, we see it as a burner draft, right? Not really too many expensive picks. Yes, there were expensive picks on the side of Twisted Minds in the form of the Diadea, the Channel, the Mine. These are all expensive picks, as well as the Byron. But saving the jungle, I think that's a pretty good strat going into games 3, 4, and potentially 5 here.
Absolutely. Twisted Minds, they have really balanced drafts. They kind of know when to hold back, right? They started off the draft with the idea, with that Mai, right? Filling up kind of their what they needed. And then they kind of rounded out with the picks like Kaiser and such here, seeing if they can test the waters and if this is enough to win. It was not quite enough this game though, but that will save some more powerful picks for those later games as mentioned.
Yes, take a look at Moon, right? We were talking about his potency in this game. Close to 80,000 worth of hero damage, right? Just being on the sidelines, throwing the skills, that has so much value on the side of 90 Globen. And I think Lady Jun is not a very expensive pick as well, so this was a great draft on the side of 90 Globen.
Absolutely, and a great theme today is, you know, gold to impact ratio. Moon, again, not the highest economy there. Similar, if not the same economy as the Yuan Rome, but being able to dish out all that damage with that little gold is very impressive.
That's right. And one of the scary things that 90 Globen shows us is the fact that, hey, we don't have to have the greatest early game. It wasn't the greatest early start for Twisted Minds, but bear in mind, remember, Leffy got taken out as the first blood. There was extra gold, extra EXP offered to the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, he actually went down the first few fights, right? He went down initially in the first skirmish there near the Clash Lane, and then once again in the bottom tier 1 tower, but they didn't let that slow them down. Look at Win RJ here, MVP with the Futsu, 206. I'm surprised he did not go down that game with how hard he went all the fights. He flashed in, used that ultimate to lock people down. Usually when you do that, you get yourself in a lot of trouble, but not Win RJ as he gets through the game flawless.
That's the beauty of having a Fuji in the class lane, right? Especially when it hits into the late game timings. And this is not just game timers, this is itemization as well, right? So just surviving the fight, setting up, and this is where Moon really provided a lot of value. Nobody could get close, right? Why did Win RJ not die? Because they were constantly deterred by that destructive deluge. And that was what's so scary, right? Radiance here did not hit too many members on the side of 90 Globen. And with the setup by the side of 90 Globen, so beautiful. This one, beautiful work by Moon here. Multi-man a knockup to enable that finishing blow, to allow Win RJ to find value, to take the T3 in the mid and get the lockdown onto the important members like Shanks as well. This one was a big marker of success. So 90 Globen, I think we're looking at the rise of a new potential monster here in KMW.
So it's 1-1 so far, and that's again the former KMW champions here they're against here. So it could honestly go either way this series. They looked really strong that game. As I mentioned in game 1, they didn't look weak at all too. It could really go either way here.
That's right. Now, spirits may have been broken, but we will take a break first to see if that's truly the case. When we're back, we bring you game number 3.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell 'em who you are, you are, you
change. My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
Welcome back. It is time for game number 3. We wanted to cut down the waiting time. We only have a 2-minute break this time. I'm very happy for it. Yumas, what do we expect in game number 3?
I'm hoping we start to see some of those assassin junglers you're mentioning. A lot of fans love 9Z because of their picks, right?
Yeah.
They dare to go something like the Fade here, which fallen out of the meta a little bit, but they still go ahead and pick it. I would love to see some picks like that. Maybe it's gonna still have to wait a little bit later on, but Sick before that showing that he can't. It's not that he can only play assassin junglers. He can play meta tank junglers as well, as we've seen here from last game, which is great. So now that some of the picks are extended here, we're gonna start to see some more of these middling drafts, and maybe that is going to be the opportunity where these assassin junglers come out and shine.
That's what really surprised me, because Highline in my eyes has always been a tier 1 competitor, right? What the best out of the best that KMW has to offer. But Moon is kind of like silently stepping up. He has been very consistent, and that's getting a little bit scary for Twisted Mind fans.
Absolutely. 9Z, people don't talk about it too much, but they were the last Group S team from the last KMW as well, and they're showing that they deserve it. They got it this time again too, and they're showing a Group S tier performance. They are a cut above the other teams on here.
That's true, and I mean, this test of best of 5s is really what sets a team apart, right? Can they get a nice draft going? Can they execute the draft well? Do they have the hero pool that is required for a best of 5? And for now, both teams, I mean, we're only 2 games deep, so not too deep yet, still in the shallow end. We'll see how this series continues to go.
Yeah, we're seeing these veteran teams. They're definitely experienced and no strangers to the best of 5s, so they're making it look easy here, right? There are Group S for a reason, but later on when we see some of the Group A games, you're going to see that it's going to be potentially trouble for some of the teams that do not have the world-class hero pools like Twisted Minds and 9Z Globin.
That's true. I mean, it's a challenge, right? At this point of time, you really have to try and improve as fast as you can. And we take a look at the patterns of this series, and it looks like the teams that have gotten the blue side have won the game right off the bat. Now, Twisted Minds, they wrestle over that blue side prio pick again. What is in the brains on the side of Twisted Minds at this point?
Honestly, they still have a lot of picks going forward. We were mentioning that they held a lot back. I don't think we've seen a Dharma yet from either sides, right? Twisted Minds also did not play Arlie yet, so because of that, 9Z is forced to ban it out. Now, 9Z is probably going to be banning Arlie for the remainder of the matches, no matter how many of them come up, because they already played it, right? They played it. It's one of the strongest picks. There's no way they can let it go over to the side of Twisted Minds.
That's true. I mean, Twisted Minds, you were talking about it, no Dharma, right? They will not pick it up just yet, but they go for the pay pick. Now, Byron has already been played out by the side of Twisted Minds, so I think a Fatih might be in store for us on the side of Twisted Minds.
That could definitely be a pick as well, too. It's interesting that 9Z opts to not ban the pay this time. They've been banning pay every game, but this time they opt to switch to Guan Yu, which is very interesting. Maybe they're setting up that draft trap that we were mentioning earlier, giving the side of Twisted that pay, and instead taking something like the Dharma and the D-Renji as a safe blind pick marksman here.
A lot of control offered, right? So the golden token, number 1, gets a stun, number 2, lowers the defenses, and then you have the Dharma who's able to get multi-man catches. So that's a little bit of concern for the side of Twisted Minds, but thankfully they have the Mayin pick, able to operate independently, also offers the same function as a Dharma, just in a different style.
Absolutely. And I would say so far on the side of Twisted Mind, they have a super high tempo team, and the Dharma and D-Renji are not really known for stopping that, right? Like, they can't really match the Pei's early game and tempo, whereas something like the Mei Yin can kind of invade with the Pei, get that lane priority, and cause some havoc. And once again here, that's not a pick that is gonna stop Twisted Mind's early game tempo. The Ogren, another scaling pick on the side of 9ZG.
It's really about the level 4s, right? So 9ZG, right now, the first, 3 minutes of the game is danger mode, right? Can you not give away the first blood? Or maybe, you know, if you're greedy, can you get the first blood?
Absolutely, but you know, the first 4 minutes of the game really dictates the game. If they get kind of ran over in the first 4 minutes of the game, which so far draft-wise, I would say Twisted Minds is kind of drafting to run over 9ZG in that first 4 minutes. It could be bad, because by the time Ogren, D-Renji, and Dharma get their ultimate, pay could be up, you know, 1,000 gold, a level or 2 now, and then at that point, it's a little bit too little too late.
That's true. And this game, I feel, places a lot more emphasis on the Clash laners, right? WinRJ responsible for one of the most beautiful situations for the side of 90 Global in game number 2. Twisted Minds, clean on the Clash lane, has been the marker of success for them many a times, even when they're behind. So I really think this Clash lane matchup is going to be the difference maker here. They ban out the Liang, Marco Polo, and Yixing.
And I'll also say the Renji pick might have been a little bit early. What do you think? They had the option to get that Liang, right, into something like the Pei. They know that combo is really frustrating because you saw them ban it out multiple times. But this time they actually opt to go the earlier Renji here instead of picking up that crucial support that can lock down the Pei. So far, no one can reliably lock down Pei on side 9ZG.
I think it's okay. I mean, would I pick up the DRNG at this point? I probably wouldn't as well. I see where you're going with this, but the thing is, look, there's a lot of frontal shielding from the side of 90 Global, right? And this puts Twisted Minds in a position where they will try to dive the backline. And that's the setup for WinRJ to come in with the Truth Mantra, hopefully catching more members than less, of course. And 90 Global, they're going to play the Spear and Shield strategy, right? So the Ogren as well as the Dharma, they will be in the front lines trying to cause trouble. And on the back lines, Gan and Mo, the DRNG, they will be throwing their skills down, those couple blades, those tokens, hopefully be able to melt down Twisted Minds before the fight even starts.
Yeah, great poke coming out from that Ganemo there, but once again, another pick that doesn't really slow down Twisted Minds here. That first 4 minutes is going to be super danger mode. Ganemo, not known for his early game kind of pressure or priority here, right? If Twisted Minds goes ahead and overloads their team with even more early game here, I don't see how 9Z can go ahead and deal with it.
I mean, Ganemo does have some early game damage, but like you said, the risk of being taken down before you're able to get the damage out, that's something that I think is a little bit concerning on the side of 90 Global. And right off the bat, Twisted Minds, I like this. This is going to be poke for poke, right? You want to land those considerably mid-range pokes in the Ganemo, sure, we'll give you a global poke in the form of the Hou-Yi Burning Sun Arrow here.
Yeah, I think that Hou-Yi is a great pick for Twisted Minds here. I would say if the Marksman on the side of 9ZG was not picked yet, it would be kind of like a blocker pick as well too. But the fact that they already have the DRNG means that's not going to happen. But Hou-Yi is good against Ganemo, I'd say, and good with Ganemo too. So now that he's against it, he's going to have to watch out for those ultimates flying around. Because once Ganemo gets caught once, he's basically gone. Every member of Twisted Minds can go ahead and convert and take him out.
Okay, we were talking about this in game 1 and 2, right? Which is 90 Global, the damage output. Is this enough? Because the Zhuangzi pick coming out from Capo say, but yes, we understand why that happens, right? You want to save the team from the Unbridled Outburst, Burning Sun Arrow, the Ocean of Tears, Destructive Delusion, a lot of potential CC compositions on the side of Twisted Minds. But you only have one butterfly effect, and if it's not at maximum value, I don't think 9Z Global wins this.
That's another hero that, again, early game doesn't really do much, right? He kind of just floats around, right? Shoots out the butterflies, but there's nothing that can really hold down the side of Twisted Minds here. Twisted Minds has so much early game power. This first 4 minutes here is going to be really crucial. If they play it to their composition with that Pei and running over the enemies here, I don't see how they can come back. They have no way of fighting Twisted Minds early game.
I mean, this has to be a numbers advantage, right? If you're going to invade, make sure you do it in numbers, because for either side, having a numbers advantage in the early game is going to be very important, right? In making sure that they get the kills, they get the steals as well. So Twisted Minds and 9Z Global, once again, welcome to the series. This is your survival week, day number 1. 1-1 now, that's the score that stands between the two teams. Whoever wins this game gets to go to series point.
And as you mentioned earlier, it's a lot of pressure when you're on match point, you know? Any mistake in the upcoming games could mean you losing that match here. So no teams want to get set onto match point here. 1-1, this game is going to be very, very crucial.
So do you go for the invade, right? Would you take that risk on either side?
I've seen a lot of Ogren try to invade Pei, and it does not go well. Usually Pei clears so quickly that he can steal your buff and come back and protect his. So I think it is great that Sick is going to be able to, you know, do his own buff here. If I was 9ZG, I would say let's everyone buckle down and let's just try to not get too behind in this early game here.
True, and right away you can see that, right? Both teams unwilling to take the risk, so they will go for the stock standard jungling play, which is to take your own buffs first. Now, for Leffy, I think this works wonders for him because of the two-man rotation at the bottom side. They get lane prio, so they get that fire beat for themselves at the bottom. If they steal this one, it's not going to be nice for the side of Shanks. Oh, they stole it!
They do get it, yeah. Great early game secures from side 9ZG. I'm surprised the Zhangfei is playing so passively. Instead of, going around with the Pei and looking for a bit more invades, he does have the smite available. Pei and Zhangfei are able to just walk in the jungle and almost one-shot any buff they want, but they opt to play this really standard. And if I was 9ZG, I would be happy about that.
I mean, granted that I think they know what's at stake here. I think both teams really understanding that it's not worth the risk. So playing safe, I think it's better than, taking unnecessary risk at this point because both teams have a composition that if you give them the lead, they can actually snowball pretty fast.
Yeah, absolutely. But I would say the burden is a little bit more on Twisted to go ahead and get something done here. Because if Moon just gets to scale up on that Ganemo, Oghren gets to scale up, it's not going to be pretty in the late game for them.
Yeah, you can see the stuns coming in already. And this is not good news because there is a level advantage for the side of Leffy. And you were talking about the risk of Moon in the first 3 minutes, right? Xue has tried. This is the first attempt. Did not manage to get the kill. And Leffy's finding success in the farm lane. This is not looking good for Twisted Minds.
Absolutely. It seems like they're not really able to get that momentum we were talking about, right? Pei is known for controlling the entire early game and just playing in a way that doesn't allow the enemy to breathe. But I would say Twisted Minds gave 9Z a lot of breathing room. Both sides just kind of handshake and did their own jungle. And if I was Oghren, I would make that deal every day of the week.
That's right. I mean, advantage is clearly very important in the games, especially with a draft like as such, right, from both sides. So we're reaching that 4-minute mark really soon. Another 75 seconds to go, and both teams unwilling to take a step too far, which is great.
Absolutely. But again, Twisted Minds, they have that snowball potential though. We were mentioning it's kind of even out. Wow, Unbridled Outburst onto Lefty. Whoa! The crowd control there from Unbridled Outburst into the ultimate from Shanks here, locking him down completely. Even though he has that legal immunity, you can only cleanse one thing. He's not able to cleanse everything.
That's right. I mean, you can cleanse multiple things, but it has to happen at the same time, which obviously Twisted Minds is not going to allow that, right? So right off the bat, they have the numbers advantage. They're putting more pressure on the top side of the map as well. Now, getting a kill here, is it going to be a big moment? Yes, it is. Not too much, although. It's still something that 9ZG can come back from.
Absolutely. They're getting a little bit of things done here on side Twisted Minds, but as you mentioned, it didn't really come from anything yet. It's a little bit too early in the game to kind of convert a kill into jungle or objectives here. Speaking of objectives, we have the first Tyrant coming up in 15 seconds here. Now, kills around this time are going to really matter.
Yes, both arm lanes do not have flash, so this could be something that is really interesting for the side of 9Z Global if they take a fight well. At the same time, you can see Xue is already having quite a bit of damage here, and now it's really about positioning in this first 4-minute Tyrant pit.
In these death ball style fights, the Schwanza is really good, being able to use that ultimate shield everyone, but Pei with a crucial kill still effect.
Yep, gets the steal there. That was a nice stun by the ultimate of Shanks as well. But unfortunately, they give the life of their jungler away, which means Xue does not have any buffs anymore. Sik gets to retain his. And in terms of gold advantage, it's a slight advantage for Twisted Minds. And fighting prowess, not as strong as you were expected to be, even with the Tyrant buff.
Yeah, really risky play there. It ended up working out. That could have been disastrous. He could have jumped in there, not secured it, and then goes down. And then 9Z easily is able to probably snowball that and push a tower and such. But he was able to get it. So I'd say probably a net neutral there on both sides. But we're seeing XP-wise, Pei's not really that ahead of Oghren.
Ooh, that was a nice stun attempt onto Leffy as well. But unfortunately, it is Moon who tanks it for the team here. So Twisted Minds, oh, hang on, there's one-on-one. Easy pickings for the side of Highlang here. And it's going to be Moon for the victim. As 9Z Global, they're looking for an opening. That's a decent trade, I guess. A Moon for a T1 at the bottom.
Absolutely. Highlang being in the right place, right time, catching Moon on that rotation. He did not assume Highlang was going to be there, and he was wrong as he walks into a combo and gets one shot. He thought he was done with the crowd control, after he shrugged off Shanks' ultimate, but then we have Highlang and the Lady Gen there.
Oh no, that's too much damage. There's no way they survive this. They have to back off. Capo Seba as well as Leffy. They have to give this team one for free. On the backlines though, Sick is looking for an opening. Does get his hands onto Shank. Can they get that knockback? The save comes in and Sick is looking a little bit too low. Blood Rage not enough. Oh, but they do not finish the job. And here comes the backline. Win RJ with the catch as well. A nice snipe by the side of Moon as they clean house. But it's not the end. The turnaround comes in. ACC gets a nice knockup. The save comes in from Moon to make sure that Leffy stays alive. Win RJ once again. Same place, same time. And the pressure from 9Z Global is too much. T1 is going to be secured across the top and the mid. 9Z Global fight back.
What an explosive fight. There's so much was happening there. We see 9Z start the fight. Ogren actually initiating with the Conductor of Souls there, not using it to heal, using it for the damage. So he actually dropped really, really low, but he baited them in when he popped that Blood Rage there, and he was able to survive the entire encounter. Twisted Minds was not ready for that. Invested all these resources into Ogren, not being able to take it out. Oh, wow. Win RJ hits a beautiful Truth Mantra there on the pay and takes him out, and Moon was just free firing from the backline.
I know, right? I was kind of wondering, wait, why is Xue backing off? It's Sick as one more hit before being taken to the grave, and then I realized that when RJ was at the bottom smacking people against the wall. And 9Z Global, you have to really, admire the beauty of this tunnel vision play that they make, because you have to keep your eyes on the members who are low, but then you are at risk of being taken away by the Dharma himself. So Winner RJ, very nice flank.
9Z really good at these death ball style compositions, right? And then Schwanzo, one of the best death ball style composition supports, being able to make everyone on your team immune and give that multi-man shield. It's really hard to win fights if he's able to get a 5-man ultimate on his own team.
Yes, and look at that damage potential coming out from Twisted Minds. Yes, it's not the big ultimates, but being unable to bring Sick down a certain number of hit points is a little bit concerning, right? It's not the biggest of goal leads, but Twisted Minds, they're behind by about 1,000. We'll take a look at where this 1,000 is distributed on the side of 9Z Global. But for now, once again, a short pause. Let's just cover the game at this point. 9Z Global.
I'm actually so surprised at the early game we were mentioning there, right? They had 9Z had no right to go even early game. Every single one of their picks has little priority and little agency early game, but they were able to get away with it. I feel like they're probably surprised as well too. Ogren just took down his whole jungle alone with no contestation there. The side of Twisted Minds there, they have the pay, they have the smite Zhangfei as well too, but they never really leveraged that at all going into the early game. So because of that, now they're in the mid game here. They're facing down an Ogren, a KMW that have scaled up, and they got rid of the weakest part of their game relatively free.
Exactly. And those first 4 minutes, I mean, they did lose that Tyrant over to the side of Twisted Minds. It felt like a big win for them there. But to give away a jungler at that point, I think that was really what changed the whole game, because Xue was supposed to be this rolling snowball down, the mountain, right? He was supposed to get bigger and bigger, but the moment he got to the Tyrant and he got shut down, I think that was the start of the downfall for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like even though they secured that Tyrant, it was never really theirs to begin with. Like any jungler could have just, jumped the wall and stole it there. It didn't have to particularly be pay there. So them getting that steal definitely gave them a little bit of breathing room. If they lost that, I would say they're probably going to be losing in the mid game here. Right now, it's pretty even though. They need something to happen. They need to get that momentum going. There's always going to be time in the game for Pei though. He clears so quickly. He's able to do so much at once. They just need to find their rhythm for one fight. Take one good fight here into the jungle, into a tower, and that is what Pei kind of shines at. He still has a few more minutes where I think he's going to be able to do that though. So 9ZG need to be very diligent and not open that window for Twisted Minds.
I like that you cover this particular portion, because it then leads us into the question of, okay, sure, if you have the advantage, wrestle back on the side of Twisted Minds, right? Who do you want to have this advantage? And I think the answer to this is Shanks. And Shanks has not had a good game. He has landed some pretty nice Burning Sun arrows, but it has not been the biggest difference maker just yet.
Also, Houyi, after, the nerfs and a lot, he's not really known as that carry marksman. He's a utility marksman. So we have a utility marksman here. Mei Yin is not really known for her, you know, late game potential as well, especially with Pei as well. So it's very crucial that Twisted Mind snowballs this game here and, you know, leverage their damage with stuff like that Tyrant we're mentioning earlier, right? Game 1, they're able to do so well because they have the Tyrant buff going into every single fight, but now they're not getting that luxury as 9Z controls the map.
Oh, they're going in left field. Will he commit his flash for this? He does not hit the mark. Oh no! That's a big resource burn for absolutely nothing of value.
If that landed though, that could have been different, but just a little bit too short there, misjudging that range here. Pei was definitely sweating bullets there as he was standing still, committing to the teleport there. Ooh!
Oh, what a nice burning sun arrow.
But no, they don't commit off it. I thought they were gonna maybe try something there, but it is against Dharma, one of the more durable folks on the side of 9ZG, so they opt to go ahead and back up and just secure the jungle.
Oh no, the flank comes in on the side of Sick. Will he be able to get this final kill? Flash committed by Highline as well. They will make it out safe for now. But 9Z Global, you can see the threat that they're coming in. They go for round number 2 because Sick does not have his ultimate. And for now, 9Z Global, they have to back off.
Sick there, could have probably timed his ultimate to disrupt Highline coming out of that stasis there. Did not quite time it right. Gave Highline the option to go ahead and flash away. But it's okay. Flash for ultimate is a great trade. Next time Ogren's ultimate comes back up, they know Highline does not have flash available.
True, and the damage coming out from Moon as well is a little bit concerning for the side of Twisted Minds. Now, 9Z Global, they understand the lead they're in. Immediately, they delegate WinRJ to keep his eyes onto that Shadow Overlord while the rest of the team start their work on this Shadow Tyrant. Great map play, and 9Z Global, they get rewarded with the Shadow Tyrant buff.
Great point you point out there. They know they're so ahead, they're able to take down their Tyrant without all their members, right? Having WinRJ there to kind of watch it he's one of the scariest members to watch it, because if you guys group up on there and try to rush it down before 9Z can get to you guys, he can hit that great ultimate.
And I'll be honest, WinRJ, he wasn't as consistent in the first few days of ranking week. This week, Survival Week, is like he's a completely different person. Burning Sun Arrow, going to be let loose. Will not hit the mark. In fact, who did it hit? Okay, it hit Carpos, but he has the CC immunity, so it does not matter. Now, 9ZG, do they really want to commit for this? There is a crucial kill theft coming in. The Primal Bond, this is why you don't fight for it at this point after taking the Shadow Tyrant, but they took the risk, and 9Z Global gets punished.
Yeah, Sick is not doing a great job of securing these objectives here, but to be fair, in his defense, he's against 2 smites. He's against ACC and Jouet smites there, so they do smite it away. He didn't really use the smite early game we were mentioning to invade, but he's definitely using it here in the mid game, taking that one Overlord.
Yeah, but why would you take that risk? It's such a huge risk. Burning Sun Arrow this time. Who does it hit? It will not hit the mark, but they get the T2. And now WinRJ looking for the knockup. The save comes in, but it's not going to be useful at all. Butterfly effect has been placed out. Sick comes in with the heals, with that Conductor Souls as well. Unable to take the damage. Oh, Shanks is online, and this is not looking good for 9Z Global. Yes, they have the Shadow Tyrants and the Shadow Tyrant buff, but it's not going to be useful anymore because now map advantage in the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, Twisted Minds getting that Overlord. Them stealing these objectives is really keeping them in the game. They should be more behind, we were mentioning, right? But they're able to just steal both these objectives, give themselves a little bit of breathing room here, give themselves some more chances to try and, you know, sneak something here. We see gold lead is exactly even here too.
Not ideal. This is why I'm questioning, right? Why will you take that risk? But for now, Twisted Minds hang on. Oh, there's a sick catch here. Gets the Conductor Souls down. The ultimate saves his life for the moment. Destructive Deluge gonna be committed as well. Does not hit the mark, but WinRJ manages to get a nice kill onto the Strip on the backlines as well. This is where Clean can come in with the cleanup as well. We will get the kill on the Moon. The backup, the defense does walk through. The stun comes in as well. Sick unable to lifesteal just a little bit too much. No, he does get the turnaround. Strip gets taken down, and somehow 9Z Global hang on.
9ZG there having great juggling there in that fight, right? Everyone's kind of low HP, but they're able to juggle the side of Twisted Minds here and then kind of bait him into fights. Also, we gotta mention WinRJ, he's on a mission, and that mission is to kill Pei every single fight. Every time Pei is around, he looks for a combo onto him and actually lands it. It is 0-3 on the side of Pei.
Dude, he bought a VIP pass into the backlines of Twisted Minds or something because he was constantly invited to the backlines, got the knockup. There was a beautiful setup on the side of WinRJ. He has to be MVP if 9Z Global wins this game.
Yeah, and this is a full damage Dharma as well, too. Axe of Torment, Pure Sky, and then we see Starbreaker coming up for a side of him. He does a lot of damage, and he's going to be able to dismantle anyone he gets that ultimate on.
That's true. Starbreaker already committed for the side of Win RJ. I mean, he does have a little bit of survivability with the Q-Rasa Savagery to increase his damage. Now, Twisted Minds, they will not take this lying down. They try to rush this first Tyrant here on the Shadow variant of the Tyrant here. But 90 Globan, they know what's going on. They're trying to go and get the reset done. The reset will happen. They just need to get their hands on the Shanks, though. The stun does come in from his ultimate, so Shanks will not have the Burning Sun arrow to work with.
9Z has the poke advantage. They just need to kite this out here as they can land. Once again, another beautiful secure by the side of Twisted Minds here.
Yep, it's going to be great for them because at this point, they secure the Shadow Tyrant. The minions are doing good work on the bottom side of this team too as well. They do get it. So 9Z Globan, they suffer losses all across the map.
9Z, I'd say they're honestly doing everything well, but since they're lacking on the secure on these objectives, it's really setting them behind. Imagine how different the game would be if they got 2 more Tyrants and an Overlord now. It would be completely different. They'd be up like 5,000-6,000 gold potentially. But since they've lost all of those, Twisted is still in the game here and is actually up gold now.
Yes, and 90 Globan. Okay, both teams making decisions they are very uncomfortable with on the backlines. They're looking for the catch on the clean. Can he get the steal on this one? No, it's not going to be happening. And 90 Globan, they falter. They fall. Sick is the first one to take the L here as 90 Globan. It's a 4v5. And this time there is additional map pressure on the side of Twisted Minds.
They cannot get an objective. They can't secure their own, and they cannot steal it as well, too. The objective smiting potential on the side of Twisted Minds is so good there. Right there, that was a primal bonded take there, and he still was not able to steal.
I mean, it's because of the knockup, right? Once you're stunned, you can't really smite. In fact, you can't smite if you're stunned or knocked up. And 90 Globan, they unfortunately fell victim to the bait that was the Primal Pawn Shadow Overlord here.
Absolutely. Now the game is going in the side of Twisted Minds. We were mentioning that it was kind of, you know, like it was not really going their way in the early game, but they played it slow, and through these kind of miracle-ass steals, they're able to turn their game in their favor, and now they're winning.
And Shanks is online. That's the big problem, right? The early game potential of Xue as well as Hailang, right, did not manage to get its achievement. But 90 Globan now, they have to face the late game potential of Shanks. And Shanks' late game on the whole is a monster. So far, nobody has gotten their hands onto him, not even Moon. And that is the win condition for the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, 9ZG, they do have the poke advantage here. They need to go ahead and poke out the enemies with that Ganimo before the fight. That's what we saw them trying to kind of do in that Tyrant fight there as they kite back. But now, wow, look at that. 1 second on the tower, and it is gone here. That's the first high ground going down. And the second one is getting kind of low now, too, at 70%.
There's a deep gash on the side of 90 Globan's bottom side of the map. And bear in mind, Twisted Minds are in a very comfortable position. They have T2s across all sides of the gorge, so they are very comfortable with this position that they're holding.
9Z needs to go ahead and do what their composition is known for, that death fall that they can do here. And it looks like they're trying it out now, trying to force a fight here. Ultimate coming out to cleanse the Unbridled Alpha. Oh, it looks like they're getting flanked from all sides.
Yep, not enough. The clean catch, and with that, Win RJ managing to turn the fight for the moment. It will give his life, but there is no follow-up available on the side of 90 Globan. And bear in mind, there is a bleeding wound on the bottom side, so they cannot overextend the fights. 90 Globan, they take one return kill, but is it worth it?
Win is getting great catches here, takes out Hailang immediately, but who he needs to catch is Shanks here right now. Now that we're later on into the game, there's no one more valuable than Shanks. If we can get a combo onto him there, that could really turn the fight. The side of Twisted Minds outside of Shanks doesn't really have that much damage.
But it's so hard to catch him because look at the itemization that Shanks has. He has the Sun Pool. He will be able to stab so far away. He is not going to be, you know, within reach on the side of 90 Globan. Now, 90 Globan, they go for this. Will secure that Shadow Tyrant. They will be in fighting form. But clean up on the backlines as well. It's a 4-on-1. It doesn't matter. Xue gets a couple of hits in as well. 90 Globan, they do well to survive that. But is it going to be that winning strategy here?
I was holding my breath there. Twisted Mind could have easily stolen that one as well, as Zhang Fei with the smite is on the objective. But they do end up securing it. KMW is kind of at the point where he has a critical mass of damage where he should be able to outsmite both junglers if he times his damage properly here. But if that went over to the side of Twisted Minds as well too, oh man, that would have been really rough because they had every other objective stolen so far.
It's not looking good. 90 Global, they have the Primal Bond to kind of work around with. At the same time, Twisted Minds, like you said, they have double smites. How are you supposed to fight this? The strategy here, 90 Global has to fight.
Yeah, 90, they could poke. They have the Gan and Mo, right? They have the poke advantage. There's not much sustain on the side of Twisted Minds here. They need to just go ahead and land all that damage before a fight gets committed. As we see, Pei gets potentially taken down. Sage's Sanctuary getting popped on both sides, on both junglers here.
Oh, nice knockup though. Sick is not going to be able to survive for too long. Wait, hang on, the lifesteal not going to be mattering too much. There is a wraparound on the side of Twisted Minds, but they feel the pressure. 90 Global, they have to play their cards right. Do you go for the kills? Do you defend the base? And it looks like for now, it's going to be Win RJ delegated to protect the crystal, while the rest of the team are going to push out the waves. The timing is super important because 30 seconds more, we're going to have that final showdown. Tempest Dragon for the wrestle.
That was a great master armor there by Sick there. Mid-fight, getting the Sanctuary, and then go ahead and cycling in with the Destiny. That's what kept him alive for so long there. We thought he was going to go down, but he's getting that immunity from that Destiny, and the Resurrection from the Sage's Sanctuary bought him way more time than he was supposed to there, cheating death. He did end up going down, but not before Shanks gets taken down on the side of Twisted Minds. So it seems like if they throw everything in the kitchen sink at Shanks, he will go down, but are they able to pull it off again here in the most crucial fight?
I mean, how many kitchen sinks do you have? That's a big question for 90 Global, right? And timing-wise, this is the perfect time to fight. They have everything. They have the flashes. You know, they don't have the flash on the side of Shanks and Highlang. And that's a brilliant opening if they can force this out.
I would say if there was a time for 9Z to do a little bit of stealing here, Gan and Mo could stare down that Tyrant and probably secure it at this point in the game, but they opt to go for the fight instead. Shanks going onto the back line, 1v2 gets taken out.
Yep, not looking good at all. Shanks and Highlang are taken down. Who cares about the Tempest Dragon? They want to win the fight. ACC trying to hold on. One-on-one against Win RJ. It's not enough. He's not the true target here. Shrek is the target. This Tiger, will he survive? He actually manages to take down Leffy before he goes down, but it's just clean. The Soul Member on the side of Twisted Minds. Everything looking perfect for the side of 9Z Global.
4 members down for the side of Twisted, but they're not able. Wow, flash come out from Clean. He smells blood here as he goes ahead and tries to take out Dharma. A bit of a 2v1 action here. Can they take out Clean here? They do have the shielding from the butterfly effect, but there's no mana on Dharma here. I don't know if this is the best chase here, as they can go ahead and reset. All the surviving members of 9ZG are not members that could take down that Tempest Dragon though, so they opt to just push out these waves and get the map in their favor and set up for once Lefty comes back.
Yes, I like the Steal by Moon as well. Making sure that he gets the Azure buff is super important. You get the cooldown reduction, you get the mana regeneration as well. 9Z Global in perfect fighting form for now because there are no buffs. Nice block here coming in from Capo Seba as well, making sure that Shanks does not find value. Also giving the vision, and I don't think they can contest this. 9Z Global, this should be a full secure onto the Tempest Dragon. This is great. And 9Z Global, this is the best position they have had in this 20-minute plus game.
Now, Tyrant buff in close games, and this is a close game, usually means victory. Let's see if 9Z is able to go ahead and convert that. That time, they did not even want to take the chance. They had their support go, whoa, we see minions coming up the base here. Okay, that looked kind of dangerous for a second there, but they didn't want Twisted Minds to even have the chance to go ahead and walk in to steal there, as they walked really far into their jungle to get vision there with that Swanza. They now have Tyrant Tempest buff here on all of their members here, and they are primed to go ahead and make a push to win the game.
Yep, at this point, it really is itemization, right? No longer about the gold, it's about item switching.
Look at the Pei, stealing towers. He's gonna steal both here.
Oh
He's
no!
gonna steal both.
Yep, it's a Baron base, and this is going to be mega minions for the side of Twisted Minds, but they have to survive this first. The flash with the golden token does not happen. There is a defense coming in, stun comes in, a lot of knockups, a lot of freeze, but the T3 still under pressure, has been disrupted. This is an opening 9Z Global must capitalize on.
Yeah, if 9Z cannot win off this push, they actually come out of the Tempest Dragon worse for the wear here, as they have no more base towers, but it looks like they are not able to really push for the win here. They gotta win right now. This is their last 2 remaining Tempest Vanguards here. And if Twisted, oh man, here we go.
Yep, Sick going in, but he takes a lot of damage on the side of Shanks as well. Can they get the backline? That's the important question. Sick will get his second life. And right now, what a catch by Win RJ. It's not enough damage. Clean trying his best to save the team, but Moon get the Splendor. Hang on, too much damage. And I will catch from the side of Clean once again. No more extra life. This is the final lifeline for the side of 9Z Global, and they have lost it. Moon gets taken down, and this should be game secured by the side of Twisted Minds because 9Z Global are out for 40 seconds.
Now they do not have any minion waves pushing, so it's up to Twisted to go ahead and manage these waves and ensure that one wave is able to get into, I think they can get it through mid, right? Mid looks like probably game over here. It is probably going over to the side of Twisted Minds here. We see Win RJ though. Can he make a miracle happen? He's trying to cut the wave best he can though. He has Destiny on him though, but they're burning everything on him. He gets Destiny popped. He's not able to cut down that wave, and it is GG here. Wow, Tempest Dragon does not mean win, it seems like.
Yep, it really does not. And here comes that final push. The Crystal is taken down, and Twisted Mind playing on Knife's Edge with this third game of the series.
Wow, the Pei going into the base there, stealing 2 high grounds there. They were left at just the perfect amount of HP that he was able to brute force down those towers there. And then he actually tried to come back home and defend, but the Tempest Vanguards were stopping him, and he had to take those out too. Realistically, 9Z, they had to win off that push bottom there, and since they were not able to win off that push bottom, they committed all their cards, and they ended up losing the fight as well too. And then Twisted Minds takes that game.
They truly tried, right? Because they were trying to force Twisted Minds to move back so that they could get the Tempest Dragon within range, so that the backdoor protection, number 1, was not active. Number 2, there was disruptions coming out from the Tempest Vanguards. But this is Twisted Minds we're talking about, a true full-blown professional team. They knew exactly where that Tempest Vanguard was supposed to be, where was the distance before the backdoor protection was going to be taken off, and they held on really well.
Yeah, and then Pei just identifying that it was a great time to sneak into enemy jungle. He knows that they're going to push, right? So they're not going to be in their base, they're going to be in his base, able to sneak around and take out 2 high grounds. That's just like a play that it takes so much, you know, like game knowledge, you know, and presence to understand you have to do there. And being able to take those towers down, ensure that his teams was going to go ahead and spawn those elite minions, which helped them defend against the push from 9ZG.
And this begs the question then, was there truly enough damage on the side of 9Z Global? Did the Zhuangzi pick come into fruition here? Got a couple of saves, but then there's so many stuns coming out from Twisted Minds that I don't think the butterfly effect was truly of value for the side of 9Z Global.
I would say it probably would have been a different game if 9Z, you know, didn't get so many objectives stolen on them. They got, I think, literally 4 objectives stolen on them. And against a strong team like Twisted Minds here, where it is so neck and neck, losing 4 objectives for relatively free is going to make any game, any composition be hard here. As you can see here, 9Z in that mid game were up a good amount of gold. That's where we saw them go. Actually, no, the early game they were actually down versus Twisted a good amount of time there because of all those steals, but they were coming back. They did get the Tempest Dragon, but it was just not enough. They had to only bring it to that 20-minute mark because they couldn't end the game earlier.
Okay, and here we have the MVP, ACC on the Zhang Fei. Why is he the MVP? Because he saved the team so many times with the unbridled outburst. The setups allowed for the instant lockup by his other team members like Clean, as well as Highlang in the mid lane with the Lady Jun as well. A lot of synergy coming in from the side of ACC, and he took a heck of a lot of damage. 31% of the team's hero damage taken soaked up by this boy.
And a stat we don't see there is he had 2 crucial kill thefts. I think he stole one of the enhanced overlords and 1 enhanced tyrant there. And that's just so much value on a roam pick.
Yes, I mean, that's why you take the double smite, right? This is a working composition. And look, the setup once again with the saves. He was actually the save condition for a lot of the different members on the side of Twisted Minds many a times.
Yeah, look at that. Beautiful unbridled outburst there, burning the butterfly effect, but Sick just not having the durability to survive Shanks there. As you can see, he gets brought super low, almost goes down here. All the other members of the team really push it here. This is where we were mentioning that, hey, they need to win the game right now, and they just lost all their minions there, and they were not able to close it out.
this is one of the risks, right? Playing into the crystal of your opponent base, which is they have instant access into their fountain, their heals, and it's so difficult to be able to take a secondary fight when you're running out of options, especially when it's a super late game. Death timers are really short, really long. So 90 Global, they were close, but no cigar.
Yeah, I'd say if they were able to catch that pay, you know, they could have played it slow and made a slow push. But the second that pay was able to sneak in there and take out those 2 high grounds, they knew they were on a clock. Once you have your 3 high grounds down, it's just a matter of time before you guys go ahead and lose. So that's why they had to be so desperate in that bottom push there. If they just somehow found the pay or moved a little bit slower there and, you know, pushed out all the waves and cleaned out their jungle, it could have been a completely different game there.
That's true. And now we are at series point. But before we go there, we will take a short break. When we're back, we'll see if things are tied up or it's going to be TM for the win.
I said I'm born of this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate.
H to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I roll the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down's how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who will fill them up, no lie. We gon' do it. Facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found.
It's my war cry, oh, calling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs, where I belong. It's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let it begin, crush the foe, look at me now, ready to go, power within, we're standing tall, fight for your name, ready to give it all.
It's prime time, gather round for everyone to see. On my grind, in disguise we bring you to your knees. We kick it, smashing down the walls of enemies. Hit it with the boom, then we get him with the beat. Punch it with the power, then we serve him with defeat.
I ain't never missing a day, missing a night. I'm on my way, I'm holding my pride. Fill up the game, top of the show, we're not the same. Flaming the blame, same on the aim. When you reminisce on this battlefield, it's on my silhouette that you see.
We gon' do it, facing up fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate. The truth within, another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, yet to be found.
Welcome back. It is time for game number 4 here, and this is going to be series point for Twisted Minds. Yumas, we were talking about this, felt like it was a robbery for the side of 90 Global. Do you want to call the cops?
Yeah, they hit the crucial win theft on them there, okay? In the game, they're hitting the crucial kill theft, but man, they had everything going for them, 9-0 going. They're winning fights. They had the scaling composition. They somehow got through early game unscathed. Extremely difficult against the pay, by the way, right? But then every time it came to objectives, they just, at last second, someone jumps in, either the Zhang Fei or the Pei, steals that objective there, and it gives them a little bit of time. Every time they got an objective stolen, it gives Twisted Minds a little bit of breathing room. And they got a lot of breathing room that game, up until at the end of the game, they were able to steal some towers and close it out. And that has to be a soul-crushing game for side 9ZG.
For sure, but it does keep the pattern up, which is if you're blue side, you win, right? And you know, the west side is also the blue side, so I think west side wins automatically against KME. Now, with that being said, 9G Global, they're going to be prio pick, and will we get that assassin jungler? Because I don't think Twisted Minds is going to allow that pick to come through, and 9G Global, they obliged. No RE, there's no way this hero is coming out again.
Hear me out. If I'm sick, I'd be like, all right, I can't secure anything. You know what? You're gonna try and out-secure me? I'm gonna pick the fade. You cannot out-secure me on that fade. And seal these objectives in Jade here and make it so that Twisted cannot steal anymore. If they had to fade that game, I'm pretty sure they would have won too. They would have gotten all those objectives.
Yeah, but the thing is, the scary part is Twisted Minds. The #1 hero counter to a fade is actually Musashi. And Twist does have that in the bag. They still have that option for the pick. So fade, I would love to see it. But as I'm kind of rooting for both teams, but I want to see the fade as well. I don't think that's going to happen.
Let's go ahead and see. Masashi, maybe they could go ahead and ban it out in their second set of bans and last pick the fade here. That's probably the option. You usually don't want to pick it in your first three. Pretty standard bans from side Twisted Minds here, Liang and Mai. Liang, one of those picks that I'm seeing often, just gets banned. But when he's up, he doesn't really get played either. So they just kind of hate on him. That's all.
That's true. I mean, Twisted Minds now, like we mentioned before, they have a lot of options to explore now. So healing compositions, they have done 2 of them, the Dolia, Yuhuan, they have done the Diadea. Now, I think it might be time to go turret pushing, right? So we might get to see the Direnjie Agudo composition coming out from Twisted Minds. And that's a good composition against a Lung pick, right? Because your tanky is Heck.
Yeah, they've not expended the Agudo yet. That was actually 9ZG, so they still have that available. And if they want, they can take a page out of their book and lock in something like the Futsu as well, right? We saw that pick have a great impact there. But it looks like Twisted Minds is going to have Hailang on his signature Yijing.
This is a scary proposition for the side of 9Z Global because Twisted Minds, with the Yixing board, you can kind of force out the Infinite Fastest as well. Doesn't need to lock the Long down. You don't have to have Leffy caught out that once. But forcing him to use that Infinite Fastest pre-fight could be a very scary situation for the 9Z Global.
And then we see the Lady Sun get picked up too. Maybe a potential Ming. We've seen Lady Sun really usually only picked in these funnel style compositions with something like a Ming and then, you know, funneling and eating resources like an Arlie as well. That is definitely another composition that is available on the side of Twisted Minds here.
I mean, Twisted Minds definitely could still go for the Agudo, I would think. I mean, 9Z Global, we have seen, okay, let's be honest. Win RJ, he has been carrying 9Z Global this entire series so far. Now, he has a Charlotte, so he is going to dive to the backline to try and get Shanks in the ACC for sure.
Look at that, Dharma getting locked in for side Twisted Minds here. Great combo there, the Yijing and the Dharma, being able to knock you into those invisible walls if Hailang is able to, you know, land the boards here. But what we're mentioning here, 9Z did not go ahead and pick their jungler yet, right? This could be a good time to remove something like the Masashi if they're worried about it here on the side of Twisted Minds because they haven't picked their jungler either.
Yeah, in fact, I would ban out the Agudo. Yeah, they just did. Yeah. So it has to be the Agudo because Twisted Minds, they have a very strong tower-taking hero in the form of the Lady Sun. She's able to just get the rolling raids, get the free shots. That's a lot of free damage. Twisted Minds. Interesting.
Twisted Minds banning out the Masashi, potentially.
How about they go for the fade?
Oh, wow. Hey, could happen. Could happen here. Let's... I'm actually curious what happens here. You were mentioning that's one of the top counters, right? So maybe they're banning it in preparation. I'd say they're probably more banning it in the preparation for something like the Ogren, but 9Z sniffs that out and immediately bans it out though too. But now Twisted Minds kind of scratching their head on who they want to go ahead and go with the jungle in, and it looks like it's going to be the Monkey.
Oh no. This is not looking good at all for 9Z Global. Twisted Minds, they have a very strong front line. The Mankey, yes, looks very soft, looks very cuddly. It's hard as stone here. And, you know, Xue has found success in playing tank jungles so far to a certain degree. Twisted Minds, this is a lineup that benefits off of having a very strong shield in the front.
Absolutely. Let's see what 9ZG goes ahead and rounds out their composition here with. They're missing a mid laner and they're missing a jungler. A lot of mid laners are out of the pool now too. So they go ahead and pick up something like the Princess Frost here for more utility, but they need a jungler that can take advantage of that utility. And there it is. There's the fade.
I don't believe in fate.
Yeah, they banned themselves out for this one.
I think it's a great pick here, right? We see that they banned out the #1 counter and not many mid laners left. One of them left is the Princess Frost, and that's a character that doesn't need many resources and is going to be able to funnel those resources into their jungler. And who else wants resources more than someone like a Fade, right?
That's true. It's also about the AoE because Fade does operate on a smaller AoE with the Harden Jake Mark. We'll see if that's going to be the case because 9Z Global, this is the most important game that they have to play as a team because Fate cannot do things alone, especially when they don't have the lead.
They round out the competition with the Motsu. Honestly, a decent pick against the Fate. If you are able to, you know, land that cannon blast, he telegraphs where he jumps to, right? With his skill 2. So you can prepare a cannon blast on his arrival location and catch him out there. But at the same time, if he gets ahead, you're one of those roamers that could be kind of food for for Fade, as he's able to, you know, combo you down. So it's kind of a jarring matchup there. I'm curious to see how it goes.
I'm just curious how that first 4 minutes is going to go, right? Because everyone's power spike obviously comes at level 4. You have the Truth Mantra coming out from Dharma, you have the board coming out from the Yixing as well. And of course, if you're a 9Z Global fan, then it comes down to level 4. Winter is here. Do you have that deterrence against the lineup on the side of Twisted Minds? Do you also have the Hardened Jade Mark to finish off people who are left with less than 1/8 of their health?
Absolutely, and I would say the Fade pick also kind of removes the ability for the side of Twisted Minds to play that Ming too, because you don't want to play the Ming Lady Sun and funnel the Lady Sun just for it to get blown up by something like the Fade, right? So that kind of makes probably change up their strategy a little bit here, and it's rare you see Lady Sun kind of alone. Recently, it's kind of really only picked with that strategy there, but now we have the Motsu there instead to be able to try and not fade off of some of these walls with that Cannon Blast.
This has to be the most explosive draft from both teams, right? Because they can blow each other up pretty quickly if the conditions are right.
Absolutely, yeah, a lot of damage on both sides here, not a lot of durability. If we're looking at this, there's only one like main tank in the game, and it is that monkey on top of Twisted Minds. Every other character is relatively squishy here.
Yes, it is. So this one is really about the positioning, about saving your skills for the right moments, right? And every resource burn on your common spells is going to be a painful one.
Absolutely here. We see early game here, a bit of rotation coming out from Highline. I love his Yixing pick. Like, if there was like two heroes he's known for, I'd say it's the Sha and the Yixing, right? He plays these control utility mages so well here, and I'm getting ready to watch this masterclass in Yixing coming up.
That's true. It's going to be a 2-on-2 here with the freeze come down. Potential first blood, and they do get it. They fit it into Leffy as well. What a great start for the side of 9G Global. But Twisted Minds, they have their own plans as well. On the top side, they put a little bit more pressure to get the space right. It's not just about the kills, it's about the gold as well.
The thing is, when you have so much crowd control off your team, it means everyone can convert off each other, right? You can go ahead and knock them up with the Diadea into the skill 2 from Princess Frost, and once you get hit by that Princess Frost skill 2, you're gonna be there for a while there, as Shanks was there until he got sent back to base.
Yes, and within the first minute and a half, both junglers have hit level 4. They are the first one to hit that power spike. Let's see what they do with it. But I also have some information about Kling. Wow. This is actually his third role change in his career. So he was at the farm lane, and then they went on to the jungle, and now he's in the clash lane. So this guy, multifaceted.
Yeah, he's not only clean on one role, he's clean on a lot of them here. As you can see, he's playing multiple roles here. And then next KMW, he's probably gonna go mid, you know?
And with that was a nice catch by Clean as well. They get the shutdown onto Munia, and they will start contesting onto this Crimson buff. It is going to be secured by the side of Shuya, stolen away, and Sick, even with his ultimate, did not manage to get that one.
What's going on with Sick? He's getting robbed left, right, and center, man. And the nightmare is not stopping it in this game here. As Monkey rolls up and steals away that red buff there. He really tried to secure it, you know. Fade, we're mentioning, is really hard to secure against. But in that situation, they're able to just burst it down before he got his Jade down. But usually in these bigger objectives, once Sick encapsulates a objective with that Jade, no one else is allowed to deal damage to it, only him. So later on, if they have control of the objectives like we've seen in last game, they should secure all these objectives.
Yes, and you know, bigger neutral objectives also have a larger window of space for you to be able to get the J mark down, right? So I think that's going to be very important. 9G Global, and then it really comes down to what kind of information do you have on Twisted Mind members? Do you know where they're at? Do you know what skills are available? And this game, more than ever, really signifies and lets you know how important resources are in this game.
Look at that, lots of waves being fed into the Fade there as he uses his ultimate to clear out all those minions. We were mentioning Princess Frost doesn't need that much resources, right? So they're going to be giving away a lot of their resources over to the Fade there. And something similar is going to come out from the Yixing. They're both utility style mid laners, so both junglers kind of getting a little bit of a supercharge in their build.
Yes, the funneling is super important, right? Because I think the win condition comes in two different forms here. The main win condition that 9G Global are hoping to work on is the objective securing by the Fade, played by Sick. But for Twisted Minds, it really comes in the form of Shanks, right? We need him to be as strong as possible, as fast as possible.
And they have a great pick composition too on top of that. They have the Dharma, they have the Cannon Blast from the Motsu, right? If they're able to land one long range kind of crowd control on someone, they can easily trap them in the box and get that pick off on the enemies. So they're going to try and look for that, right? And 9Z, knowing that, is going to go ahead and have to, you know, make sure they're always grouped up and don't get picked off by the side of Twisted.
I mean, they understand, right? 9Z Global, they know that they don't really have the strongest early game. Sick is pretty vulnerable at the start of the game as well. So they don't want to contest this. Leffy here gets stunned up, and Shank, oh, hang on. Dream Home on the backline. Leffy will use his Dragon Form, gets out to safety, but the T1 is at risk. Hang on, he redives into the middle and gets taken out for sure. No, he will survive. And with that, Twisted Minds, they don't get the kill, but they have done healthy amounts of damage on the T1 at the bottom.
Super dangerous to use that ultimate back there on to try and clear the wave, as you can see, because Hailang had a combo ready for him to land, but the crucial healing from Diabia barely saving him here, but Twisted Minds going ahead and attempting the same thing once again.
Why are they still here? It's because the backup is here. They get the kill. Leffy rewarded himself with the life of Shanks, and that finishing blow on the Hardened Jade Mark will be the secondary kill as well, as ACC is going to be food for the side of 9Z Global.
Hailang really tried to come up there and assist in the fight, but Sick cut him off there, zoned him off, completely made sure that he could not help out his team there, and because of that, they were able to secure those 2 KOs on the bot lane of Twisted Minds.
This one has to be a snowball game, right? Both drafts really thrive on having a huge lead because they have huge burst potential. Now, Leffy will help to secure this T1 with the help of the Vanguard as well. It's a 1,000, close to 2,000 goal lead for the side of 9Z Global.
We have not seen much of Win RJ yet. We were mentioning that he was carrying a lot of the games, but this game he's been kind of passive. Just, you know, farming up on the Charlotte here, though. We've seen game 1 clean on the Charlotte, was devastating, right? Jumping into all of these fights. But Win RJ kind of taking a little bit of a different approach here on the Charlotte, being a little bit more passive and kind of side laning a bit more instead of joining these fights as more of a diver.
What? Why did Leffy use his ultimate there? There has to be a misclick of some sort here. So Twisted Minds, I think they're doing well to be able to hold on at the same time. Good response here, clean. This time you said, you know, he's not really diving too much. He gets the objective. As Twisted Minds, they're looking for a member, and that's going to be Moon. They committed the ultimates, but the flash was committed by Moon. So I think that's a worthy trade.
I think Twisted Minds, seeing that that ultimate come out probably by mistake, tries to capitalize a little bit here, over-aggressing potentially here. As you see the Monkey Dream Roam in and the board comes out. Doesn't really catch much. Oh, barely caught the Diadea there, and he goes down for that. But okay, I thought they were playing a little bit over-aggressive there, but they end up getting it though. They have so much range with the Dream Roam and the board coming out from the side of Twisted Minds. They were able to catch one.
That's true. I mean, at the end of the day, they get the T1. That's a great marker of success. So Couple Seba really... So it's a difficult position here for the side of 9Z Global. I think they have to play the map a little better against Twisted Minds.
Absolutely. Princess Bra kind of just stuck, you know, playing as a wave clear bot, right? We see every wave mid, she goes ahead and summons that Winter there to clear it out. Interesting to note, she itemized with really early Splendor there, making sure that she does not get caught by something like that Dharma, right? And if she does, she has that stasis available to go ahead and not go down there. Just trying to maximize their utility by staying alive as much as possible, not focusing on damage. She knows that we have the Charlotte, we have the Long, the Fade for damage. My job here is just to provide as much crowd control as possible, and that means staying alive as long as possible.
True, she truly can. I mean, for Moon, that is. He really can change the tides and turn the tides for the side of 9Z Global, right? With the second skill, Frigid Prison. Truly will become a prison for the side of Twisted Minds. And once again, they don't go for the contest, right? 9Z Global, I think they're making better decisions in this 4th game of the series. But they might not have enough time to make more if Twisted Minds are going to be allowed to play like that.
They don't have the Gudo, but they're still sieging down these towers. Look at that, the Motsu positioning to fire Cannon Blast behind the tower, making sure that 9Z is not able to defend as Shanks just blitzes down that tower. They are up 1 tower now here on the side of Twisted Minds, but they got 2 bottom high grounds, 2 bottom towers here, and they're up to the high ground now.
And they're allowing Shanks to get his win condition down, which is free shots. That's not what you want to do if you're on the side of 90 Global. But for Twisted Mind fans, this one is a dream because you have ACC who has successfully set up so many different situations just by using the Cannon Blast.
Look at the gold here. Long is 3-0 and has the same exact gold as the 0-2 Lady Sun. That just shows that Shanks has been focusing on farming, not really worried about too many kills or fights here, and is able to keep himself in the game despite the 2 deaths.
It's cool that you say that because you expected a 0-2 and 2 player would be much lesser in gold, right? So for him to actually
up in gold now.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, so the Long has been, you know, playing for those kills, but not quite as diligent in the farming, as we can see here. It looks like as he's getting absolutely chased down by the monkey. Dream roams in. Do they secure the Azure Golem? It looks like someone did. The Lady Sun actually gets the Azure Golem, I think.
Yep, they were trying to force out the Leffy ultimate here. Did not find success, but they got a prize in the form of the Azure buff, right? And putting it on Shanks, not too bad of a job as they look for another re-engage. Clean here, as well as ACC. Just giving vision of the map for the side of Twisted Mind so they can make a better decision. And those Cannon Blasts really have been super irritating.
Absolutely. Oh, here we go. A catch potential coming on the moon. Forced to burn that flash away. It looks like Twisted Mind is happy with that as they go ahead and back up. As Sick is trying to harass him a little bit. That's the Cannon Blast we're talking about, right? Fade's jump is really telegraphed. So ACC is able to position that Cannon Blast right where he's going there, and it's so disruptive against the Fade.
They have to try for this now. Is there enough time? They're going in for the steal potential. Steal maybe? No, secure by the side of Twisted Minds. And it's just going to be the start of a great fight. If they can get the stun onto Leffy, it will be great. But he does use his Infinite Vastus, goes into Dragon form, makes it out. So Twisted Minds, they win big with this one. Not the biggest, but it's still a win.
Sick using the ultimate to hop off the wall, but it couldn't quite connect with the Tyrant there, and he put the mark on him there, unfortunately, and therefore he was not able to get that secure here. It seems like objective control in the sense of secures is not on the side of 9ZG. We're seeing them constantly come up short when it comes to securing these objectives.
Yep, Clean with the flash, did not find the marker, and the turnaround is coming, but the Radiant saved the day so far. The knockup unavailable on the side of 9Z Global, and somehow Twisted Minds, they escape scot-free with that one.
While all this is happening, 9Z is up in gold, I think, relatively all game, right? They're not able to get these objectives, as you mentioned earlier, but at least they're able to trade the Overlord on the other side. Again, this is kind of similar to Game 2. Twisted Minds, they're actually down gold, but they're up in towers, not anymore. So now once 9Z gets those towers, you're going to see their gold lead go ahead and propel up.
We've seen this situation before. Once again, Clean is looking for an opening. He does have the Truth Mantra. And Twisted Minds, they're grouped up. They're preparing for a fight. So 90 Global needs to be really careful. Not sure whether they know this or not.
Yeah, we also haven't seen much action from the Fade. He's kind of playing more of a supportive role, going ahead and taking out objectives instead of fighting. Last time we saw him play the Fade, I think it was against BTK, and there was a lot more kills going down. This just goes to show it's a little bit harder to pilot something like the Fade here against these higher tier teams.
For sure. And Shanks has been getting a lot of free hit.
Blue team has destroyed a tower.
Forward coming out for Yijing, landing onto the Fade. Is Fade caught up here? Yes, Fade barely getting caught above that Azure Golem there by that board, and he's going to go down for that.
Not ideal, right? I mean, at this point, this one is really starting to hurt on the side of 9Z Global. It's 3-3. They do have the goal lead, but Twisted Minds, they can turn this around anytime.
Yeah, it's still anyone's game here. They have a conversation all about picks, right? We just seen it. They had an amazing pick on the Sick there, trapping them into that board there and then landing the Cannon Blast on them. And if you can get 1 or 2 good picks near these objectives, it can easily turn the games. This game looks like another one that's going long. Both sides still have a lot of towers on them, and we are 7 minutes away from the Tempest Dragon, and it doesn't look like either side is the favorite or winning anytime soon.
That's right. I mean, the stunts coming in from ACC are definitely making a difference, right? And oh, hang on, they go in the flash coming in onto Shanks as well. Will not be that enough. It will be enough. They get the kill onto Shanks. It's not enough damage on the side of Twisted Minds on the backlines as well. Clean has been handled by Win RJ. They're going for Xue. They are the last two members on the side of Twisted Minds. And with that Xue, he's not going to be for long as Twisted Minds falter. And 90 Global, they see an opening. They have to take this one.
This is the opening we're talking about here, right? They're going to go ahead and at least take a high ground tower here. There's no way Clean is going to be able to hold. This might be game, actually, depending on how they set up this push. It looks to be game. We have Shanks coming up here in 5 seconds here, but they have a minion wave going in. Dharma needs to do a good job of taking this minion wave out. But they do not go for the win, it looks like. Wow, okay. They're opting to back up here. They're thinking, you know, death timers are a little bit short. They're coming back up. Let's not risk it. Let's go back, take their Azure Golem, and set up the waves so that we're in a better position moving forward.
Yes, we're at a 14-minute mark, right? It's not exactly super late game as well. Twisted Minds, they also have to slow on the minions the moment the turret is taken down. So they're going to start working on this Clean. He will find vision onto the different members on the side of 90 Global. In the meantime, Win RJ gives the information as well. They secure the Shadow Tyrant, maybe looking for a fight as well. Ball laid down, it is going to be a jump and a knockup by the side of Win RJ. They get locked up in the board as well, but Twisted Minds, they survive.
Now we see Win RJ finally joining some of these fights with the Charlotte, you know, doing stuff that we've seen Clean do here in game 1 with the Charlotte, right? Such a threat to the backline there, being able to dive up. He was really passive all throughout the early game, but now it's his time to shine. They are up 7,000 gold. It felt like just a few seconds in the game, and then they're up about 7,000 gold now, right? That was quite a big churn there. That one loss from Twisted Minds here really disrupted their gold lead.
Yep, here comes that Dream Roam. It catches them. It's not enough damage here. They do get the kill onto High Lane first and foremost, but Clean comes in with the cleanup as well. But it's not enough damage. Xue and High Lane, both of them taken down. A great box, but it's not going to be enough. ACC holds off 3, but the backline is super exposed, leaving just Clean as well as Shanks. And this one, 90 Global, they take a great fight. This could be the end of the game here.
9Z taking great back-to-back fights. This time, there's 2 members defending, but there's no high ground for them to have to worry about here now to slow down the minions. Are they going to play for the win here? It is 4v2. It looks like they're going to go ahead and make that attempt here as they are in the crystal of Twisted Minds. Let's see what happens. We need a miracle here for Twisted Minds to stay alive in this game.
Yep, he has to be clean. He comes in, gets a knockback, not enough damage, and the minions are still here. Shanks, he will try go for the clear. The board is laid down. They just have to hit the crystal, and it will be done. We are tying this series up. 9Z Global 2, Twisted Minds 2.
What a great series here, neck and neck there. I would say at that final fight, it looks like a bit of a disconnect between Shanks and Clean there, because Clean went in, but Shanks actually backed up, and they weren't able to quite sync their combos together to go ahead and try and hold. But great play nonetheless. I decided of 9ZG identifying that they can just hit the crystal, right? They had the board on them. They had a little bit of minions left. We were able to rush down that crystal there, and we're going into game 5, match point. We're going all the way match 1 of today.
It has to be like that, right? That has been the case for Survival Week. Be it whether you're on the east side, west side, it has been like that since spring season. And coming to fall, we expect the same as well. So let me ask you the difficult questions now. Who is your MVP on the side of 9Z Global?
9Z Global here, that's tough. I want to say the Fade because I love that pick, but honestly, all throughout the game, wasn't really doing the most, right? They're kind of going around and just securing objectives here. I would say the Princess Frost, while nothing flashy, held it down, right? Cleared out all those waves. He got some great early game picks here. And I think once we see the graphs come up, you're going to see that her output to resource ratio is going to be really high, but probably not going to be that MVP here. I'm going to say the game is going to award MVP to probably the Long, because look at him. He's 6-0 there, right? And able to output all that damage out going down. So probably going to be the Long, but I got to give a shout out to Princess Frost. We love our utility mid laners here.
Yes, so Leffy, I think, probably going to be the MVP of this game, right? 12,000 gold in pocket as well. But Moon, I think definitely needs to get that shout out. He did not deal the most damage, but the positioning of his Winter is here was really something that was critical in the fights. And to be backed up by Capo Saber as well as Win RJ, who was number one. Capo Saber helping to heal and Win RJ helping to separate, slowing the damage output down from the side of Twisted Minds was very clinical in the success of this match for the side of 9Z Global.
And we were mentioning with Moon there that Princess Frost, he knows his team has enough damage. He does not need to go more damage. Look at that itemization. Splendor into Ominous on Princess Frost. He knew his job there was to go ahead and stay alive, and he did, because that's really hard to take down a Ominous Splendor Princess Frost.
That's right, and who benefited of that success? It was Leffy that benefited of that success. 6-0-3. Bear in mind, this guy also took the first blood away from the side of Twisted Minds, getting that first blood from his counterpart, Shanks.
Long, a super consistent pick. We were mentioning it's strong, but not quite strong enough to get banned out, right? It gets picked. It's probably the most picked hero here in the KMW. It was in rankings week, but I'm pretty sure it is going to be coming up as well too, because it's picked 2 times in this match already here. But it's just so consistent, and when you give him a little tiny bit of room, which is all he needs, he does wonders. He has that true damage as well too, punching through something like the shield of that monkey there as well.
This fight actually was looking so scary for the side of 9Z Global, right? Because Shanks was able to get a lot of free hits in, but unfortunately for them, there was a huge turnaround on the side of 9Z Global. So with that being said, we will go for a break. This is a series you have to come back for. When we're back, we bring you to game number 5.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, cause now
there was no other way. It had to go to a game number 5. This time we're talking about Twisted Minds against a 9Z Global. Yumas, who is going to take this in your eyes?
Bro, it's so tough. But I honestly, if I had to give it a team, you know, I'm going to go vanilla here. I'm going to go cookie cutter here and give it a Twisted Mind. They just have that clutch potential, you know what I'm saying? Whereas 9ZG, they're slipping with some of these objectives, you know? Even last game, they won, but, you know, we see them leak some objectives in the early game, in the mid game here, right? And I'm worried when it comes down to the wire, they slip on some of these objectives, some of these enhanced versions. It could be really rough for them. So I'm going to have to give my vote here to Twisted Minds.
Okay, so I will then take the other side, I guess, to balance things out. I think 9Z Global have been pretty successful so far. I mean, to
take it to game 5 against Twisted Minds is impressive on its own right? Twisted Minds is the former champions here of the Major West League. So the fact that they didn't take it to Game 5 is already a crazy achievement. And right now we're even questioning if they win or not, right? So I think it's really neck and neck. I'd say it's pretty 50-50. If I had to choose, I would choose Twisted Minds, but like it could go either way. Honestly, it could go either way. Now they're down to Game 5. So many picks have been removed. Anything can happen.
It definitely can, right? At this point, I think to be able to bring TM, who is a team that also has been top 4.
Yeah, they are a top 4 team, as you mentioned here before you cut out there. They were in the KWC and they performed so well. The notable wins against Pause Gaming here. They got number 4 in the world, right? And then 9ZG showing that they can hang with a top 4 in the world team. Here's a look at the players here. Twisted Minds gearing up, you know, kind of stoic right here, you know, getting ready for that final game. Not as hype as they usually are here, you know. They probably did not expect for it to go to Game 5 here, as they're going ahead looking at the drafts here, making sure that they have everything ready for the final game. This one is for all the marbles, and we've known in the past, when it comes down to all the marbles, Twisted Minds kind of steps up, right? In the last KMW, they lost to OG every single time outside of the grand finals where they clutched it up, and that's why I say Twisted Minds has that clutch factor.
Yep. It's going to be important now because this is the time you want it to be important. 9Z Globen, they take the blue side once again, and they're going to go up against Twisted Minds, who will never, ever get their hands on the Arlie.
Absolutely. They played it once and they will never let it happen again. They get to pick Game 1 again, which is interesting because I always thought it was the losing team that picks sides, but either Twisted Minds picked side 2 here, or I'm not really sure. Maybe they have a way they can go ahead and go in order of picks. But here's a look on screen at all of the heroes that either team can no longer pick. Game 5, 20 heroes moved on either side.
Very limited choice now, right? We have, like you said, 20 heroes out of the box for both teams. And there's no Pei, there's no Luna, there is no Guan Yu, there is no Arlie. So Fatih comes into the woodworks on the side of 9Z Globen. A great start, right? I think a very strong solo laner as well.
Absolutely. We have not seen as much Fatih nowadays after he got gutted kind of by the nerfs. I still like the pick. It's a great split pusher, very reliable pick. It's always going to have a bit of value. But we see Liang kind of creep in here now. As it's not banned out, it is Game 5. There's not that many more great picks. We've seen teams in the past first pick or first rotation to Liang. So it's definitely worthy of a Game 5 pickup here in the first rotation with that DRNG. A lot of lockdown already in the bot lane of Twisted Minds.
Very scary as well because 9Z Globen, they can't steal away the Princess Frost pick. They have already used it. So Twisted Minds is a soft guarantee for the Princess Frost if it's required. So 9Z Globen, they have to go down a different route. They tease the Lianpo. Let's see if that's really what they're going for because they don't have the Zhangfei as well.
And they also already used the Schwanza, right? So they don't have any way of really countering out that crowd control when they do lock in something like the Princess Frost. So I'd say great draft here for the side of Twisted Minds here as they go ahead and pick up the Argon. Oh, they're giving 9ZG the option to ban out the Princess Frost though here when they lock in that Argon here in that third pick.
I don't think you will want to ban out the Princess Frost, right? I mean, personally, I would rather know what I'm going up against so that it's predictable.
Yeah, I think there's going to be 2 options for Side Twisted Minds here. It's either going to be the Princess Frost or the Sha with Hai Lang here. Maybe something like the Gan and Mo as well too. They have a lot of options. So maybe because there's so many options, they're actually opting to, you know, just ban out the Clash laners instead, right? Because all of those picks, I would say outside of maybe the Sha, Gan and Mo and Princess Frost, unless you ban those 2 exactly, are all going to have great synergy with Liang.
Yes, and 9Z Globen, I find it so difficult because on the jungle end, there's limited resources. You don't have the Aguro anymore. There is no Musashi to go the counter against the Ogren. So what do you play here?
Hear me out. It could be a give Princess Frost go Dan Wei angle. Okay, never mind. Forget it.
Okay. Actually, the DN way does make sense, right? Because you are able to kind of cleanse yourself off of every single CC except the suppression from the Liang. But with every cleanse, you get stronger, you deal true damage as well. Similar to what the Organ offers as the execute. Not as automatic, of course, but yeah, I see it.
I was cooking for a sec, but they actually end up locking the Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, honestly, a very underrated pick, man. This is a pick I didn't really believe in too much, but teams are proving me wrong. It's one of the highest win rate picks. It's only picked 5 times, but it's shown really good success when it is picked here, though. With the follow-up, with the Liang setup and the D Renji able to kind of pseudo set up the Xiao Xiao to do that damage here, it's going to be a menace for sure, as we see Ho Yi getting picked up for the side of 9ZG. Double global ultimates on the side of 9ZG here.
But really, okay, look, 9Z Globan, I like the confidence. Does Hoi work here? It does. But you have to be so careful about your positioning. They really lock in the Lam as well. This is a signature sick pick. But Twisted Minds, I think this last one really will set in stone how this series will end.
Absolutely. I think the Lamb pick is definitely a comfort pick. It's not a textbook pick here, but he's just fresh off the momentum, off the fade win, right? He's feeling himself. Here's the time to go ahead and lock in the Lamb. When you see his player intro, the hero behind him is Lamb. He has to pick it up. And speaking of comfort picks, the Yao getting locked in for Twisted Minds here as well?
Yeah, this one is interesting. Is it locked in? No, it's not locked in just yet.
No, it's locked in. It's locked in.
Okay.
That is a Clash Lane Yao, not something you see every day. This is something you see in your ranked games occasionally, all right? And when I see it in my ranked games, it doesn't do very well when it's on my team. When it's on the enemy team, it somehow goes 20-0. So let's see which one of those is going to be for Twisted Minds here. It is a very jarring pick, I would say. It's either Feast or Famine. So let's see how Twisted Minds goes ahead and plays with this.
Yep, I freaking love this draft by both teams because especially in the Clash lane, this one is a true marker of skill matchup, right? Who expends their ultimate first, who expends their flash first. That is going to be a big marker of success because in a team fight, when you realize one resource is missing, you lose that fight 1v1.
Absolutely. And I would say Yao in the Clash lane, it's a really fragile pick. He loses 1v1 to almost like every Clash lane. But one thing is, he's able to clear that wave really quickly, right? He's able to go ahead and clean out that wave and run away and maybe do something else, kind of play like a little bit like a Guan Yu, where you're not really playing for the 1v1s. You're going for, you know, the push into the roam potentially. But it's interesting to note, it's on Clean. Clean is a former jungler, you know? So this is a pick that could flex in the Clash and the jungle role. So it's interesting that they go ahead and pick that up.
And, you know, Yao tank build is a menace. He is almost unkillable. So I think 9Z Global, they have to pay good attention to how to secure this early game advantage. Because if they lose this early game advantage, Twisted Minds will start to run all over the place.
Clean is locking in this Yao into WinRJ. That we're mentioning WinRJ has been performing really well, carrying the side of 9ZG in a lot of the games here, and locking in this unconventional, not as proven pick against one of the most consistent and solid players on the side of 9ZG. Is it going to do well? Let's go ahead and find out.
I think in the team fights, we'll really take a look at how the flank comes in from WinRJ, right? He really has been like the Win, finding the gaps in the defenses of Twisted Minds and entering from the sides. But is it going to be the same case? Because it's game number 5. They have experienced the thrill of battle 4 times already.
Absolutely, and I'm honestly curious to see how this Lamb performs here. They have the Nua in the mid lane, so that's not really one of those mid laners that are going to be funneling you that much farm, right? Nua likes having her gold to build her very expensive items, right? Like the Tome of Wisdom and such. So you're not going to be able to get mid lane as a form of resource usually. So is Sick going to be able to propel himself ahead without that? It looks like they are still splitting a little bit here though, but since he has the jungle item, a lot of that gold will still go in favor of Moon here.
Yes, and Moon, until he hits a certain level, like level 5 or 6, his Waker is not as great as Hailang. He's constantly going to be on the back line, which is great that he has his emergence. So we'll see. Twisted Minds, they're trying to lay a bait in the middle side of this river, but I think 9ZG knows about it.
Absolutely here, as Liang Po forced to jump away here, does not want to get face checked by 4 people in a row. Takes a lot of punishment, but Liang Po, not much you really do early game. You kind of just get vision and then run away. It's really when you get that Tremor Smash comes up is when that hero starts to come online and can start making some of these plays here.
Okay, they jump in as well. They force out the double flash coming out from the side of Twisted Minds. Great timing, a little bit shy, so if you do the timing work, at the 4-minute mark, Twisted Minds will not have flash available for Shanks and ACC.
Interesting note there. Yeah, the Liang Po was able to get that flash skill 1 onto 2, immediately burn 2 flashes. I was just saying, usually early game Liang Po does not do much, so him being able to get that flash and get value early game where he doesn't really have that strength yet is going to be amazing. And now when he's in his Tremor Smash, he doesn't have to worry about enemies flashing away from him. And Tremor Smash is probably one of the most flashed away moves in the game, by the way.
Okay, but you start to see the value of the Yao pick, right? Like, look, the wave clear is insanely fast by Clean. At the same time, ACC is level 4, so the lockdown is available for Twisted Minds. This first team fight will be explosive.
I would say, yeah, against the Yao Clash, if it stays 1v1 and you let him just, you know, push that wave in and roam, it's not going to be nice. The side of 9ZG maybe can swing up Lamb and try and get a kill on him, because early game, when you have those cooldown boots, you're not going to be the most durable Clash laner, being Yao. So if they can go ahead and catch him on the Lamb, it could be nice. But look, speaking of durable, Sick is going tank Lamb here with that Giant's Grip.
Yes, he will then go into the Axe of Torment, right? The armor shred is very important for this pick because he needs to be able to survive the burst damage. There's a lot of burst potential. Highlang, you have Clean, you have ACC. So this is a big difficulty for the side of 9Z Global.
Absolutely. In competitive, it's really hard to kind of get away with these full damage picks you see in your usual ranked games, right? I think Fade and Jing are potentially like the only characters that go full damage. Even them, they kind of go durable sometimes. We're seeing a lot more of these assassins go these hybrid bruiser builds. They get the Giant Script, the Blood Rage, Blazing Cape, Frost Scar, right? And kind of leverage their base damage instead of building a lot of damage here. And that's what we're going to see coming out from Sick here. So something maybe you can take to your home games here. I know there's a lot of LAN players in the world, right, that go full damage. Maybe give the Giant Script tank route a try. You'll be surprised. It's pretty good.
Yes, it is. I have been on the losing end of a very tanky Lam. It's very hard to kill, right? But at this point, you can start to see the success coming in. Twisted Minds, they're putting numbers here. The suppression comes down as they look for that final shot. Not gonna hit it though. Capo Saber actually survives, but the T1, not the same story, taking a huge amount of damage.
I'm surprised Liang Po knew his character so well to flash away 1 HP there. I would have surely just, you know, accepted my fate there on 1 HP, but no, flash away does not give that kill over to Twisted Minds there, as they burned a lot for that. They burned the ultimates on 2 people. Speaking of ultimate coming out, we see a ultimate from DRenji landing onto the Sick there, and that might be a reason he's going that more durable build, right? He's up against a lot of crowd control. The Liang, the ultimate from Shanks here, right? Lots of ways to lock him down. He's not going to be able to get away with going full damage as he did in previous games.
Yes, and the setup combination from Twisted Minds actually very scary, right? You already seen that once. Shanks gets the golden token, Highland gets a knockup, and then it should be Death's Door for whoever gets caught. But for now, 9G Global, they hang on, and hang on they will.
Yeah, and another thing is this Liang pick does so much, right? It can shut down the Lamb. It can shut down also the Liang Po. If you grab Liang Po while he's in his Treasure Rash, it could cancel that out too. So it's multifaceted. You can use it to peel. You can use it to counter the initiation from the side of 9ZG. So how they use this ultimate is going to be very important, and it's going to decide a lot of these fights.
Yes, look, it also, I mean, ACC is the only guy I'm looking out for on the side of Twisted Minds because he's the only one that will make a difference. Oh, hang on, is there going to be a success? Yes, there is, in the form of the T1. This should be a freebie for the side of Twisted Minds as they make the trade, but in this Azure camp, it's going to be a full-on team fight. The stun does not hit a mark at all, and with that, Sick is falling a bit low. He has to back off. The suppression comes in, and it's going to be a free kill as WinRJ is out of the fight. The first blood goes to Highlang, and there is more damage to be done on the T2 at the top side for 9Z Global.
The threat of that Liang in the fight is so large here. The melees on the side of 9ZG, they really can't fight or find an angle in until they know that ultimate is expended, right? ACC did a great job of holding it for a long time. I thought he was going to flash ultimate like a few different times there, but no, he's holding it to pressure out the enemies there, waiting until the time's right to go ahead and grab them up. And that secures kill 1 for side of Twisted Minds that you're going to see pretty often here. They're just going to play around the Liang ultimate. Every time it's up, they're going to walk as a group, grab someone. There's really no way to play against that on the side of 9ZG.
I mean, Twisted Minds, ideally, they will want to try and take as many turrets before the 10-minute mark, right? Their success in their power spike comes in the very early stages of the game, especially for Highlang and ACC. Now, at this point, hang on, the arrow does not hit any mark. Once again, Capo Saber trying to provide vision, but there's nothing. There's too many things. Twisted Minds making them work for all the different things. Azure and Crimson Golem actually. Crimson Golem going into the hands of Xue, and then the T2 at the bottom taking a lot of damage.
Annihilation coming out, doing a lot of damage to High Lang there. But I would say the wave clear on the side of 9ZG is not quite enough. Right? You're mentioning earlier that Nua early game doesn't have the best wave clear yet, and we're seeing that because they're down 2 towers here. Like that, those tower damage is really hard. You should not be able to get that much tower damage on a Nua, being able to drop annihilations on the minions all around the map there. But Twisted Minds is getting the tower pressure in, and because of that, they're up 2,000 gold.
Yes, it's an important marker, right? Twisted Minds, now they have the lead. They're going to try and secure it and stop the growth of 9Z Globin, because if they do, late game, there is a higher potential of 9Z Globin actually making a serious comeback, which Twisted Minds does not want to experience again. Now, 9Z Globin have not gone for a single neutral objective contest just yet, and I think this is their pattern.
Yeah, they're waiting for the time being right here as they scale up items, right? They're going ahead and building up the Nua, building up the Ho Yi and the Lamb on Sick here. And the side of Twisted Minds here, they have so much pressure. It's really hard to face check them because you can just immediately get grabbed up. And even if you are a tank, you're going to get destroyed by the likes of the Meteor Shower on the Xiao Xiao and other picks on the side of Twisted Minds.
That was close. 9Z Globin could have been heavily punished there if they actually got there in time on the side of ACC. But map play is very important, so they will secure the T2, also get the Crimson Golem in their hands on the side of Twisted Minds. No steal probably on the side of 9Z Globin, as Clean tries to lock up their jungler in the form of Sick. Unable to do so for now because the backup is coming. Twisted Minds, they smell blood. The 1v1 is already not looking good. Sick, he can maybe survive this, but the backup is here. He is gone for sure. The suppression comes in, and it's a secondary kill for the side of High Lang, as a third kill comes in as well. 3 kills for the price of nothing.
That was the ultimate anime battle there between Lamb. Oh, he catches him with the global annihilation. Okay, it is 1-for-1 at the end. But as I mentioned, that was such an awesome anime battle between the Yao and the Lamb there, right? They both have those flashy skins as well, too. We see effects going left and right, and it could not be closer there as they both get traded away.
Yeah, I mean, clip that, add your own music, post it on all the socials, and let us know, right?
That is definitely a highlight there for sure. As we see Ogren actually get a skill 2 on 2 here, as Moon face checking gets immediately punished for it there, but Ogren will go down in return. We see the Liang ultimate land onto Liang Point, and that's what we were mentioning earlier, right? Even if it doesn't matter who you are, anyone that gets locked up by ACC is gonna get taken down. The Meteor Shower just does so much DPS on the side of Twisted Minds that they have enough firepower to cut through anyone on the side of 9ZG.
And they really found the solution, right? Moon actually is a silent problem on the side of 9ZG. The moment you allow Moon freedom to get the setups, Twisted Minds always suffer. So they take out the problem right at the root here. And Twisted Minds, they start working on this Shadow Tyrant. The steal might not come in from the side of Sick, even though he does have the smite. When RJ trying to hang on to something at this point, they do get a stun onto Clean, but here comes that sneak by Sick. I'm not sure whether he got spotted, but Twisted Minds, they go for the reset.
Yeah, similar to last game here on the Assassin Jungle, Sick is not going for that much combat, actually. He's playing the map more, pushing out these waves, and being on the sidelines is more of a split pusher here.
Oh, the catch comes in! Wow! Yep, that's not enough for sure. And Twisted Minds, they punished 9Z Globin for staying around a little bit too far forward. The steal attempted will not hit the mark. 9Z Globin, they falter for now as they try to make amends with that take on the Shadow Overlord. So it's going to be successful, but Twisted Minds, this is their map for now.
They hunted down Sick there with extreme prejudice. They notice him up on the map for 1 second, and ACC says, all right, I know what to do. Pops his howl, sends the whole team after him there, grabs him up, doesn't even give him the chance to steal there as he gets taken out.
So 9Z Globin now on the back foot, but they get a little bit of a breathing space, right? With the Shadow Overlord summoned on the bottom side with the help of the Vanguards as well. So it's Twisted Minds, they have a little bit of damage. They should be able to get that clear pretty soon. It's really about the rest of the map. How does 9Z Globin control and get the tempo back in their favor?
it's kind of rough here, right? Because we were mentioning that like both teams have kind of these feast or famine style characters. The Lamb, you know, you really want to be ahead to do the stuff you know that Lamb kind of is known for, that he does. But he's not really able to get a foothold or any lead in this game, so he's just forced to just play side lanes, clear out the waves here, right? Whereas Clean, he's actually been doing okay in the clashing. He's scaling up. He's able to match something like a Fati here, but he does get caught out here. Just as I say, the caster's curse, immediately he gets caught the second I say it.
But is it really a loss, right? On Twisted Minds, the map is still very much in their favor. So giving the life of Clean, I think it's a small price to pay, because once the dust settles, look, they still have a 3,000 gold lead. In their side, they also have the map advantage. 6 turrets to 2 taken on the side of 9ZG.
And Clean is up 2,000 gold on the Fati there. That is incredible. He has Siege Breaker in hand. He is ready for war here. This is one of the highest power spikes in the game, the Siege Breaker here for the Yao. These fights are gonna get bloody here.
Oh, they will try, but it's not enough damage for now. The flash comes in on the backline. Nice knockup by Couple. The shutdown from the side of Moon as well. Crucial crowd control really changed the game. And this time, it is Twisted Minds for the first time getting caught out.
Absolutely here. Yao trying to defend, not gonna happen here. Beautiful 4 for 0. That completely switches up the game. We were mentioning Twisted Minds was up 4,000 or 5,000 gold, but they might lose right here. We have death timers at about 20 seconds. They're tanking up the towers. It looks like 9ZG is playing for the win here. They only have Liang here.
Yep, there's not enough time. 10 seconds. They don't even need to get the kill. It's about protecting the minions. They are on it. They might have taken a series against Twisted, and they do. It is going to be 3-2. 9Z Global. What a comeback.
Absolutely. All it takes, we always say XYZ team is ahead, whatever, but all that matters is who wins the fights, right? Because any gold lead can be made up when you go ahead and have a beautiful team fight there. We see Liang with the 3-man Tremor Smash there, connecting with the flash. Instantly wins the game. It seems like Twisted Mind was caught without their Liang. We were mentioning the Liang is so pivotal. Not having Liang in position means that, you know, when the Liang jumps in and has a beautiful ultimate, no one's there to interrupt him, right? And that's what happens when no one's there to interrupt him. He's left in base, 1v4, and that's all she wrote.
And the lovely part about that fight was the fact that WinRJ dove in first, got these slashes in, moved back, and then allowed Couple to come in front, get the flash Tremor Smash as well. And then, you know, there was not enough damage to be able to take the lives of 2 separate people. So they made them use all their resources, got the kills, and left ACC alone, like you said. And that really was the opening for the Crystal take. They dove those turrets for free and for days.
Absolutely. I think Twisted Minds was not ready for that level of aggression. They were winning all game, right? When you're winning all game, you're in the driver's seat, right? You don't expect the enemies to switch it up on you. But that's the... I was mentioning that Twisted Mind had the clutch factor. That game, I would say 9ZG had the clutch factor there. They recognized a moment where they were strong. They land the Hou Yi ultimate there and then go for the catch. And a catch churned into a team fight win when Twisted tried to claw their way back. They probably should have just let the person that get caught die and then back up and retreat and just give the tower. But no, they're ahead. They want to go ahead and fight him for it. And when they lose the fight, it can turn what was a one-man catch into a loss.
That's right. And right before that, we were talking about Clean. Clean had a 2,000 gold advantage against WinRJ. And WinRJ said, screw that. Who cares about gold advantage? I'm going to get the win for the team.
I'm going to be real. The Yao pick, we like it, man, but they didn't really do much that game. You know, he was up a lot of farm. He did wave clear a lot and get side lane pressure. But when it came down to the fights, kind of like Lamb, right? We mentioned Lamb didn't really do much either. Both the spicy picks here didn't really do much here. Definitely MVP going to the Yang Po with the game-winning Tremor Smash at the end.
Yes, Couple Saber. Look at the damage he took for the team. 42% of the total hero damage offered by the side of TM. Soaked up by this guy. He dove into the lava pit for sure. But the setup was so beautiful. The last flash Tremor Smash.
Absolutely. All game, you're going to see Twisted Minds actually be ahead here. But again, doesn't matter. All that matters is who wins the last fight and if it's decisive enough. And that was 9ZG.
Yep, a beautiful team play here. And of course, there were a couple of moments that were really scary if you are a 9Z Global fan, right? Look at this shutdown onto Sig. They got him. He was way across out of position in the map as well. Then this knockup was really what changed the entire fight. taking 3 people together, getting the multi-man knockup. ACC wasn't a fight, but he wasn't allowed to do what he needed to do, which was the theory we started the day with.
After watching that fight back, I think ACC he should have committed the ultimate there, you know? He was kind of playing his life there, making sure that he didn't go down. But if you don't go down, your entire team does, right? He could have probably just suicided and then just ulted someone down there to, you know, give his team a little bit of breathing room. But it looks like everyone inside Twisted were so caught off guard, they just scrambled. They didn't have a plan together. They all got it and scrambled, and they were picked off because of that. And ACC being the only survivor is GG.
So this was a great learning lesson for the side of Twisted Minds, but also for the side of 90 Globen. So with that being said, thank you for joining us for the first series of the day for Best of 5. We have a second one coming up for our BTK fans as well as Boars Gaming fans. It's going to be another Best of 5 when we're back. Get ready for that one.
The elders say the seers have guarded the misty marshes for generations. We are the forest. Losing everything. Just as I did. Sinking into darkness. My old self is already buried. How amusing. This eternal, blissful heaven. What a beautiful little bubble. I can't wait to pop it with my own hands.
Will you live for real? Join the party.
Make the whole street a party and add disco balls. Real Me 15 series. Live real in every shot.
Welcome back. It is time for the second series of the day. A beautiful start we have between Twisted Minds as well as 90 Global. Once again, it's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. And with me today is Yumas. We are heading into BTK versus Boars Gaming. What do you think about it?
Wow. First off, the first match of the day, you could not have scripted it better, right? Game 5, and it looks like they were losing, and there was a huge comeback here. Amazing game there. But today, or now actually, we have BTK versus Boars Gaming. BTK, fan favorite, you know, team, but not able to put a match win on the board here, right? But we've seen some, you know, glimmers of hope there where they get some game wins, but they're not able to get any match wins. Maybe this best of 5 format could kind of move things to their favor. Similar to Boars Gaming, not able to have the most success as well. So this is going to be, you know, going to see who is going to be not at the bottom today, basically.
That's true. While that is on the board, we also have something else on the board, and that's going to be a new version that arrives on the 24th of September. Get ready to unleash your spirit. What do we mean? You will find out very soon.
Absolutely, those Spritlings are gonna be awesome. Very excited for that. There's also the Ultimate Awakening, all right? Super thrilling MOBA combat on the 27th. We've already seen super thrilling combat today already, so I cannot wait for the 27th. It must be even more thrilling than before.
That's right. And now, second series of the day, Boris Gaming, BTK. I think we'll be starting with the introductions of BTK first. Now, with that being said, I think it's been a rough journey for both these teams, but Boris Gaming have recently recovered on the last day of ranking week, getting 2 wins in a row for themselves.
Absolutely. Here's a look at BTK here. A bit of the underdogs. Let's go and check them out.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise the bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Here's a look at BTK, the Bloodthirsty Kings, the challengers here. Now, there's been a lot of critical thoughts about BTK here, right? But we gotta always stress, this team is relatively new to Honor Kings, and they are going up against seasoned professional teams with a lot of veterancy. Them being able to take a few games is actually very impressive. It shows how quickly they can go ahead and adapt. Their roster has Hoon in the mid lane, Moba Zane on Marksman, Shark on Roam, Best Player in the jungle, and Fried Chicken here in the Clash lane. Let's see if they learned enough from that rankings week to go ahead and get a win on today.
Well, it has to be today because we have to take a look at Boris Gaming.
You should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise the bar. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
Hailing from Kazakhstan, we have our Royal Hunters in the form of Boris Gaming, represented by 3005 in the Clash, Wise in the jungle, Red QT in that mid, Mac in that farm, and of course Phasma in that roam. These 5 members looking for success once again, ending on a high with ranking week, 2 wins in a row.
Yeah, I was mentioning I was here for day 1 and 2, and they had some of the toughest games. They were against OG, they were against Twisted Minds and such here. So they had a bit of a rough start to rankings week, but as we were going further into rankings week, right, it is a round robin. They are going to be able to play against every team here. They're able to pick it back up with 2 wins because they got those tough games out of the way already.
That's true, and I think they really learned a lot. I mean, taking control of the jungle was very important for them.
Absolutely, yeah. They have a great kind of synergy. Even against those tough games there, we see them kind of pull ahead early game. They're not really quite able to close it out or maintain it in the mid game here against some of the stronger teams, but they definitely did a great job versus some of the other teams in Group A. As you see a head-to-head here, look at this. The stats are pretty in line here, I'd say, other than the average damage dealt. Look at Weiss there, doing on average 10,000 more damage than Best Player 1.
I mean, doing a lot of damage is one thing, but getting the kills is very important, right? You can do a lot of damage, but if you don't finish the job, then it doesn't matter that much. So we'll see Boris Gaming pick up the blue side, so they will get prio pick, and BTK now will be tested on the counter pick side on the ring.
Yeah, absolutely. We were saying earlier that, you know, blue pick or first pick is a little bit more prioritized, but we see different teams have different strategies as BTK actually, they actually will take first pick here. Okay. They're taking first pick here, and Boris Gaming is actually going to be the side that does have those counter 2 picks.
Okay, so Mai and Dharma immediately taken out. BTK knows that this is a risk on giving that side on the board, which means they're probably gonna prio the RD pick, I guess. Okay, it's banned.
Yeah, I'm surprised because we were mentioning earlier that, BTK, one of their weaknesses, they don't play Arlie as proficiently as some of the other teams here. But Boars Gaming still giving Zane the respect he needs, banning out that Arlie and giving him the long first pick. This is actually perfect for BTK, I'd say.
That's true, but then Boars Gaming, they come up with a very nice answer that is the burst in the form of the Lady Sun. So both farm laners offering the same style of kits, but who gets to burst who? That's the big question here.
Yeah, maybe this game we'll see something like the main Lady Sun, a strategy we've seen in the past. We've seen in KWC a good amount as well too, but we've yet to see it in the KMW, if I'm correct, as they lock in the Yuan. That could be flexed in the mid position or the roam position. They're often seen in the roam position here, so maybe that strategy is not going to come out today.
Really? BTK has done this to me so many times. They keep flashing the Luna but never pick it. So like, best player one, can you please lock it in?
Yeah, I seen Best Player One play some Luna on stream. He can play the hero. Is he able to play it at a professional level now, though, is the question.
Okay, they do lock it in. I'm excited by this one. So BTK, let me see what this damage that Luna offers, right? Boars Gaming, they come up with the Ogren counter pick. Is it going to be strong enough? Because Luna is so mobile, it's so hard for Ogren to get the catch.
Absolutely. If I was BTK, I would think about, removing maybe the Liang here, right? They could always go ahead and flex a Yuan in the mid lane. And if they pick up a Liang, they could shut down that Luna here. And there we go. Liang goes ahead and gets banned out. We see Boars Gaming targeting some other mid laners for the side BTK. They know that Hoon wants to get that Lady Jen going, and then Fried Chicken likes the Byron, so they remove those. A bit of a hybrid. Usually you see teams with the second set of bans target a specific person here, but they actually opt to split it between the two remaining members of BTK.
Okay, so does BTK go for the Yixing? I mean, it works wonders.
Yeah, the Yixing and the Zhangfei we were mentioning is a pretty good combo overall. Is it a combo that they want to lock up here in this game and invest into this? We're not sure yet. They actually also ban out the Liang Po, They don't want the possibility of that Yuan going into the mid lane, so they go ahead and remove up that roam option from the side of Boars Gaming. It looks like even if they did that, they're gonna send the Motsu into the roam and send Yuan mid anyway.
Okay, I have to be clear about this. BTK's draft is impressing me. This is not the same BTK 3 days ago. This is for sure. But Boars Gaming, nice response. They get the Fatih in the clash lane. This is going to be about the catch, right? Hoon plays a very important marker in this game for BTK. And for Boars, it really is about Mac on this Lady Sun. Can he get those free shots in?
Absolutely. We've seen BTK, I think their drafts have always been very solid, but when it comes down to execution, it was always a little bit hit or miss, right? They've always had great drafts here, and I think this is another one here, picking up a great composition here. They don't pick up the Yixing, instead they pick up something like the Sha here, try and get a little bit easier picks down, potentially to get the Luna ahead early. But let's go ahead and see how they can play this game out. Very curious how it goes. Game one is going to set the pace.
Okay, so Luna is a very nice pick for viewers because it looks flashy, but the success rate of a Luna is really low because it's a high risk, high reward. If you get shut down early game, there is no way to come back.
Yeah, and we're always mentioning Luna is very telegraphed in how they want to clear, right? They need that Azure Golem. If you're able to somehow disrupt that, they have a really hard time getting that level 4 and getting into that mid game. Here's a look at the players here getting ready once again here. Red Cutie here looking a little bit confused, not sure what he saw there. Getting a little bit of hand signals off of screen there, but they're getting ready for their match here. Hoon is locked in and ready. Bit of an interruption to going into the game, but it's okay. Both teams get a little bit cooler before they get into the action. I'm interested to see the Hoon Sha. I've never really seen him play the Sha, Not a pick he plays often on stream here as well, too. So he's busting out a little bit of a wild card here, something that we don't expect from him, and certainly not something that Boars Game expected from him, I'm pretty sure.
I think it's very important to be able to pick this Shi pick. It's not the most difficult hero to execute, but also because they have an Ogren on the other side, right? So the moment he comes in with the Path of Passing, there is a potential that Hoon can actually get the catch on the Wise, and then it becomes a 5v1.
Absolutely, yeah. And we don't see much Shaw play outside of, I think, Highlang exactly. No real other teams kind of play that. So BTK taking a little bit out of a Twisted Minds book. And that's one of the best books to take strategy out of, as they are the former KMW champions here.
Yes, very important to learn from your opponents. I mean, yes, you might have to deal with a couple of L's, learning lessons in the form of losses, right? But it's really about the improvement, how fast you can grow. And I think just based off the draft, you know what, BTK, I like the idea, but the real challenge is, okay, that's a decent draft. Can you execute it well?
Absolutely. BTK, they've been learning a lot in the rankings week, okay? The time for learning is done. You learn a little bit too much here in Survival Week, you're going home. So let's see how BTK goes ahead and does it. Look at my boy Shark here, super nonchalant, waiting for the game to go ahead and happen here. He's kind of vibing right there, you know, he's vibing. He doesn't look scared, but, you know, he's ready to go.
I mean, I am an advocate of lifelong learning, so I don't know if this is going to be the case for BTK here, because look, the history of Balls Gaming have a track record and a good one. The first 10 minutes has always been Boar's advantage.
Absolutely. And while Boris has not been able to keep that momentum going versus some of the other teams here, BTK, not a very proven team, right? One of the new kids on the block here, new to the KMW. This is Group A versus Group A, though, so they're not going to have to worry about placing against some of these really strong teams. Here is where you go ahead and set yourself apart, and there's only one team that can get out of Group A, so they really need to set themselves apart.
Yes, they have to take all the points they can have. It would be better not to drop any games in the series. And bear in mind, from today onwards, all series are best of 5s. You have to go the distance here against your opponents.
Wait. It was a bit of a mix-up here. BTK is the one with the Yuan and the Ogren. Actually, it's Boris Gaming with the Luna.
Okay, then this is a completely different case than I think. I don't know, I'm so scared. Board Gaming, they have to play this well.
Oh, here we go. Flash coming out from the shot already. 40 seconds into the game here. Red QD busting out the shift. So, okay, so Hoon is on a pick that we see him pick a little bit more. When I saw the shot, I thought it was a little bit interesting, you know, because we don't see Hoon play that often, but he does play a good amount of Yuan mid here. So BTK with a draft that, you know, they're perceivably a little bit more comfortable with now.
Yes, and I think for now, understand why now Fried Chicken actually gets the party. This is one of his signature picks on the hero, right, in the Clash lane. Let's see if BTK is able to really hit those power spikes at the important time, because Shark actually has been landing quite a few hits as well. I mean, the Cannon Blast have been really consistent. Mobile Zane as well. Those frag grenades have been hitting the mark.
Yeah, Mode 2, we don't talk about too much, but it's actually like one of the most underrated consistent picks. We've seen it pick a good amount in the rankings week, and it never really, you know, gets banned out. It's kind of always there, but it does its job. Games it's picked in, it's relatively good. It's able to get those cannon blasts, disrupt the enemies, right? It's usually not the reason their team wins, but it's also not the reason their team loses. It's just a super consistent range mage style roamer here.
Yes, and I think it's finding its value, right? Look, BTK aggressive. That's rare. And here we go. Wise tries to go in, but on the backline, it's 30-05, 1v4 now, as he gets locked down. This is not the Boris Gaming. In fact, this is BTK's great start.
Absolutely, and Shark there getting that value we were talking about, right? Comes in clutch last second with a cannon blast to lock down 30-05 to secure the kill. As you see Boris Gaming go ahead and try to take it to BTK here, but Yuan being able to go untangible there, dodges out on all that damage and gets the heal back out for best player 1 here. They're moving throughout the jungle together and trying to get this Ogren online.
What is this BTK, man? This is a very unfamiliar team. The way they're executing the draft is actually not bad. Look, Shark, I think he has been on point. Look, they miss the Unbridled Outburst as well. That's a huge resource gone. For the next, 1 minute? There might not be enough time for him to recover the Unbridled Outburst before that 4-minute mark.
Shark with a fancy feed here, dodging out that Unbridled Outburst. A bit ambitious of a pick there from the side of Phasma there, trying to catch out the Shark. He's on that wall. He has Flash. Realistically, he's not going to go down there, but I like that they attempted it here, trying to check Shark. Shark still, once again, getting those cannon blasts, getting vision for his team, and fending off the side of Boris Gaming.
Okay, so now let's take a look at what Boris Gaming need to do. They're not able to extract value across the map so far because BTK has been at their neck the entire game.
frost.
Absolutely, and this is again great early game. Boars Gaming, you know, while they were able to hang with some of the other teams in the early game, it looks like BTK here is able to hang as well. They're getting up in gold here. They have the gold lead. They have the kill advantage. They just need to keep this up and not squander this lead they have.
It's about a 600 gold lead, right? Not the biggest right now, but the gold leads are pretty okay in a sense where important members are getting it, right? So Fried Chicken actually has the lead in lane. Mobile Zane also has the lead in lane, and more importantly, it's Wise actually now recovering the lead back from Best Player 1.
I would say though, yeah, while everyone on side BTK and the other carriers ahead, Weiss is pretty strong here, upper level on Best Player 1 here, right? Has a good amount of gold, as you mentioned, and now stealing their Zergolem, and they're taking the fight.
Oh, they're going in!
Jungle.
Yep, Wise gets a double kill here on the backline. It's not ideal for the side of BTK, but Wise is falling a little bit low. Mobile Zane might want to try and go in onto the backlines on the side of Boars Gaming, but it's not going to be enough. And what a timing to do it as well. 4.5 minutes, Boars get access into the first Tyrant of the game.
Absolutely. I don't think BTK has played against too many Luna, so I guess they're learning about Luna here now as Weiss dives in and gets a double kill here. Luna is extremely ahead now, up almost 2 levels on Best Player on that Auburn here. They need to go ahead and slow this back down now. They were ahead, but instantly one fight, they are now behind.
Oh no, they did not manage to get that final blow onto Mac here. He's going to use his Dragon from the Infinite Fastness, gets out of danger. At the same time, BTK, I still like the stuns coming out from Shark. Can they deal more turret damage though?
Yeah, they're looking. Here we go. Unbrown Outburst on Lady Sun, getting a little bit too caught there. Zane, a bit out of position, greeting for tower damage in the face of Zhang Fei. A little bit scary. And we see here why. He immediately gets converted on. When you're in front of a Shi and you're in front of a Zhang Fei, you really cannot play like that, right? Because they are able to just convert off each other so well.
Yes, we have been sleeping on Red Cutie for so long. This guy is really a core part of the team. The catches have been phenomenal so far. And BTK, yes, they have improved, but they have not improved enough because Boars Gaming looking for another opening on the T1 at the bottom. But for now, the true target is the Zergolem. Team fight imminent.
Here we go. Once again, is always going to be a fight over this Azure Golem here as fight breaks out. Wow, BTK Dragon's up really low. Flash box comes out. Does not quite do much, but Mac does go down for it.
Oh, but BTK, they have found an opening. Like you said, the box was it a very huge deal? Not the biggest because Mac was already low, but that allowed Mobile Zane to get the kill. And with that, for the 3, BTK hang on and maybe able to put a little bit more pressure onto the map itself. It looks like BTK, they want to try and defend that T1 at the top because the T1 at the bottom should be open for the taking. One more hit. No, not going to get it.
Yeah, Zane backing up there, kind of wanting to let the minions finish that tower out there, and it gets punished as Charlotte is able to clear it just in time there for it to not get taken out. Now he needs to go ahead and take down another wave before he can give that global gold over to his team here. But wait, look at this. Charlotte is in the bot lane here. Can they have a 2v1 here? Can they get a catch on the Charlotte?
I mean, getting a kill
towers on one.
Yeah, T1 is just the most important part, right? Look, I'm so impressed by the growth of BTK, man. This is not what I expected coming in.
Hey, while BTK didn't win any matches before, we saw them, you know, go the distance with a lot of these teams. They're able to take a game off of ALO Gaming, right? There's another team they took a game off as well, too. So they've shown that they can win. It's just they're not as consistent yet, but here's a game that they could probably win again here, too. No, as we see Best Player go down. Uh-oh, this is not good.
Yeah, this setup is wonderful for the side of Boars Gaming, and they clean house with that one. Is going to be 4 members down, and they get the Azure Golem as well. BTK, once again, great start, but unable to hang on to the lead that they had. And for now, Fried Chicken is all alone. His lonesome self has to watch as the jungle is being taken apart.
I don't know if you guys ever played against a Fed Luna, all right? I would not recommend it to my biggest enemies, okay? But BTK is gonna be playing against a Fed Luna here today. Luna is 5-6 kills deep here now, and oh man, it is gonna be a clinic that they're gonna be putting on.
Yes, called the doctor, but not for Boars Gaming because BTK now are behind by 2,000, close to 3,000 gold. Is this the biggest lead? Not really, but Wise is feeling it today. Oh, he gets locked down though.
Weiss was aura farming there in the mid lane, but he ends up getting out. Okay, he was just kind of there, 1v2, you know, attempts it and gets away.
Yeah, this is not comfortable for the side of BTK. I mean, the pressure being put on by Boars, this fits with their MO. This is the Boars early game, right? The first 10 minutes, they don't normally lose track of the lead.
Yeah, we always say there's some heroes that can kind of get out of control, right? We were talking about earlier the Fade, the Lamb, the Yao, right? And this is a hero that can get out of control, the Luna.
Yes, I mean, look, crowd control, high mobility, decent damage, shielding as well. So many perks to playing the Luna, especially when you're playing it with a lead.
Yeah, we see the Luna just soloing out the Tyrant. Another perk is able to rush down objectives extremely quickly as well too, right? Constantly getting that reset on that ultimate here. We see Weiss just darting throughout the map here. No real fear of the side of BTK. He knows they don't have the damage to really take him out immediately there, but there are also some targets that, you know, he can't really take out as easily as well, like the Yuan, right?
Yeah, it's not as easy as it looks to be, right? But at the same time, look, Boars just playing the map a little bit better than BTK. Right now, they're pulling the members of BTK to react to what they want to have happen. And this is one of the strengths of the side of Boars Gaming, which is pretty decent map control within the first 10 minutes. We'll see if BTK recovers after this.
Boars Gaming looking for a fight here. Zhang Fei playing very aggressively, but I understand why. He's up 2 levels on Shark. Look at this. Zhang Fei level 12, Shark's only level 10 here. Everyone outside Boars Gaming is up so much experience. Level 15, Luna.
Yep, he baits it out with Unbridled Offers as well. The control comes in. Fried Chicken does survive, but on the back lines is not going to be the same picture as best player. One is taken down along with Shark as well. They force out the flash. Mohamed Zayn going to be taken down. And with that, Mac gets out to safety with the Infinite Vastness. Gets a double kill in the process. And the T3s are on the menu for the Boars.
Boars Gaming had no minions, I'm pretty sure, and just dove the tier 2 onside BTK. They are in a world of hurt right now. Once these heroes like that Luna get ahead, look at the gold chart. Up 3,000 gold on everyone in the game here. Ridiculous.
3,000 is insane. 10,000 gold is insane at the 10-minute mark. That means he has 1,000 GPM. That's 1,000 gold per minute.
And Weiss is putting it to good use here, taking all these objectives here on everyone. We see a double objective being taken from side Boars Gaming. Now, we say a lot about Boars Gaming. They know how to push a lead here. They're in the lead here, and they're making sure BTK knows. They take double objectives. They're diving them under tier 2 towers. They're not losing any members here. This gold lead is going further and further away.
Yes, it's close to a 6,000 goal lead at this point. Boars Gaming, they're feasting. One more T2 for the taking maybe, but BTK, they can defend this if they want. Oh no, here comes the catch as well. They actually force Fried Chicken into a bad position. And with that, they have to move away. But during that skirmish, Weiss actually steals the T2 on the top.
Yeah, Luna's great at split pushing as well too. It's great in these fights, but it's able to dart around the map so quickly that, you know, while you're kind of tending to mid lane or bot lane, they're able to dash up to the clash lane and push that wave in too. You see Luna steal a lot of towers.
Yep, the scalpel is here. The cut is deep. The T3 on the top going to be taken down. BTK have no answers for now. Oh, they do get the stun onto Weiss. Not going to be enough. Hoon tries to make that play. Get the stun in. There is a knockback. The save comes in from Phasma. And BTK have no answers.
That was honestly the picture-perfect engage for BTK here, right? Luna jumps in and immediately gets stunned by Cannon Blast, but they were just not able to output enough damage to take out the Luna. Luna's at the point in the game where she has her full build. She's going to be relatively durable with the Ogrun's Ward and such there, and we see them kind of survive really ridiculous situations now.
Exactly. I mean, it's a 12-3 scoreline. Best player one is trying to scout out information in the jungle, right? Who can they catch? But for now, Red Cutie is the one that's putting a lot of damage. Mohamed Zayn, once again, the fight hasn't even...
There we go, along with the Infinite Vastness onto the backline of BTK. Fried Chicken does kill him for that transgression though, as we see BTK kind of group up and survive it. Usually you use that ultimate to, you know, get yourself to safety. Mac feeling himself a little bit there with that aggression, tries to engage there over the wall, gets punished for it, and BTK are showing some signs of life here. We see 30-05 with the Charlotte. Everyone is really leveled up on the side of Boars Gaming now.
It's important, right? Because this is where recovery can start for the side of BTK. And then this is also the problem for Boars. They kind of get overconfident and they start to throw away the lead they have gotten for themselves. So not ideal, but Mac, he does have the Siege Breaker. So this is an important item for him.
Yeah, every single hero on the side of Boar's Gaming is up so much gold here. We see that Luna is full build already. Probably has that Sanctuary Destiny ready in the back as well too, because it is 13,000 gold to barely not even 10,000 yet for a best player.
That is not a ideal situation for sure, but he is level 15, so there is a little bit of silver lining down here. And I think BTK will do their best to not take a team fight here. If they don't lose the team fights, they can probably drag the game out up to the Tempest game.
Here's the bright side about Luna getting full build 9 minutes in the game, you know? She can only get worse from here, right? She's just been already at peak strength for the last few minutes here. She's not getting any stronger, as you mentioned. If they can go ahead and stall it out, maybe they can catch up on items here. Best player is coming back here. Usually around that 10, 12,000 gold mark is going to be where you get all your items anyway. So any extra that Weiss gets now is just going to be gravy on top for stuff like that Sanctuary and Destiny we were talking about there. So Board Gaming really wants to go ahead and lock up this game before BTK kind of match their strength here.
Yes, because then you're kind of putting BTK as their natural habitat, which is they love to fight, right? And late game, that's the game decider, a good team fight.
Absolutely. We see Zhang Fei being caught out here, potentially forced to use the Unbridled Outforce, but they're turning it into an engage here. You want forced to use ultimate there to get away. Charlotte on the backline, 35 dive so incredibly deep, but he gets peeled off by the members of BTK. They're able to death ball it up.
But it doesn't matter because BTK has no jungler now. There is no smite. Now, Wise, they can take this team fight to a different level. They can start working on that Shadow Tyrant on the side of Boris Gaming as well. And this is going to be very detrimental to the side of BTK because you don't want to fight against a team that has the Tyrant buff.
They're playing it really slowly. They probably still have the Primal Bond here, so they're being extra cautious with it, making sure everyone goes ahead and resets. BTK trying to get vision here. You can see Shark is doing such a great job of getting vision with that Cannon Blast and that support item active there, being able to scout out the bushes there as well. But wow, look at that. You misstep once. Zane in one Flaming Palms lost 70% of his health.
That's crazy, but that's the beauty of having the Lung, right? And now they will get the clear. The Shadow Overlord going to be set down on his flight path on the bottom here. And another potential fight. They want to get the lockdown, the backline. Wise gets all of them. It's not going to be good news for the side of BTK because now they're just left with fried chicken. And all he can do is be cooped up. And with that, that's a team ace, a triple kill coming for the side of Wise. And Boris Gaming victory is in sight.
That was like a train wreck you were watching happen. We saw Luna on the map there. Zhang Fei lands the ultimate on the 4, and I'm like, that's it right there. As Luna comes in and absolutely decimates BTK there. They have that Sanctuary. We were mentioning they had so much gold. They probably had a bunch of items prepped there, but don't even need it.
Yeah, look, that Unbridled Outburst was literally Phasma serving the entirety of BTK on a silver platter to Wise.
Yeah, and Weiss was just so strong. He didn't even have to do that many dashes, right? Like 2 or 3 dashes, and he already killed all the members on the side of BTK. Quadra kill there for Weiss. Almost a pentakill. I think the Long ended up stealing one of those there. But super impressive match right there. And we're mentioning BTK has been learning a lot. They're still learning.
They have to learn, right? I mean, this one is a painful lesson because they actually did quite well. They managed to stave off the monstrous growth of Boris Gaming for a little bit in that initial 10-minute mark, and they were well on their way to getting towards the late game. But unfortunately, Phasma had other plans, and he was telling the team that, hey, I have a buffet for you. It's going to come in the form of the BTK boys.
Absolutely there. But yeah, the Luna, though, we were mentioning, it's one of those picks that can go crazy. Here's a game where you see it go crazy. This game is very similar to my ranked games when I'm against Luna. You're level 15, 9 minutes in, and then just... there was a point in the middle of the game, Weiss was just standing in the middle of the map. There was no minions or anything coming out. He was just trying to test out his combo here. He was like, let me test out my combo under the tower of BTK real quick. Jumps in and then immediately gets back away there. Luna is one of those heroes, they just get too out of control, and they did not have the tools to shut the Luna down as they removed the Liang from them.
Yeah, the same thing, right? Not allowed to play with your win conditions. Let's take a look at the growth of this side of Boris. But this game, definitely it should be Wise in that MVP.
Absolutely, there. Weiss 10-1 definitely gets the MVP there.
Two members,
we see them.
Big difference.
Yeah, we see them on the Destiny near the end here. He already swapped through some of the items there. He was just up so much gold. I think it was the 16,000 gold here. on Weiss. If you look at Weiss's gold compared to Shark, he is more than double their gold right now because he's so extremely ahead.
Yeah, but that's also the reason why his damage is so high, right? He had everything going for him, close to 150,000 worth of hero damage dealt to the side of BTK.
Absolutely. Hey, and we got to give a shout out to Shark here. We mentioned Shark all throughout that early game was doing so much work with those cannon blasts, getting visions as well. And looking at the numbers, he did impressive damage. On the losing team here, he did more damage than the enemy Clash laner here, right? Doing a similar damage to his mid laner actually on the Motsu.
He really gave a lot of value in the early parts of the game because of the stuns coming in. But the MVP, once again, we all know who it's going to be. It's going to be Wise here. 10-1-7. The one that finished off the entirety of BTK with that quadra kill at the end there, dealing 37% of the team's hero damage.
That's one of the most impressive damage numbers we've seen in a while, right? 37%, single-handedly doing more than a third of his team's damage. And it makes sense. He got so ahead in the early to mid game here. In the very, very early game, you know, Luna wasn't doing that much, kind of just farming up and getting ready. But once we saw this one fight, this is the fight I'm talking about, I think, here. This first fight here at the start of the game, he was already up a level on Oghren just via farming. But then able to get 2 kills on top of it as well, too. That just cemented that he was going to be a problem this game.
Yes, and even though, you know, Shark provided so much value in the start, end of the day, the Mozi has one core weakness, which is CC, right? Shark actually got into a pretty nice position to get that thing inside the box. But unfortunately for him, you know, any sort of stun will stop that. And this one was the serving silver platter.
Brutal final fight there for the likes of BTK. And yeah, the Motsu pick, it's strong in the early game, but I would say it's one of those picks that really needs to kind of be ahead. You want to be ahead so that you can push into the enemy jungle and always get vision with those cannon blasts and such. When you're playing on the back foot with Motsu, you're often just shooting down the minion wave and trying to clear for your team. And that's not what you want to be doing, right? The best Motsus are in the enemy jungle, getting vision, harassing the enemy jungler with cannon blasts on their buffs and such. And Shark was just not really given that room because they were so behind as a team.
Yep, so with that being said, we will go for a break. When we're back, we bring you game number 2.
Kings, it's an honor showtime.
You can cheat. First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain. Say. I've triggered my soul down.
Follow my pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace I'm waiting.
Welcome back. It is time for the second game of this best of 5. And of course, yes, I am facing some cannon blaster with my internet as well. So you must take it away.
I'm going to pretend to be frozen as well here. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, we're going into game 2 here with BTK versus Boars Gaming here. And as you mentioned, BTK, they held their own in the early game against Boars Gaming, which you also mentioned had a very, very strong early game, right? but once that Luna got out of control, I think it's just comes with experience, right? There's all these picks in Honor Kings that can just get so crazy out of control, especially when played at the highest level by a team like Boars Gaming here. And BTK is gonna have to figure those out one by one, right? The other time I cast in one of the games, they were up against an Arlie composition that Arlie got out of control for. This game, Luna got out of control for. There's just so many picks in Honor Kings that are able to be very, very pivotal when they're given away. If you give away the Luna, you give away the Arlie, you need to have the game plan for it. Earlier in the day, we were mentioning KPL style draft is if you give your opponent the gun that is Luna and the Arlie and such, you gotta make sure it's not loaded, right? You have things to go ahead and counter that out. Every time you let go of one of these strong picks, you need to have a game plan in mind of how to shut it down, and BTK did not have that there in game one.
So the real question here is, okay, if you know that Boars Gaming have a very strong 10-minute game style, right? Then do you draft to last the first 10 minutes and then you try and come back in the later parts, or do you try to match them blow for blow in that first 10 minutes?
I say BTK is a very momentum-driven team. The games we've seen them won is because they played off a strong momentum, right? I would say instead of outlasting, go for the blow for blow, and also kind of draft a team that you're a bit more comfortable with. We always mention BTK, they're always like this, right? They always first game, or they pick their super meta pick, super textbook pick, and then they end up not executing as well. And then we see them actually have a better performance when they do get onto their comforts and such here. So this game here, maybe they'll go ahead and get onto some of their comforts here. It's going to be harder in the best of fives to, you know, always have your comfort picks and for them to be strong and in good spots here. But playing by the book has never really been BTK's strength.
Okay, that remains to be seen. I'll be honest, like I said, I think everyone, as well as the comments, they can see that there is improvement in BTK's gameplay. And now, BTK, they want to give Mobile Zane's Arlie another chance. Let's see whether this has been a growth worthy of beating Boars Gaming.
Here we go, BTK locking in that Arlie. I've heard talks around the group chats that Zane's Arlie, I'm not going to say who said it, it may be the person I'm casting with today, is a little bit suspicious. So let's go ahead and see if Zane can go ahead and pull that off here today. But that Arlie is against some stout competition in a Mai and a Dharma. Another thing I do have to say is Zane has been getting tough Arlie games, all right? When he gets put on the Arlie, he's against, honestly, the craziest compositions, all right? And now he's against the Mai, against the Dharma. I saw him against the Neza once as well too, right? Like these compositions that are so hard to survive against. Can he survive this game?
I mean, that's the whole point of ban pick, right? That's the whole point of BP, is to make your opponent's life as insufferable as possible. Now, Boars Gaming, they go with the Demon Jet pick. I think that's an okay choice. I would have preferred a channel, but I think at this point, BTK. Let's see, I like the start of this draft once again. Agudo, very strong against tank junglers, which I presume Boars Gaming are going to try out.
The Schwanza game picked up here, the de facto counter to the Dharma here, right? Everyone kind of has that one in their back pocket. Schwanza's seen a lot more pick here in this roundabout of the Major West League. Last time we only saw him really once. We saw him a little bit on the tail end of KWC, but teams are starting to come around to the strength of that cleanse of the butterfly effect from Schwanza.
True, I mean, at this point, it's purely against the Dharma, right? Hopefully, that is going to be the main usage of the butterfly effect, which is the ultimate of the Zhuangzi. But then you also have to be really careful about like the knockups from the Mai. You also have to be careful about the golden tokens by the Direnjie. These are all things that, you know, make life very difficult for Shark.
Wait, that might be a Ganon Mo signal from Hoon there, because that kind of looks like the Ganon Mo Blades move there. Potentially, Ganon Mo coming out for the side of BTK. I'm calling it here first. I don't know. It kind of looked like he was doing the blades in real life there.
Okay, I mean, I'm not that good at charades, so I'm going to take your word for it and guess that we're looking at Ganon Mo, because there is a pick that is open. But Ganon Mo against Mai, is that really what you want to play? It's a little bit hard, though.
I don't know. I can't think of another hero that does that, you know, signal there. But I'm not too sure. Hoon, Ganon Mo is one of Hoon's favorite picks as well here, though. They already used up Yuan. Let's go ahead and see what they round out their team with. Charlotte here, best fried chicken actually loves playing the Charlotte. And there we go. Come on, man. Come on. That was a Ganon Mo movement right there, man.
Okay, that really was, and we will get the Hoon Ganon Mo. This one is a special hero, but Boars Gaming, oh, they respawn with a Musashi. This is not ideal. That first skill by Musashi actually will stop all of the projectiles coming in from the gun and more. So Hun might have the timing skills a little bit more carefully.
Absolutely. And another thing about the Masashi, first game of BTK professionally, they played against Masashi and Guan Yu, right? And we saw Masashi do so much to best player one. He was able to lock him down every single gank, and they were just not ready for it. Let's see if BTK actually have learned from the rankings week on how to go ahead and play against that Masashi, because the first time they played against it, best player couldn't really play the game.
That's right. I think, look, you have mentioned so many times that BTK have really learned a lot of lessons, and now it really comes to the point where you need to show that you are able to pass the exam, because this is survival week. Lose and you are potentially out.
Absolutely here. Game 2, impressive drafts from both sides here. You know what? This is the beauty of the global pick ban, right? Today we've seen so many interesting picks already and so many interesting drafts that you would never see if there wasn't the global pick ban format in. And that's a good thing about HOK, right? There's a good chance that if a game goes best of 5, best of 7, your favorite hero gets picked, because so many heroes are removed from the pool.
That's right. Global ban pick also refers to the fact that you will not be able to pick the hero again in the series unless we head to a best of 7, which is not going to be available today. So you only get to see the heroes played once by each team.
Absolutely. And right now, the meta, there's a lot of strong picks. I would say it's not like very clear what an ultimate battle draft would consist of, right? Like, there's so many options here. We saw in the KWC, everyone's saying that ultimate battle usually is the same exact team versus the same exact team. But in the ultimate battle for KWC, it was not the case, right? Some teams make those adaptations. Some teams prefer the Liang and the Ho Yi and such, and that's why we see them switch up. But speaking of teams, here's a look at both rosters here. The side of BTK has a relatively streamlined roster, I'd say, right? They're going to play as 4. Let's Charlotte probably split push here. And then they have the Ganemo, Agudo, Schwanza with a great anchoring there for their team. And they're just going to play the death ball composition, which I like because it's an easy to execute composition and it plays to their strengths, which are team fighting.
Yo, I've never seen this. Even for me as a player in my ranked games, Shark takes up the prison sprite. So this guy, either this strategy is going to do wonders for the side of BTK, or it's going to be disaster. Which one we will have to see.
I would have to say it's anti-dive tech, right? Like, when you get dove by the Mai, by the Dharma, and the Masashi, you want to drop that prison sprite and kind of negate and dissuade the enemies from coming in here. But definitely very interesting on the Swanza here. Usually it takes something like heal because there's no innate healing in the kit of that hero. But yeah, Shark always cooks with his skills there. We see like Smite Liang Po, Smite Zhang Fei, not Smite, I'm sorry, Stun Zhang Fei and Stun Liang Po, I think, from him earlier. And of all heroes to pick Prison Sprite on, he picks it on the Swanza and not the Liang Po, which is pretty interesting.
Right, so good job on the side of BTK. They actually kept a 3-man rotation in. Probable first blood? No, 30-05 should be safe. It does not want to commit to flash.
Absolutely here. They try to take down 35 under the tower. It does not quite happen. And there we go. There's the Masashi, able to get that kill there with that ultimate. Here's one of BTK's weaknesses. They just let the Masashi kind of, always guarantee a kill with that ultimate when it's up here. And we might start to see a little bit of that trend here today.
Yep, credits to 3005. He was the main bait, right? Well, why was he staying in the middle of 3 people? Because the rest of the side of Boris Gaming were already on their way up. Now, with that, it's going to be, once again, stock standard Boris Gaming gameplay. They have the lead.
Here we go. They get the momentum already here. Against picks like the Masashi and some of the stuff like the Liang, they have such... Oh my god, speaking of catch, look at the range of that catch, but a little bit too far here, it looks like, as Diadea gets dropped really, really low. Zane does not want to let him get away with that, but while barely getting away, went so aggressive there under the tower of BTK. That has to be heartbreaking to see her get away alive.
Phasma is so lucky. I mean, goodness me. That should have been a kill, man, on the side of BTK. Unfortunately, they did not have the gold markers to be able to achieve that. Shark, of course, was taken down early in the game, which means he has a deficit of gold. Now, BTK, Fried Chicken, has been doing quite well. He did secure that space fight, but now he will see 3005 face-to-face. Try to push him away, but here comes Wise.
Yeah, usually you see Dharma get bullied out by a lot of Clash laners in the 1v1, so they send them help. But before talking about that, we see a fight break out here in the middle lane here as Zane goes down to the Mai.
Yep, not ideal. Prison Sprite going to be laid down, but this is still a secure for sure. Wise does get that Azure Golem, and there is no backup for the side of BTK. No response as Boris. They walk away scot-free once again. It's 1,000 gold going to the side of Boris Gaming.
BTK looking not so nice here in the early game of this game here. Boris is getting the momentum that they're kind of known for, right? They're getting super ahead early game here. Mac has been casually farming up, and Hoon has been swapped into the bot lane. It seems like we didn't see him much in the mid lane as Zane is collecting a lot of that mid farm on Arlie. As they try to make a play on Hoon here, he sniffs it out and backs up and holds this lane 1v2.
Yep, Rick Cutie was overthinking there. He was hoping for Hoon to do a flash or something, you know, with that angle of the Kachosen. But regardless, Boris Gaming, they have secured this 1,000 gold lead. They will start building up upon it as Boris Gaming normally do. So the question is, BTK, what is the response here? And it seems to be a numbers advantage.
This game, it looks like they're able to, you know, get some farm on the Arlie, but is BTK able to play Arlie and get it to be that super weapon that other teams kind of go ahead and, you know, scale with in the late game here?
I think Rick Cutie might be the answer, right? He has not really been hitting those markers on his knockups. So Rick Cutie in the middle. This is going to be Tyrant secure for the side of Boris Gaming as Wise jumps into the backline, but there's a lot of damage coming in. Maybe there is a turnaround, but it's too many members. So Fried Chicken and Best Player 1 both taken down as Boris Gaming just lose Wise for the price of 2.
There we go. Tyrant also going the way of Boris Gaming, and now they're starting to get away from BTK here. Usually, you know, 1,000 gold lead, you can still kind of fight, but oh man, that was ambitious there. That 1v2 from Zane there, right? Against the Mai and Deity is definitely gonna be tough.
And he did that without the Doomsday. So this is another learning lesson, right? You need the percentage of damage to be going up against tanky members and a tanky marksman like Mac. Now, with that being said, Boris Gaming, they are open for a counter attack here. Fried Chicken unable to land the hit because the backup has come. Wide looking for it. Bit of farewell, not going to be here just yet, but the double lockup is going to be enough. And 30-05 secures the kill for the team, and they secure the T1 for sure here.
Every time Weiss has that ultimate, it's almost always a kill. It feels like a jungle version of Liang. And I was about to touch on earlier, when you're against heroes like the Liang, the Masashi, they're very cooldown based. You have to make a play when their cooldowns are down. Right now, he's extremely weak without that ultimate. Same with Liang. But if you just play passive when he has his ultimate down, it's just going to play into their game. They only want to fight with their ultimates here. As you see, Zane try to go for a solo kill onto Mac here, but
oh no! Wow, there is no way. This is why the Mai is picked against an RD. What a big amount of burst coming out from Ray Cutie. He's level 8, same level as Mobile Zane, but I'm pretty sure he's much richer than him at this point.
Hey, I was mentioning in the draft that Zane gets himself some tough games. He goes for the 1v1 on Mac there, wins the 1v1, but gets baited into Red Cutie, which absolutely annihilated him with that combo.
Yes, 30-05. Playing with fire, but he's okay because he still has the truth mantra. Right now, the big issue is the fact that Red Cutie is trying to cut off the wave, and this is going to provide value for Mac here, as Phasma as well has eyes onto Mobile Zane. They want to go in, get the catch, the lockup as well. One more hit is going to do it, and of all the people to take the kill, Phasma takes it. T1 once again open for Mac to just lay those passive hits down.
Has destroyed a
This
tower.
is not looking good for the side of Zane here. There's a good chance after this game, if his teammates report him, he's going to lose some reputation points here because he's been spawning, walking in the lane, and dying here. And Board Gaming is taking full capitalization on their side here.
Yeah, Wise. What a smart move. Baits out the Prison Sprite from the side of Shark, but the backup is coming in from the side of BTK. Best Player 1. Can they finally take this man down? Wise is falling low, but they cannot finish the job. They're chasing in, but the heals do come through. Mac, though, is able to land quite a bit of damage. The ultimate does not hit the mark. Oh, now it finally does. Hoon gets the snipe with the couple blades. It's not just done yet. Mobile Zane gets another snipe, maybe?
No, he backs away this time. Do not go in this time. Last time we saw him going to a 1v2 mid. It looks like he's potentially going to the 1v3 this time. Okay, backs up here. But we were mentioning every time Arlie gets picked, it becomes an Arlie game. I would say this is not it. This game, it's Hoon that needs to go ahead and make these plays here. Getting those blades off and getting that smoke off.
Killing spree.
Oh man, another pick going out for the side of BT. They're just getting picked left, right, and center now.
Yeah, this one is really just looking at a menu, right? 3005 was thinking about, hey, do I want to get the trio cut meats here on the side of BTK, or do I want to go for that big kill onto fried chicken? And chicken it was.
Absolutely, Boars Gaming now pressuring the jungle of BTK now here. Azure Golem, we see so many deaths come from trying to contest this Azure Golem. BTK actually opting to give it up, which is smart here because they probably will lose the fight here.
Okay, so they put a little bit of pressure on the T1. There is still a couple of potential snipes coming out from Hun, but for now, that aggression has been staved off. The Boars, they want to look for the engagement in the jungle as well. Not able to find any gaps in the side of BTK. But Boars Gaming, they're fine because now they have access to the Tyrant. They also have access into pressure on the T2 on the top as well.
I think the win condition here for BTK is going ahead and enabling Hoon, right? Playing around Hoon, making sure that he's able to land those blades. Maybe that's also why we see Shark go the Prism Sprite. If he's able to lock down these enemies for Hoon to land those blades on, it could end these fights very, very quickly because the side of Boars is not that tanky. They're all relatively squishy with no tanks on their side.
True. In fact, I would like if Best Player 1 actually uses his ultimate to get the knockup and then Hoon gets his ultimate down as well. But for now, Boars Gaming, they're a very mobile bunch of heroes. Like you have the Musashi, you have the Mai, you have the Dharma. These are all picks that are very hard to deal with if you're looking for very specific aimings. So this, again, Boars Gaming, they capitalize on that 10-minute strength they have and will take away the Crimson Golem in their hands.
We were saying earlier that BTK should go, you know, toe-to-toe with Boars Gaming and try and win that momentum early game. But that ship has sailed. Now they're going to be forced to turtle up here. And they can't even turtle up as Masashi goes into the back line here. Oh, man, another 2 kill. This could be it here for side BTK. They need to turtle up and stall, but Boars is not allowing them to do that.
It is not going to be the case. 3005 with that last flash gets the kill as well. You're left with the fried chicken, and it might not be enough. T3s open for the taking on the bottom. The wound is open, and Boars Gaming looking for that victory.
Fried Chicken needs to kill this one minion here if they want to go ahead and stay alive, but no, it's not able to happen because of that Soul Siege minion there. They're able to leave the crystal on side BTK vulnerable, and they rush it down. Very, very quick game there in the game 2.
Yes, and this one was well in time of what Boars Gaming have strengthened, right? The prior 10-minute game.
Absolutely. Boars Gaming looking like it's business as usual. BTK, now they're knocking on match loss here. This is match points for side Boars Gaming. You do not want to get 3-0'd ever, you know? So we need to really flip the script right now into this match here now. What could they go ahead and do, Ken, you think, to go ahead and try to match the side of Boars Gaming?
Just play late game, right? I think the weakness on the side of Boars is just lasting after the 10-minute mark. If you're able to get those late game picks, you know, like maybe the Fuzu works well in the Clash lane. I think it's something that, you know, Fried Chicken can do. But I think the real issue here is just the understanding of the game for BTK is not there yet. But I do see the improvement. So we'll see how this game goes.
Absolutely, very excited to see that. Yeah, maybe they do pick up a more scaling composition and play to turtle it out. As I was mentioning there before they lost the game, you know, their ship has sailed for them to go ahead and fight Boars Gaming early game. They had to go ahead and stall it out and turtle at that point. But their side of Boars Gaming was so ahead, Masashi just walked behind the tower and just ulted someone down. There's nothing you can really do about that. They had to play the Ganon Mo to wave clear there to kind of make up for kind of the early game hemorrhaging. Arlie died a lot that game there, and because of that, they were down a lot of gold and pressure there. So that's why I'd say that's more of a Ganon Mo game, but they just never got the opportunity. They were stuck wave clearing all game.
Truly was the case because, I mean, the farming rate on the side of Mac was not, say, you know, very hard to do. But the room was always open for him to farm because Mobile Zane was taken down quite a lot of times in this game. 5 deaths, which meant the doors for farming was available for Mac every single time.
Absolutely. They were definitely targeting Zane though, right? They're setting up in the jungle of BTK. So this game, Shark is on something like the Swanson, not as easy to get vision with, unlike the Motsu that's able to cannon blast those bushes. And therefore it made it so that the jungle of BTK was a lot more dangerous. A lot of times Zane had to face check something. You really don't want to face check on marksman roll. And yeah, when you face check a Mai, you're going to go down a few times, right? We saw Zane die back to back so many times in the mid game there, unfortunately, and not able to really get that Arlie even close to being online.
I think BTK was kind of expecting that Boars would dive them heavily with the lead, right? Which they did, but they didn't do as frequently as their usual 10-minute games. So I think Boris really understood what BTK was going for, especially on that pick. So let's talk about the MVP. It had to be Red Cutie. This guy, 4-0-5, never dropped a once, was responsible for a lot of the misery that was inflicted onto Mobazane.
Now, I'm a big Mai kind of hater. I always say its win rate is like terrible or whatever. But this game in particular, Red Cutie showing what happens when you pick Mai and it's played perfectly. He's able to roam throughout all the map, provide so much pressure, damage, crowd control, absolutely everything. When the Mai pick is going right and it goes unchecked, which it did in this game here, it's able to do wonders.
Yes, the knockup is really what changed the game for the side of Boris Gaming, right? The ability to be able to stop any form of comeback from the side of BTK was very huge. Like this huge bait by Mac, calling out to Red Cutie, here's a freebie, take it.
Boom, look at that combo there. Immediately erasing Zane there with the Mai. And again, BTK is allowing these strong picks here. They know the enemy team's gonna pick something like the Mai. You gotta have something ready for it. They had something for the Dharma, the Schwanza, but even then, the Schwanza is kind of like a late game pick. That's one of the weakest roam heroes in the early game. You're a melee, you kind of go around, you don't really do much. They needed a more proactive roamer, I'd say, on Shark, because when we saw Shark on the Motsu, he did a great job early game. Like, I would say winning the early game on their side here. It was just that their team as a whole kind of fell off. This game, he had the Schwanza, really did not have much agency there. But that is going to be game 2, is now match point. We're going to go into a quick break for potentially the final match. I hope not. I want them to take it to game 5. Let's see how it goes.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
Maybe the third time is truly the charm for the side of BTK. Yumas, we're expecting this to be a 3-0, 2-1. What's the call?
I wouldn't put money on a 2-1, let's say, all right? But what does BTK need here? We're talking a little bit about it prior, right? We want to have Shark on a more proactive roamer, because I think he was able to do so much work on the Motsu. When we put him on something more passive, like the Schwanza, they lost a lot of control. They lost a lot of vision there. And, you know, partly because of his pick there, right? And Zane, we were mentioning, died a lot of times in mid-game is because he had to go into his jungle without much vision there. And Schwanza is just a pick that can't really get that much vision for him there. So we'd like to see them go ahead and change up their drafts a little bit. But this is match point, game 3. I'd say, once again, my advice has always been to BTK. They're not at that point yet where they can really play by the textbook, right? Play your comforts, you know, play the heroes you know, play the compositions you know, force those team fights, and go ahead and play the way you guys want to here.
I would think that, hey, if Marco Polo is a signature pick for the side of Mobile Zane, then give it to him, right?
Yeah,
give it
can
to him.
we see a Marco Polo from Zane? Like, we gotta see it one time, right?
But pair it with the Yaria, right? Just give him as much protection as possible. The Wandering Beam from Yaria pick will be able to give you vision as well. I think that's something that they can explore. But for now, BTK, they will ban out the pay, as Boris Gaming looking for the final nail in the coffin to send BTK down in the table.
Absolutely. I'd much rather see one of the best Marco Polos than like a middling Arlie, right? And that's what we could potentially have here, as you know, that's one of Zane's signature picks. We have not really seen Zane on his picks he's really known for. He plays a lot of Chano, the long, but you know, because of how these drafts are going, he's kind of been pigeonholed into going something like the Arlie here.
Okay, so they pick up the Luna. Finally, we get our wish, but instantly, Boris, they respond with the Liang pick. Potential Princess Frost, have they used it? No, they have not. So Boris, they respond with the stock standard combination.
There we go. So we were talking about it. Boris Gaming hand BTK the gun that is Luna, but it is not loaded because Liang and Princess Frost are on the board here, and that's how you got to think about these drafts, right? If you give your opponent anything, you got to have a recourse already in mind, and that's something we saw BTK kind of lack in some of the games prior here. But maybe this is their recourse here with the with the Li Bang Battlefield Command to potentially save the Luna and give them enough durability to survive the Princess Frost Liang combo. But I don't know if you could survive a Princess Frost Liang Fade combo though, because that's a lot of execution power.
Actually, they might be able to, right? BTK's draft here, Lianpo and Liu Bang, I think it does well because number one, it is a huge burst composition. Number two, tanky composition. Number three, stuns. So it fits the bill on what needs to happen against the lineup of Boris. Now then it's about the execution. And do you get the early game? Can you win that wrestle in the jungle with the Boris Gaming people?
Absolutely here. And I would say that the base damage on the side of BTK, Liu Bang, one of those heroes that people, you know, they know him for that global shield, right? Liu Bang has some of the most impressive burst damage as well with a skill 1 and skill 2 burst here. And looking at the side of Boris Gaming, they are really squishy. They do not have any tank heroes. Even the Fade in the jungle, right? They don't have a Clash laner picked yet, but it's often not going to be a really tanky hero. And wait a second, did they hear us here? They might be locking in the Marco Polo here.
But
they're hovering it. No, they lock it in.
Yeah, they do. I like it. I think it's a great pick. So BTK, this is a nice draft, right? There is damage, there is control, there is mobility, a lot of good things on the side of BTK's draft. But Boris Gaming, they're going for the burst composition lineup here, the Fang, the Fade, and then you have the control and the Princess Frost and Liang, and then you add on a Mulan to that. Oh my goodness.
And 30 of 5 locks in his signature Mulan here. We saw that behind him in his team intro here, so that's one of his favorites there. So both teams really feeling themselves locking in their favorite picks here, and it makes sense. This could potentially be match point here. But I like BTK's composition, and it's very pointed. The strategy is streamlined, right? We have the Luna, we have the Marco Polo. When they get ahead and go in, I'm going to Battlefield Command and keep one of them alive, right? And that's a really simple strategy to go ahead and execute. They get follow-up off the Liang Po. And when it's a simple team fighting strategy here like that, I think BTK is really favored. They're good at team fighting.
Yes, this is definitely one of their strengths as a team, right? The ability to fight toe-to-toe against some of the top teams. I think this is something that everyone is excited to take a look at. Will it be enough, though? Because Boris Gaming, if they get the lead, you know they don't let go.
Absolutely. And speaking of streamlines, there's probably no easier composition than the Liang Princess Frost. Double ultimates on the same person, almost no one is going to go ahead and survive that. So both sides having relatively easier to execute compositions here. So it's going to come down to fundamentals, and how the map really plays out is going to decide the victor. And because of that, I think I'm going to have to worry a little bit about BTK, as they're not necessarily known for their map play. Really, they're more known for their team fights. But this game here, both the compositions are really easy to execute on, I'd say too. So it's gonna matter on how they maneuver around that map in the mid to late game.
We'll see. Let's go. This is going to be game number 3 between Boris Gaming and BTK. BTK looking for their first ever win. Hopefully try to tie things up, but Boris Gaming, they're coming in for the kill.
Absolutely. We see Shark on the lane, a bit more of a proactive roamer, as we were mentioning, and do the Prison Sprite on him. Now, this is a meta pick on him there. Look at that early game Prison Sprite onto 2 there. He does start that skill 2 to go ahead and pull the wave here, but there we go, forcing a flash from Red QT here.
Okay, not bad. Great start. I mean, they did have to kind of claw their way into that. But let's talk about BTK. This is a team that was formed 8 years ago by a group of friends. And of course, their friendship has continued. And I think they have...
It's paused, actually.
Yeah, they have achieved quite a high level of competitive level in the MOBA genre. So I'm excited to see their growth here in Honor of Kings.
Absolutely. While they're new to Honor Kings, they're no strangers to mobile MOBAs, right? They are champions of mobile MOBA, but Honor Kings, they're a bit new too. They're learning the ropes here. That's why we always mention they're going ahead and learning here. They only have a few months of time here, and they're taking on professional teams with years of experience. So being able to hold their own against that is extremely admirable and impressive.
That's right. Now, there is a problem with the phones for the side of Boris Gaming, so give them a little bit of time, and we'll talk about this. BTK, I really like this draft, and we talked about it. The team fighting potential is pretty strong. So both teams actually waiting on that same marker, level 4, right? Where all the ultimates are.
Absolutely. BTK, their win condition is forcing these fights, right? Let's not worry about the compositions, how they go ahead and side lane and do all that stuff, right? It's going to be important to play the map and all that, but for them to not get ran over, they need to force these fights and play what they know. They are mechanically very gifted. All of them individually know how to play their heroes at the highest level. Where they struggle is when it comes to those rotations and such. But when you force fights and you force 5v5s here, your rotations and stuff don't matter. All that matters is how well you mechanically perform on your hero. And mechanics-wise, BTK and Boris Gaming, I'd say, are even. I'd say all the pros are mechanically very, very similar. What sets them apart is their team play synergy and their rotations. So if you're up against a team that you deem to have better synergy and rotations, you want to go ahead and force them to fight, because in that sense, it doesn't really matter.
Yes, so fighting is definitely the way that BTK wants to get this done, but at the same time, some of you are asking why is there a Fang in the composition on the side of Boris Gaming? That's because Fang is one of the fastest turret takers in the game. So they want to play the opposite of the win condition for BTK. They're not going to fight. If you want to fight, I'm going to wheel away. I'm going to try and take your turrets. We're going to do the macro gameplay, which Boris has found pretty massive success in that first 10 minutes.
Absolutely. And we were mentioning earlier, BTK's draft has a lot of burst there, right? The Liu Bang, the Liang Po, the Luna, that's a lot of burst damage, a high damage initially, right? And the Fang is great at high initial damage, being able to jump away, go untangible, dodge out that Tremor Smash, dodge out that Li Bang combo potentially. And then those heroes, after they use all their skills, they're not that much of a threat anymore. The Li Bang has that burst I was mentioning that's super impressive, but if you're able to dodge out the skill 2, skill 1, he can't really do anything to you.
Yes, and the cooldowns on Fang are pretty short, right? All he needs is that first skill, target-sided, land 4 hits on you, boom, you're done, right? And
absolutely,
it's even worse if they have the lead, which I'm pretty sure Boss has been pretty consistent in getting so far.
Yeah, Fang, one of those heroes that are really snowbally as well too, because they have such high damage and coupled with that untargetability, if they get kind of out of control, they get really, really ahead in the game. They're able to just kind of solo anyone, right? The enemy jungler usually is not able to take them out. The Luna has potential to get soloed out by the Fang if the Fang gets ahead, because they're able to dodge out Luna's burst there and output back that much damage. And it's on heroes, it's on towers as well too. Once that mark gets applied, 4 autos like Ken was mentioning here, and it does a bunch of damage to both heroes and structures.
That's right. So for now, we'll see how this game is going to progress. I think, in terms of macro, BTK definitely still learning the ropes in terms of how to play Honor of Kings. But the growth, I think, has been scarily fast. Have they gonna win? Not that big yet. No series win, just match wins or game wins at this point. But I think we'll see. If there's any game that has a good chance of BTK winning, this draft has to do it.
Absolutely. We see the game go ahead and get resumed here now, though. 2 people on side BTK in the bot lane. Shark really want to make sure that Zane gets a really good laning phase going here, and he's not pressured out and such. And we see Boars Gaming, matching it here, playing more very traditional lanes here, 2v2 bot lane.
Yes, the protection coming in. At this point, really, it's just how much damage can Mac put onto Shark before he runs away. At the same time, there is a rotation coming in. Potential first blood. No, it's got a 2-on-2. A big win. Boars, they lose the first blood, and it's a BTK. Best player 1 gets it for the team.
We thought best player 1 was playing Luna earlier. He's actually playing it now, and we've seen the devastation that Luna can cause, and he's kind of on track for that right now. Gets first blood before 2 minutes into the game here. Can best player run away with the game similar to how Weiss did versus them?
Yes, he needs to do it now, right? This is the best timing. They also get the space right. He gets that farm in the mid lane as well. All stories aside, BTK, this is a great start.
Absolutely. Best player 1 going ahead and clearing out his jungle, getting that mid farm as you mentioned here as well too. Whereas the side of Boars Gaming, kind of similar to 9Z, they have a composition that funnels gold into that Fade, right? The Fade has been doing surprisingly well. I think it's only been picked 2 times here, and it has won both of them. But we see Weiss going and teleporting into that minion there, and best player and BTK, they're all on this Azure Golem.
Slain an enemy.
Yeah, it's not going to be a pretty picture for the side of Boars. 5 members strong, they come in. There's nothing Mac can do here, and there is no punishment coming out from Boars just yet, which is really scary, but it's great news for BTK fans.
I think Weiss was jumping in there thinking he was going to take on best player 1v1. Little did he know 2 people were on his Azure Golem bush there, and he jumped into the wrong neighborhood for sure. I think he ended up securing it because he got the ultimate on the Azure Golem, if I'm correct, but he instantly gives it back away as he goes down.
I mean, it went into the hands of Shark, and for now, they do secure the Azure Golem for best player 1, so that's good news for them. Boars Gaming, this is unheard of, but this is a nice situation to be in.
Absolutely here. BTK, this is the momentum they need. They need to keep this momentum up here. They have the Luna. If there was a pick that would get out of control and win the game, it is this. Here we go. Another combo from Luna coming in onto the Mulan. He dashes away onto the Liang. Liang gets dropped low. Mulan actually getting spared potentially? No, okay.
Yeah,
very good target acquisition there from best player, knowing to ignore the Mulan and going onto the squishier Liang.
Yep, good idea, right? They did have to commit Phasma's ultimate, but here we go, Moba Zane 1v1, and this is what we're talking about. When you fight against BTK, you don't fight them, you play the map. But for now, BTK, they are forcing Boars to fight with them, toe-to-toe.
There we go. We were talking about the Zane Marco Polo, right? He's never busted out yet, but now in Survival League, when it matters most, all right? When his game is on the line, he busts out the Marco Polo and gets a solo kill onto Mac.
That's a big marker, and right now they will be able to wrestle for this first 4-minute Tyrant. In fact, this is the first time I've seen BTK on the Tyrant first, and they get it as well. So this is a great lead. It's not the biggest, it's about 1,000 gold ahead for the side of BTK, but it's a good advantage.
Zane and Mac, let's see how this plays out. Oh, okay, I guess we don't get to see how it plays out. But he gets the kill. We know what happens, and that's what matters.
I believe it's the Purify that he used, right? So you can actually purify your the Max first skill, the target side, and cancel it out. Now, with that being said, this is a difficult position for Boars, but I'm also curious because I don't think Boars have been put in a very difficult position pre-10 minutes. I want to see how they try and turn this around.
Absolutely. The Mulan here getting a lot of pressure put on them here, but Mulan, one of those things, relatively resilient to pressure here. But speaking of pressure, Zane being put under a lot of pressure here. But Yang
nice catch!
The save. Beautiful pressure smash.
Super beautiful. That one double kill. Mac and Phasma, that is the combination you want to take out. Now, Rick Cutie can't do anything alone without being at risk. And now Boars Gaming, they get punished heavily. This is a brand new BTK.
I don't want to jinx it, but this is looking really good for BTK. All the stars are aligning for them here. Zane is ahead on the Marco Polo. Best players ahead on the Luna. They have Poon on the shut to go ahead and enable both of them. Fried Chicken has the Battlefield Command to protect either of his carries, which are both really ahead. This is looking amazing.
Yes, it is. Definitely is. Boars Gaming, this is the first time in a long time we've seen them on a deficit pre-10 minutes. But this is refreshing to see because both teams are doing something that is really out of their nature.
Absolutely. Let's see how they go ahead and siege this mid tower here. Boars Gaming is here to go ahead and try and defend against it, but the poke from Marco Polo should be pretty solid compared to the Fong, right? He's able to land that skill 1 on the wave and onto the enemies of Boars Gaming. We have Shark on the side here ready to engage if he sees an angle, and how Shark and Zane go ahead and combo their ultimates is gonna go ahead and decide the game. Right there, they had a beautiful combo with the Tremor Smash onto 2 with the Prison Sprite, and they want the fight immediately. And they need to keep doing that if they want to secure this win.
Yes. Just making sure that they play with vision well is definitely a big marker of success for the side of BTK, right? And at this point, look, they're standing around this neutral objective, trying to stop any movement whatsoever from the side of Boars.
Yeah, BTK looking to fend them off of the Overlord, and now that Primal Bonds run out, they go ahead and secure it for themselves. They take the first 2 objectives in the game here against Boars, and as you mentioned, Boars is probably not used to playing on the back foot here, especially not against BTK probably, because they just beat him 2 times pretty handily here, but BTK is flipping the script here, going for the reverse sweep.
Yo, what is happening? At this point, 30-05, looking for an opening, will not be able to spot anything just yet. Hoon nicely checks the brush, gonna be using his flash to escape. And once again, they survive. It's 6-0. Boars have not found a single kill.
Absolutely there. Hoon showing a lot of respect to 30-05's Mulan there. Just immediately flashing away. Does not even want to give him the chance to go ahead and get that kill there. But another thing I want to pay attention to is Fried Chicken with that ultimate battlefield command. He has not really used it yet. But now he's going to be watching out for all the players of BTK, and they're not going to be as vulnerable as you think they are.
Yes, and now best player 1, he's gonna get caught. The 3-member rush, get the suppression. Where's the heal? It comes down, they stop it. The freeze does not connect, and maybe they can turn this around. BTK, is this support coming? No, it's the Boar support coming, but 30-05, there is no more window because the rest of them is gonna jump on the Mac. They force him away, and they get access into the T2. Will not be able to take it, I think, because Mac... Oh, hang on. They should be able to secure this, but the backup is coming. Boars as well. They're going for the second part of the fight. They lock them down, and with that Jade Mark, they will get the kill. But it's just one single member. That is Hun, and it doesn't matter for the side of BTK. They came and got what they came for.
We were just talking about that battlefield command come out, and it comes out super clutch, saving best player there from the combo of Boars Gaming's Liang there, catching him out, giving Luna enough durability to wake up off of the suppress. But here we go. Does he have it again? They do the combo again. Here we go.
On the back line,
he's not able to survive.
He's not, because the freeze came through, and this time it is going to be Boars Gaming, and they are going to start trying to mount a comeback here because it is important to shut down this Luna when she's behind.
Yeah, the Fade is just too much damage. Having to survive the Princess Frost combo with the Liang, with the Fade as well too. Sure, you get that shielding from the battlefield command, but it's just too much damage on South Boars Gaming. And they're able to execute you afterwards as well too with that Hardened Jade Seal.
I mean, it looked pretty good at the start, right? BTK, they were able to avoid all these skills, and I think Red Cutie kind of adjusted to make sure that he was a little bit more stricter on the timing to get the freeze as well. And this one will be secured by Mobile Zane. He gets the Crimson buff.
Even though BTK was so ahead, if we look at the gold, they're only up 1,000 gold. We're seeing Boars kind of churn it here a bit. And this is not what you want to see if you're a BTK fan. Their lead has been slipping. Best player on the Luna is extremely strong here. But he's only up 600 gold, not quite running away with the game as we've seen Weiss on the Luna before.
Which is kind of scary because this was supposed to be the MO on the side of BTK, right? They start the fight, they finish it, but here we go. It's a one-on-one kill. Mobile Zane gets rid of 30-05. No, it was not. It was actually a save by Fried Chicken as well. So with that 10-minute mark, what a timing to have a 4v5.
Absolutely, they can definitely group up as 4 and have Fried Chicken go ahead and split push here, and he's able to join the team whenever he needs to with that ultimate. That's the strength of the Li Vang pick.
Yes, and they do get the catch. Can they burst him down? It will be set. So Rick Cutie responsible for the death on the side of Boars Gaming. So this is going to open up the map for the side of BTK. They secure the 10-minute Shadow Tyrant, and for now, they will be looking for another fight.
It looks like momentum is back in BTK's favor. They had one little slip up there, but they're bringing back Fade with the sideline assassination though. But Zane goes ahead and tries to punish that, and he does. He takes out Fade there along with Matt potentially here. It looks like takes out 2 before he goes down.
But it's a beautiful win. It's 4 kills. Let's take a look at the replay down here. This was the 1v1, the charge coming up, the passive of the Marco. That was what really helped here. And unfortunately for them, the damage was a little bit too much. And down here, another knockup and 3-on-1. Can they get the kill? They get the shutdown on the best player 1. Unfortunate for them as the comeback is starting. Red Cutie gets another kill. And it's kills galore. Immediately, they have 6 kills back. Boris Gaming.
We couldn't quite see what happened to BTK there. They took a really strong fight. They got a 4-for-1, I think. But then, you know, during the replay, something happened. They actually gave it all back up. And now this is, again, this is what we were mentioning. We don't want to happen if you want to see BTK win here. They get the lead and they go ahead and give it back up to the enemies.
Yes, and right now this should be a secure Shadow Overlord for the side of Boris Gaming, and they will start aggressing into the jungle. I don't think Shark wants to stay here. Hun may be able to get the catch, but the freeze comes in, and it's almost all over. They get the kill onto Shark, maybe. The heals come through. There is a turnaround. BTK, what is happening to them? They turn this entire thing around. They take out Wise, Mac, and Phasma, and BTK are on the shutdown and the rushdown as well. They get another catch. This is life over for Red Cutie, and 30-05, he can't defend. He has to try to go for the split push, but 4 members on the side of BTK. They see the doors wide open.
Can BTK go ahead and win here? The timers are low, but they're not that low. These minions are slowly marching forward. They do have Overlord Vanguards to kind of try and push it. It looks like this could potentially be game. We need to see 30-05 clear these minions if they don't want to lose here, but he's actually playing really safe. He's not fully clearing the minions here. They do survive though on the side of Boris Gaming. That looked like it was close to the end there.
Nonetheless, it's a big win, right? They get a open wound in the middle lane. While that is not the ideal lane you want it, any open wound is great. So Boris Gaming kind of like floundering against the side of BTK. They are aggressing, they're allowing the team fights to happen. That's what you're not supposed to do against BTK.
Absolutely. Phasma honestly overcommitted a little bit too much for Shark there, popping that howl. He couldn't find any members of BTK that were better than Shark, so they grab up Shark and try and take him down. But he was just so durable being a Liang Po, as well as getting the battlefield command to try and sustain him up, and he was able to sustain up and turn that fight. That was a beautiful counter engage from the side of BTK.
Yeah, but Boris Gaming, they were lying in wait. They know something is available for the taking soon, and they will go for it. For now, it's just the Azure Golem, but a T1 in the mid is more important.
If BTK are able to mount, you know, a team fight like that, once again, they should be able to win the game here. Now, if they win another team fight like that, there's nothing stopping them this time. Last time, they had to go through all 3 mid lane towers here, which really slowed down their minions' progress. But here we go. Let's see how they go ahead and play it up. I think Phasma is going to be a little bit more tactical with the ultimates now, as not as willy-nilly as before, because he grabbed Shark thinking they didn't just take him out very quickly, and that spelled their demise, actually.
Yeah, you can see the vision control coming in. Shark does give them the information. Do they really want to charge down? I don't think that's the best idea. Right now, they spot out Wise. If they catch him, it might be over here. They have a 3,000 goalie, bear in mind. Here we go, Shark tanks it up. Not able to look for an opening just yet.
Shark is looking for a Tremor Smash. You can feel it here. He's looking for an angle where they group up, so you can go ahead and get that combo onto the enemies here. Boris Gaming trying to aggro the Tyrant. And get something happening as well here. This could be potentially the final fight of the game here if BTK wins the fight. Let's see what happens.
Yes, you can see both junglers waiting for the opportune moment here. Wise does have his ultimate. Similarly, White Chicken, the backup that is supposed to save the team, is going to be open as well. But they don't know that 30-05 is in the corner here. It might change all here. The stun comes in. They actually get him out. And at the same time, White dives a little bit too deep, maybe. Gets taken down. He does get Hoon down in that same moment as well. But the jungler on the side of BTK has fallen. Best player 1 taken away. And the aggression immediately turns. But Boris Gaming, this is short-lived. They have to defend the base. There is an open wound. There are minions marching down in that middle side.
Absolutely. Best player is not able to survive the Liang Princess Frost combo. We've seen some Princess Frost in the class build really conservative with the Ominous and Glacial and stuff like that, but this Princess Frost is going full damage here, basically, has the Twilight Stream to do as much damage as possible. They want to ensure whoever gets grabbed up is going down.
Dark Tyrant has been
You maybe know, not gonna happen. This is gonna be secured by Boris. That is 90 seconds of fighting prowess, and this one was secured by Mac. But on the other side, top side, you can see BTK trying to play that macro game to survive, buy time against Boris Gaming.
Absolutely. Boris Gaming actually coming back into this game here. It seems like basically throughout the whole game, BTK had the momentum in their favor, but they're able to get some overlords and switch up that momentum here with that Fade securing the objectives. And it's going to come down to a fight here.
It definitely is. I mean, the damage output is insane. Oh, hang on. Mac is taking a little bit too much here, and Wise needs to be really careful. At this point, it really is dependent. Number one, where does Wise dive? They get the lockdown as well. Combination available. The tank is not tanking. Shark is taken down, and Wise, he is looking for an opening at the same time. Best player one has been taken down. 5 members on the side of Boris Gaming still alive, and they're still pretty healthy as well. Oh, nice catch by the side of Hoon. Not going to be enough. Mobile saying he cannot fall here. He already used his Purify.
Best player going down there without getting locked down by the Liang is not good here. They're able to take out both Shark and best players. They're really pivotal in these fights, kind of anchoring these fights here. But now Boris Gaming taking a high ground of their own, if not two. But great catch from the show there onto the Fade.
Yeah, they do. They get the kills as well. No, it's just 5 chicken left. And Boris Gaming, this is completely open for them. They just have to clear the wave. In fact, 3005 might even give his first life. And with that, Boris secure the clean sweep 3-0.
Wow, that game really turned on its head there. BTK was basically up all game, but we were mentioning it's always going to come down to a fight when it is so close. And they lost the final fight when it mattered there.
Yes. Important decisions to be made for both teams, and I'll be honest, this one is a great improvement for BTK. This one was so close. They just missed that last leg.
Absolutely. They were ahead all game basically, right? But they still show signs of, giving back the lead to enemies. What the great teams we've seen do here is whenever they had a lead, they don't even let the enemies play the game. They don't give them a chance. Yeah. But BTK is able to go ahead and get this lead, which is extremely impressive. They could have easily won this game if that team fight went a little bit differently. They were still ahead in that fight here. But just honestly, as you mentioned, a little bit short near the end there. And sadly, it was right when it mattered.
Unfortunate, but that's the story of a lot of teams, especially in the pro scene, right? This is where you either crumble under the pressure or you become a diamond under the pressure. And for now, it looks like there is a little bit more learning for the side of BTK, because Boris Gaming, they win this entire series 3-0. We'll take a look at the stats later on, but impressive. I just want to give a short highlight to Shark. I think his Lianpo was on point today.
Yeah, I think Shark was making a lot of plays on roam for sure, and was a big reason that BTK was either able to survive so long in the games they lost here, and when they were in the lead, he was the big reason they were in the lead, right? Making those plays level 1 with the Liang Po prison sprite, making sure that Red Cutie gets his flash burn. A lot of impact there on Shark. Definitely one of the clutch players on BTK here. But yeah, unfortunately, they're not able to take a game win today. We see Boris Gaming, their momentum definitely shifted here. This is a different Boris Gaming from I remember. I saw them game day 1 and day 2. They didn't take any wins, but now, as Ken was mentioning, they were in rankings week day 3, day 4. They've been picking up some steam here, and now they're 3-0 here, 3 wins in a row here in the Kings Major West League.
This is a very powerful momentum, right? Especially when your players are feeling confident, and hero pools definitely matter at this point. I'm really surprised that BTK had quite the hero pool as shown on stream today, but the most impressive thing to me was actually best player 1. He has been getting a lot of flames from the internet comments, but I think he played Luna pretty well today.
I think he played Luna very well for sure. He was not quite able to, do the super crazy Luna tech and stuff that we've seen Weiss do earlier, but also it's because of Boris' draft. It's not just about the play, it's about the draft as well too. Boris drafted a composition that will never get 1v9 by Luna, because late game they have that Liang, they have that Princess Frost, they have all that lockup for it here, and we see Red Cutie here topping the damage on the side of Boris Gaming here. One of the few damage focused Princess Frost builds here too, because he knows he needs to cut through not only best players Ogren's Ward and such, he has to cut through the Fried Chicken's Battlefield Command on top of him as well.
Yes, and we're talking about the 1/8 health marker, right? So as a Luna, yes, you do have a little bit of lifesteal with your itemization, but it's mostly shields that save the day. So if you're low, Wise will take you out, which is why the Fade was also picked up in the first place. But still, nonetheless, I think the combinations coming in from the side of BTK were beautiful in this game. Unfortunately, the execution just was not the same level of momentum they were hoping for. So it was actually quite a big swing. Look, BTK had the lead here. Yeah,
BTK had the lead most of the game though, but as we mentioned, they came up a little bit short in that final team fight where they got a Liang ultimate onto the Liang Po, if I'm correct there, and then Best Player was not able to take full advantage of that and dive the enemy backline. He actually went down as well too, and those are two pivotal players on the side of BTA going down, which crumpled their composition.
Yeah, very happy to see this guy on the screen. Finally, 30-05, 3-2-5, your MVP for this last game of the best of 5 series. His Mulan was impeccable so far. Very nice catches on that last few moments of the team fights, actually just causing BTK to be in complete disarray.
Absolutely. We're mentioning this game, everyone's playing their favorite picks, right? This is one of 30-05's favorite picks here as well too. So it's awesome that we get to see it. And it's not an easy pick to pilot here, right? We see him go ahead and get a lot of pressure on him this game in the early game. He dies for first blood here, but he was able to bounce back. And BTK was constantly putting pressure on him. And after, I think, 1 or 2 deaths, he stopped dying to them. He just played safe and made sure, oh, there's that 1v1 we were talking about there. Beautiful.
So he actually outplayed Mac there with his FIFA Barrage. He knew exactly what Mac was trying to do with the Flash. So, okay, Moba Zane, we see you. There is some hope, and we'll see how the growth of BTK is going to be like. But this combination, oh my goodness, fighting in the middle of winter here, winter is here, is definitely not the ideal position you want to have on the side of BTK. But learning lessons are a must, and for now, Boys Gaming, they will step ahead on the A side of the table. And with that being said, we will go for a break. When we're back, we bring you the final series of the day. This is going to be a rematch of the Grand Finals, OG against Twisted Minds. We will see you soon. Welcome back. It is time for the last series of the day in KMW. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and joining me today once again is Yumas. What do we think about this spring finals, grand finals rematch?
Well, this is the ultimate rivalry, right? Both teams from Italy here going ahead against each other. They're both the favorites. Everyone knows they're the number 1, number 2 team of the Kings Major West League. But today we're going to find out who is number 1 and who is number 2. And they have a storied history. We were mentioning that Twisted Minds was the team that actually won the last KMW. But they only won 1 match against OG. Every other match, OG dominated them. So it can honestly go either way who goes ahead and takes it. Both teams did very well in the KWC as well too. But Twisted coming up a little bit ahead on there as well too. But let's go ahead and see what happens today. Honestly, it can go either way.
That's right. I think both teams obviously have some major differences after the experience at KWC. OG have definitely gotten tighter as a synergistic group. Of course, there are roster changes for the side of Twisted Minds. A little bit of kinks not worked out yet, just for the side of TM. We'll see if that's going to be fixed against OG, because this one is important. In Group S, you want to be number 1.
Yep, and a new version of the game arrives on the 24th. We were mentioning it all day. You get a new hero, Ambrosa, and you get the new Spritelings too, which I'm very interested to try out in the game. I thought they were just for show. They actually do damage. When you pick them up in the game, you could select them to wave clear for you or to fight enemies for you. That's going to be really, really fun.
That's right. And of course, Ultimate Awakening, super thrilling mobile combat, 27th of September. It's coming soon, so do not miss it for the world, because there is going to be a good growth on the side of HOK. This is only the first part of what we're offering you. We also lead into the KIC in the month of November.
Lots of action coming up between all the leagues here coming up soon. So Honor Kings has great leagues all throughout every region you can go ahead and check out here. But speaking of checking out, let's check out OG Esports.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Oh, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. Hey, the time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah, 'cause you could be the greatest of them all.
Here we go, OG Esports here. Again, either number 1 or number 2 seed. We're gonna see after this match here. They have Keke in the Clash lane, Dao Dao in the jungle, on the marksman role, Muchen on roam, and Wen in the middle.
Yeah, this team is super impressive, right? I think we've seen the growth from spring season KMW to now KWC into fall season of KMW. So this team, high expectations. I expect them to be able to be on the winning front today because I think TM has a couple of issues to kind of iron through first.
Absolutely, and we were mentioning, you know, Twisted Minds, every encounter they had with OG, they actually lost outside of the finals. So they're banking up energy, saving up for that final. So let's go ahead and check out Twisted Minds.
So you should never give up. You gotta fight for it. Whoa, let's go. I know you want it. I see the fire in your eyes. You gotta fight for it. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to raise a bar. Yeah. You could be the greatest of them all, yeah. Whoa, let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. And this is the masterminds in the form of Twisted Mind, represented by Clean in the Clash lane, Xue in the jungle, Highlang in the mid, Shanks in that farm lane, and of course ACC in that roam. They were put to the test earlier today against 9Z Global. Do they pass the test against OG?
Well, yeah, now that I think about it, we say they're the favorites, but they just took a match loss against 9Z, right? So they definitely need all these wins here. Because in Group S, I'm pretty sure one team can still get sent home too. They are in Group S, so they need to go ahead and get these wins here. They're against OG. This is going to be quite the test.
Yes, it is. And of all the teams, I mean, the old nemesis of OG. Arguably one of the strongest teams in KMW. Once again, in this fall season. Let's take a look at the head-to-head.
Yeah, between Keke and Clean here. Clean, new to the role, but putting up very impressive numbers. Numbers that actually kind of beat Keke on all fronts here. Keke, known as the premier Clash laner, his stats are, you know, not stacking up that well versus Clean here. But I do want to mention, though, Keke on OG, they like to end games early. So maybe that's why you don't see them have as high of a kill or, you know, damage mark here. But that is, you know, that's par for the course.
So it's a little scary. I mean, if you're on the side of Twisted Minds, it looks like they will be on the blue side, so they get prio pick. OG will be on the red side, so they get the counter pick option. Both teams very adept at their individual heroes. Like, we might not get to see the Luna as well on the side of OG.
Absolutely. The draft is going to be very, very important here with these teams that are so neck and neck here. Look at that. Both the Italian flags here because they are both hailing from the same place. We see Twisted Minds ban out the Liang here. That is one of OG's signatures. They kind of put Liang on the map, right? We're mentioning the Princess Frost Liang combo. No one really kind of did it before them. So they go ahead and remove that. They know that's something they're very comfortable with. That's one of Muchen's favorite picks here. And they go ahead and remove the Luna as well, like you mentioned.
Do they take out the Dharma or do they take out like the Mai? These are important questions because you have to give something over. And OG says you can have a choice of Dharma or the Mai.
And it looks like Twisted Mind says, I want neither of them. I want Long. Again, one of the most consistent picks here, the Long. They probably know that in this best of 5, they're eventually going to get the Dharma or the Mai later on. So they want to go ahead and clean up here, grab the Long for game 1, probably going with a similar draft to game 1 here today versus 9Z, where they get the Long, the Dune, the Dolia, and get that combo going.
Okay, I like this pick on the side of OG because it is a very cost-efficient way of getting the Lung ultimate out. You know, the stuns and then put him in a risky position, and you might see Shanks activate that dragon form. But for now, Twisted Minds, they're considering, do we want that double refresh? Can we get the double dragons to stave off that aggression coming out from OG?
I think they will go ahead and lock this up. Dolly has such great synergy with the Liang here, and this is something we've seen him play earlier, so they're warmed up, they're comfortable on it as well here too. But beside OG, the Guan Yu, we love seeing Keke's Guan Yu. He used to be one of the few players that played it, but now more players have added it to their repertoire. But again, OG is known for pioneering a lot of picks. They pioneered the Liang Princess Frost pick, and then they kind of pioneered the Guan Yu pick as well too. So it's going to be great to see Keke play that pick here.
To be clear, just the global side, this was obviously done much earlier in the other regions, but we'll see how this is like. The bans coming out from OG, they don't want to deal with the Dun. Likewise, on the side of Twisted Minds, they don't want the iframes in the form of the protecting winds, so they'll get rid of the consort OG. I like it. They do the final bans, they take out the Heino, which is a known counter against the Agudo in its melee form.
Yep, and they're able to remove that synergy from the Dolia Heino, right? If they're able to pull that off, the late game is going to be devastating. So they don't even want to mess with that, get it off the board. Even though Heino is not the most contested pick, when it is picked in the right compositions, it does usually do pretty well. It's kind of consistent. But let's see how OG goes ahead and rounds out their composition. We have Ho Yi for On. So it looks like game one here, both sides are again, they are drafting fairly strong here. They're not really saving much. They know game one dictates the match here, and they want to get started with the right momentum.
So if you're OG, do you take the gun and move?
Finally.
The Dynamo, it has good synergy with the Ho Yi, right? But also they can maybe potentially pick it up later on if they get the Liang. But they usually want Liang with the Princess Frost. I think Ganamo could be a solid first pick here. And it's able to sometimes, get the kill on the long before you can even get in the air.
I'm just considering the Twisted Minds want to consider the Lam pick, right? Lam is also a well-known counter against Agudo, like to be able to make full use. But no, they steal away potentially the Gun and Mo pick. This is great for the side of Twisted Minds.
Absolutely. Now, Lamb Jungle, I'm not too sure about, but it looks like they pick up the Kaiser. We seen them play the Kaiser earlier. They really believe in this Kaiser pick, and this time they have the Dolia along with it to refresh that ultimate. And if Kaiser's scary late game, it's even more scary when you get the reset on him now.
Yeah, they swap it out. It's going to be Yuhuan in the mid for Wen here, and Muchen will be responsible for the secure pick. So the heals galore coming out from OG, is it going to be strong enough against the burst composition of Twisted Minds?
I'd say they have a fairly good burst composition for themselves here, right? The Sakir, the Guan Yu having very, very impressive bursts. Until their late game, I'd say they're really actually lacking a lot of the sustained damage. They got to rely on the Ho Yi and the Agudo, which in the early games is not too consistent. But if it gets up to late game, they're staring down a Gan and Mo and a double ultimate Kaiser. Can they really make it into the late game? I think OG needs to have the momentum and win early here in this matchup, actually.
I feel it's dependent on how Highlang does on this Garden Ball, right? If he gets the lead, An is dead for days. Like, the amount of couple blades landing on his face is probably going to be free of charge, right? It's freebie, it's gonna consistently come through. But late game wise, An on his whole E is gonna be a big problem. He will be able to melt down Shure even with the double invincible warrior. And bear in mind, in this season, An is the first ever player to get a pentakill.
Oh, wow. Okay. He might... We almost saw a pentakill earlier, but it got stolen away a bit. Let's see if he can go ahead and bust out the same performance here in this match. I think another thing, dude, every lane, there's star players on both sides, right? So every lane has something to watch out for. Keke in the Clash lane of the Guan Yu, one of his signature picks here, right? He's usually able to maneuver around the map here and apply a lot of pressure. Can he go ahead and do it this game against Twisted Minds as well?
Yes, and look, it's not even his strongest pick, right? The Byron is also one of his signature picks, and we know what Clean does on his own Guan Yu. We know what he does on Charlotte as well. So it's a monster matchup in the Clash lane for both sides.
Yeah, every lane has these star players versus star players here, so we're going to see a very action-packed match here. Look at that Guan Yu skin, dude. That's a really rare Guan Yu skin too, if I'm correct. I almost never see that one in game.
That's right, and something else that maybe not as rare, but here we go. This is the official gaming phone, a Realme 15 Pro official gaming phone. This is built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way that esports demands. If you're ready to level up, get yours now and feel the difference.
if you need a high performance phone to run Honor of Kings on max and see these beautiful skins in their best light, you're gonna need to use one of those here. And here is also a CD code for you guys to go ahead and add up and get yourself some dragon crystals in the game.
Okay, this is freebies. Definitely enjoyable. You want to get as many of these freebies as you want, and that's exactly what OG are looking for as well in that jungle camp here. Will be able to get it. Yeah, I think they got it.
Yeah, OG and Muchin actually opting to use that skill 1 to, you know, kind of dissuade the enemies, but it's actually a great secure tool as well too, right? Being able to do all that burst damage onto the fire beak. The early game side of OG definitely has a lot of burst damage. We're seeing actually secure actually stay in lane, which is interesting. Usually you see it roam around and set up kind of death bushes around mid. This game's opting to stay with on here, and it looks like they're going for more of a siege composition here as they stick around with the Agudo and play for this fire beak.
Oh, nice stun coming up. Stress falling a little bit low. They do get that fire beak, but here comes the support by Wen as well. Can they get the kill? 3 on 4. The numbers of advantage coming in, but it's not enough. And for now, OG will not be able to find that initial first blood. So Twisted Minds, they survive.
First blood.
Oh, but they do get the first blood in return.
Wow, clean soloing Keke there. That's not easy. Keke, one of the best 1v1 players on the planet. We've seen him win the last 2 1v1 showdowns here, but he did not win this one as he gets solo killed by Clean. Speaking of kills, we see Dolia going down. So 1-1 here for both sides.
And very rare, right? So Clash Lane, it looks like Clean is winning that 1v1. ACC made a couple of mistakes against An. Let's take a look at how that actually happened on the top side. So Kaka actually trying to push back the wave into the top tower, but just had level 4. That's why Clean won that. The Get Serious was that winning formula for him against Kaka.
Can I say, like, Mayeen is so broken of a hero, by the way. Like, it does so much damage. That's like my kryptonite in the Clash lane. I always ban here because look at that. It's kind of like a touch of death. Keke got caught a little bit out of position, and then he gets touch of death full comboed by Clean like it was a fighting game there.
Yes, and Kaka was not 4 at that point, so there was no option of a save regardless. So at that point, I think OG, they did a decent recovery, right? Arn getting that kill onto ACC as well. This helps him recover the EXP. He does have a slight EXP growth lead against Shanks.
And Keke here is one of those players that likes playing from ahead. He's able to provide so much pressure when he's ahead. He's not used to being behind. They went 12-0 in the rankings week. He's not behind often, right? Can he go ahead and adapt this game where he is forced to play from behind?
It's a little bit difficult, but once again, it's a Guan Yu, right? So there is a potential of a huge turnaround if you are able to play under the turrets, push them under the towers as well. So I don't see it as the biggest loss for the side of OG, but yeah, they have to keep on their toes because Twisted Minds is a team you cannot allow any gaps.
Absolutely, and we were mentioning they have that late game potential too in their jungle, in their mid lane here. So if they're able to go ahead and pick up the wins early game, it could spell a demise for OG once it gets later on.
Yes, late game I think it's pretty hard to melt Xue unless you have the help of An, which then Highline is going to be responsible for searching for this whole E, right? And I think Highline's success rate in searching for targets is pretty high.
Absolutely. We've seen it earlier this week, last week here, when they had the Ganon Mo and the Dolia, when they had the Kaiser and the Dolia together, he was just unkillable in the front line, especially with someone like Highline providing air support in the back. The Hou-Yi is not going to be able to stand still and shoot down and DPS the Kaiser as well.
That's true. And once again, this is all about the map rotations, right? Can you get the advantage they're looking for? They get the lockdown. The arrow does not hit the mark. Highline safe finally, but Xue with the wraparound. Can they go in? No, there is a save. Secure with the ride the win. So Muchin makes it out safely. But the T1 as the mid is facing a little bit of trouble. Kaka 1v1 once again. Oh, he will look for that and will find it. Kaka gets back that solo kill win against Clean. And there is more on the map for OG to obtain.
It is 1-1 now in that Clash lane, and it's rare you see solo kills come out on both sides here. Very, very explosive Clash lane there, and both teams opting to just leave their Clash laners alone, let them play with each other here, and I'd say the Guan Yu solo kill on the main is a little bit more timely, as he's going to be able to get his tower now, probably.
Exactly. The timing is impeccable, right? So far from side of OG. One mistake and you're punished heavily, and right away the save comes in for the T1 at the bottom by Kaka as well. Don't think it's going to be enough time, but here is a freebie in the form of Clean. A secondary time he's been called out, and this opens up the door for the T2.
I think I was saying on day 1 or day 2, people always know you're in the bush. They know Clean is in that bush there and take him out. You're almost never safe. These pro teams have vision control down. They always see you walk in the bushes usually.
Oh, and with the advanced release, they don't even get the chance for a smite onto Xue there. And he gives away his Azure Golem into the hands of Dao Dao.
We were seeing earlier the Kaiser didn't quite get online here. Is this game going to be a rerun of that? Because you know what happens when Kaiser gets online. But it looks like OG did a great job of holding them down. They're up 3,000 gold and they're putting the pressure on.
Yeah, they definitely are. Sure, he's trying to run back. Look, An, I think he had a pretty impressive performance, but today, this match, he's been hitting the goalpost, shooting the arrows in between every single member of Twisted Minds.
Here's the thing about Hou Yi though. All right, you're gonna go cooldown on. Oh, I say that, but he doesn't go cooldown. Usually, Hou Yi's go to cooldown boots and have a build around that. But actually, An's going full damage here on Hou Yi, so he's gonna need to hit those arrows. So they're not gonna be coming out too frequently. But he does take the bottom tier 1 tower here though, building to potentially have to cut down that Kaiser later on. It seems like.
Yes, I mean, they're well on their way of doing it already, right? Eternity Play, Blood Ripper on the side of An. This is a great start. And like you mentioned, OG wants to finish this game ASAP.
Yeah, they don't want the potential to get into that late game where their synergies go to a max.
Yep, they get the kill, and it's going to be Hailang. That burst potential no longer available. This is a huge team fight. Oh, Kirko on the backlines as well. They push them away. Xue, luckily for him, manages to get away. But the T3 might not be in the same case, because there is a wave of minions flying down onto that bottom side of the map.
This is the siege potential of Agudo being able to spawn those jungle monsters to tank the tower here, and they basically brute force down the whole tower without minions. Because wait, could this be over here? If they over defend and go down, they could potentially churn it into end. Very smart Twisted Minds to go ahead and back up there, because you don't want to, churn a high ground into a loss.
Exactly, arrow this time once again. Okay, it hits the mark on the Shanks, and that's the opening for them to rush onto that T3. The fight is not over just yet. Couple blades not gonna hit the mark. Looking for the nice catch. Clean coming in. Huge catch by the side of Clean. He gives his life, but it's at the cost of another one. An and Kirka taken down. A beautiful start to a comeback. But for now, Twisted Minds, they're still hurt. There is a lot of damage on that T3 in the mid.
OG is up 6 towers here at 8 minutes against Twisted Minds. This lead is incredible. Even though they just gone ahead and got a few members shut down, they're still up 5,000 gold. They were really trying to greed for that middle high ground there, and they almost had it. Because if you have 2 high grounds down, 8 minutes in the game, it's basically GG. You're stuck wave clearing for the rest of the game.
Exactly. It's going to take a long time to recover the farm, right? Because you can't even access your jungle. And right now, the T3 in the middle is, I mean, even the wind could blow it down at this point. Dao Dao, unfortunately for him, did have to give away the Azure Golem buff to the side of Xue, who managed to get that invade right before he managed to get within range.
That was a great awareness there, right? Understanding that he could not get there in time after the shutdown there, stealing that away. So Twisted Minds, even though they're behind, they have life in them. They know when to go ahead and push their lead when they have it here. But they're down 6,000 gold. They need to hold on for a long time and hope no one sneaks a singular auto attack on that mid lane high ground.
Yes, and An is also having a level advantage against Xue, the jungler on the side of Twisted Minds, which means he should be able to deal consistent and painful damage. Now the arrow drops down, hits his mark, they want to go, the flash comes in, instant deletion for Hailang, and this T3 may not be under too much pressure at this point, but the lives of Twisted Minds are under pressure. OG, they know they have to play this safe, they back up for the moment.
Taking out Ganemo is so pivotal. He is their wave clear. Twisted Minds without wave clear are gonna eventually leak these towers. As we see here, Clash high ground goes down and mid high ground is gonna be coming up right afterwards as they're trying to brute force this down here.
Oh, nice catch. Xue has been pushed back by Kirka as well. Kirka splits the fight. Now gets a secondary target as well. There is no ultimate for Shanks. And game number 1 should be in the hands of OG. All it takes. Oh no, maybe not. Clean. He comes in. Gets a nice catch. Where is the damage coming in? It is not enough. The gun and Mo Hailang, he is trying to save the lives of Twisted Mind. But OG, defiance in their faces. Take game number 1.
Now that was dominant. We were saying early, this was number 1, number 2 seed, but OG in the past They've beaten Twisted Minds every single time other than that just once here. And they're showing why. Look at that dominance. Being able to control the entire map there. Up 6-7 towers, 8 minutes into the game. Taking triple high ground and the win at 10 minutes there. Their early game is unmatched, and that is why they're known for their early game.
It feels really scary if you're a Twisted Minds fan because OG did not look phased at all. And it felt like that was a stock standard performance, right? This felt more like a scrim performance rather than an actual competition match.
Absolutely. We were discussing a little bit during the break here, right? Does Twisted Mind have the 3-0, 3-1 potential against OG? Probably not. They're not really known for being able to shut out games like that, especially against, really tough foes. But OG, they always have a chance, They can always have that 3-0 potential. They have that 3-1 potential, even against the top teams, because they're so momentum driven. They're able to just steal these wins and just just shut down their opponents and not let them play the game at all.
It's a difficult position to be in because I think for OG, this one also feels a little bit personal. During KWC, they were taken out 4-0 by Nova, right? 4 games in a row. And I think they have learned quite a few lessons. Bringing that memory back now, I think this fall season is a completely different OG, as already shown you in Game 1.
Absolutely. As you mentioned, they're very momentum driven. Either they 4-0 or 3-0 or kind of get 0-4, right? They play off that. They're really snowballing. I was mentioning, Keke maybe he's not quite used to playing from behind because, again, they're so used to winning that if anything goes in and disrupts that flow, they don't know really how to play against it. But on the bright side, they're very good at getting ahead, so they don't have to encounter that too often.
That's true. I mean, look at the amount of farm that they have, but the most important part is the damage that they dealt, right? Actually, pretty shared across the board. Actually gone in team fights together as a group. Kirker, not much damage dealt, doesn't matter because he is the fishing net, right? He's supposed to push people back into the welcoming arms of OG and play the numbers advantage, of which they played to perfection.
I gotta give MVP to Mooch in there. Look at that damage. I always say Saker does so much damage. Early game, it often does more damage than their carry. And you see it there in the numbers. Only 1,000 damage less than a full damage host as we go ahead and check out the graph.
I mean, if you take a look at the Secure, landing that first skill, the Mulberry Power, how many times did Muchen land it? Plenty, right? With the flash, without the flash, it doesn't matter. He landed it so many times and with full charges on the Spritlings as well. So that one really hurt.
And can we talk about how much damage that skill does? In the early game, that move easily half helps a lot of heroes that don't have any magic resist the enemy carries there. And being able to do that with the Hoyi arrow too is such great setup. Being able to, use that ultimate and lock someone down so that Muchen is able to hit him with that fully charged skill 1. Such a great combo.
That's so scary, right? It's one of the rare heroes that when you see a professional play and you're like, oh, I want to emulate that as well. You can do it. I have done it so many times as well, and it's super satisfying when you land that first skill, the Mulberry Power. But of course, I'm not sure who the MVP is because OG really carried that as a team.
They're an all-star team, right? They're all MVPs in their own right here, so it's really hard to go ahead and tell. But we see actually Dao as MVP here though, because he was in the background getting all those objectives, right? We're focused on the kills here and the damage, but we forget Dao is the one that gets all these tyrants. He sets up all these tower pushes here. When they have no minions, he summons all those jungle monsters there to go ahead and tank up the tower and push down those minions here. So he definitely got a lot of score from that.
That's right. I mean, the first skill where the Wild Growth summons the little critters really helped OG in their push at that T3 at the bottom, right? At the same time, he actually took even more damage and made sure that the room was open, the door was open, and Dao then used his Blood Rage to full effect there.
Absolutely, yeah. Aguda, one of the best brute force heroes when it comes to taking down towers. You see here, there's no minions, right? They win the fight, but there's no minions. How are they able to take that down? Because of all the little critters he's summoning, tanking up the tower. But impressive fights from both sides here. Twisted Minds identifying that OG had overstayed and punished them for that. But that was only, when you're down 9,000 gold, there's only so much you can do. You need to win multiple fights in a row, not just one.
Yes, and I think we have to give a highlight play to the side of Clean as well. I think Clean really did his best. Look, his Manyin was on fire, but unfortunately they could not catch up on the side of Twisted Minds. So for now, we'll let them have a breather. We ourselves will go on a break. When we're back, we bring you game number 2.
sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive 'cause now.
Welcome back. It is time for game number 2 between OG and Twisted Minds. Yumas, we thought game number 1 was fire. Do you think game number 2 will be even hotter?
I think, OG is one of those teams, once they have that momentum, they just run with it. If they're able to get a 2-0, I think they just actually win out with no losses here. It's up to Twisted Minds to go ahead and disrupt that momentum here. Last game, if you scrub the names on side Twisted Minds, and I watched it back, inspect it, I wouldn't know they're against Twisted Minds. OG made them look like not the KMW champions. They made them look like any other team.
Yeah, and to be clear, I think Twisted Minds plays a little bit better than OG in KWC, right? The international tournaments. And this is really surprising to me because right now, Twisted Minds, they need help and they need it right here, right now.
Absolutely. OG is one of those teams, when the wind is in their sails, they are unstoppable. And currently it is in their sails. Twisted Mind needs to absolutely shake this up. I think if they take game 2, it's going to go 3-0. That's my prediction.
Okay, I have to second that because right now they take the blue side once again on the side of OG, which means they get prio pick. And if you give OG those big picks, if they make the mistake of giving him the Luna, look, I think it might be game over. I don't think we'll ever see a Luna in this game.
Yeah, Dao Dao's Luna is just so deadly. But that's not the only deadly thing. OG has so many little bombs that if you don't ban out, it triggers. You have to always remove the Princess Frost Liang combo, right? You always have to worry about the Pei Byron as well too. You can't ban out everything here, but it seems like they're opting to go ahead and control that Liang because Muchin is so comfortable on it, and every game he plays the Liang, he drops a masterclass on it.
Yeah, and they also kind of debilitate Xue here. They take out the Tiger, so no pay. But Twisted Minds, okay, I like this. They take out the Luna. But this opens up the Arlie, the Mai.
Arlie, yep. Arlie gets picked up here. They obviously have a plan for it. If they give it over, they do get to get the Mai Dharma if they like. They're both up. And Twisted Minds, as we mentioned, they need to pull out all the stops right now. They can't pull any punches because if we let OG go ahead and get that momentum, they are going to run away with it.
Chano, maybe? I think I would like a Chano on the side of Twisted Minds. Oh no, they go to Lady Sun.
Now they're giving the keys to Kingdom for the side of OG though. Obviously Mai is not the best into something like the Dharma, but they could go ahead and maybe potentially take the Yuan and the Mai and play Yuan in the roam position, but they opt to get their jungler here.
I mean, okay, the other teams did not really make full use of it, but the Zhuangzi is available for the taking as well if they really want to. If Twisted Minds does not come up with additional CC, the Zhuangzi is a great pick here.
I think they could potentially ban it out here, but it's not a pick we see Muchin play too often, actually. He prefers the more proactive supporters, though, so I'm not sure if they're going to opt to pick it out, but it is textbook pretty strong with something like the Mai, the Augur, the Arlie, and play that death ball composition there.
This has to be a Charlotte, right? On the side of OG or... yeah, OG?
Yeah, the Guan Yu has been expended already. They still have the Byron available too. They removed the Mei Yin because they played already. So it's probably going to be something like the Charlotte or maybe the Byron for Keke. But he's been playing a lot of stuff lately. He's been playing Sansa as well too. He can honestly play any of the Clash laners that he's comfortable with.
That's true. I mean, ideally, I think I would want a Charlotte to go up against the Lady Soon, right? You want to be able to consistently dive and just outwork her rolling rage, just cut off that escape mechanism. And OG go for the final counter ban, and that is the form of the Xiao Qiao. So this is not going to be looking too good. They go for the traditional counter against Ogren, which is the Lady Zhen.
Yep, Lady Zhen being able to output a lot of that damage to cut through all of Ogren's health bars here because he does heal a good amount. And it looks like that goes in and gets locked in. I'd say damage-wise, Twisted Minds has it locked down so far. Now they've got to beef up their front line, and they're good. They have so much damage currently here. Almost too much damage, I'd say, against something like the Mai and the Arlie. They risk getting cut down here. And OG identifying something like that, removing one of the top supporters here in the Zhang Fei.
There we go. I mean, if this is the composition you're looking for, just have a very strong front line in the form of the Zhang Fei and the Ogren, and then you can have Ke on the back lines as the Charlotte, just looking to split the fight in half. Maybe even force out, premature ultimates from Hai Lang in the mid.
Seems like they do prefer the Zhang Fei over it, but Twisted Minds takes the Ming. This was the composition we were talking about earlier, the Lady Sun and the Ming. It didn't come out before, but it comes out now. But this is a huge downside on the side of Twisted Minds is that they don't have that front line here on their team. They're all squishy on their side.
Yes, meaning a scary flank from Ke might change the entire fight. And this also puts a lot of value on those knockouts by Wen on the Mai and the Unbridled Outburst on Mushin, right? Very, very big markers of achievement if OG can get them.
For sure. The Lady Sun Ming combo here really relies on just turbocharging the Lady Sun early game. Kind of similar to Arlie, but even more so. All right, you feed it all that farm, and then later on you want to go ahead and roam into the enemy jungle together as two and just take everything on the map. Now, there's a lot of divers on side of OG that are there to go ahead and stop that. So this is going to depend on if the Lady Sun can get ahead and hit that critical mass where it's just does so much damage and has so much lifesteal that it can just face tank everything. Can they get to that is going to be the decider of who wins.
Yes, I think this initial gank onto the Lady Sun and Ming combination will determine how this game will go, right? If you fail the gank, instantly Shanks and ACC, they level up together, they have a huge goal lead, you're going to lose in the lane, you're going to lose across the map. But if they are successful on the side of OG, then Shanks and ACC are off to a horrible start.
And this is a no Purify Lady Sun, so there's a lot of ways you can go ahead and reach it, right? We have the Unbridled Outburst from Zhang Fei there, which can easily get comboed up by Wen with all of its distance and gap closing abilities, as well as Keke. So there's a lot of ways to dispatch Shanks here. It is a matter, so there's going to be a tightrope that Shanks is going to be walking this game, because a lot of resources are being put into their basket.
Yes, and Twisted Minds, like you said, they want to put massive focus on the Shanks in terms of the farm, so they're going to get him double lanes of farm here and maybe approach the jungle as Shanks and ACC start rotating towards the top side.
That is the treatment I want when I play farm lane here in solo queue. Wow, look at that. They feed him that wave here, gets ready to give him another wave. Here's what we're seeing here. They go throughout the jungle together. They're always going to be together there. ACC is Shanks' personal bodyguard here, walking around the map, but we see a bit of an invade here. Do they catch it? No.
Yep, they do.
Agudo got it?
No, An got it.
Yeah, An got it. I thought Agudo was going to walk up and try and smite that, but Smite was on cooldown already there. A little bit too late for that. So great early game on both sides here. Twisted Minds opting to funnel into the Lady Sun, whereas OG is trying to put the Agudo behind.
I'm curious how much this hurts Twisted Minds though, but because they did get some recovery in the form of the space right on the top side, right? Losing that Azure buff, is it really a big thing for the side of Twisted Minds? I'm not sure just yet.
I'd say the Agudo is not that resource heavy of a jungler here. It farms really well regardless of its items and such. It's mainly there to just anchor the team fights, get the furball down to kind of peel people off of Shanks. This game is going to be all Shanks.
Okay, that initial dive onto Hai Lang not working out, and they get that first blood, and they give it to An as well, but he takes a fall. Meanwhile, Muchun has been caught in no man's land. Twisted Minds, he turned this entire thing around. They get the first blood, but they get 2 kills in return.
Absolutely, and look at this. Shanks catches another wave here. He's so incredibly farmed up. He just got a kill. This is like his 7th wave of the game, and I think only 5 of them spawned. He pushes in another wave, and this is what we're talking about. They're moving in together in unison, and they're collecting every piece of farm on the map here. So far, they've been doing the same thing as OG, trying to funnel up that Arlie, but it's still 400 gold behind.
Yes, simply because there's a lot of stealing going on, right? Thieving coming out from the side of OG, making sure that they take the camps away, taking the jungle buffs away as well. Twisted Minds falling victim to the thievery of OG for the moment.
Absolutely. They are able to go ahead and secure their second Azure Golem here, though. But when this composition goes well, it's really satisfying to watch. You see that Ming and the Lady Sun linked up, and they're just kind of walking together and just obliterating everything in sight. Let's see if they can go ahead and hit that critical mass, as we were mentioning here, though. But he is so far on track with the most gold in the game.
Yes, this is very important for Twisted Mind fans. At this point, it really is, can Shanks get one more big win in a team fight, right? Maybe not even a team fight, just a solo kill, and then he's going to be off the rails, and OG have no answer for that.
Absolutely. And while I would say this composition, they can get to that point where they're in critical mass, Arlie is actually, funny enough, one of the better marksmen against that, right? Being able to shut down all of the abilities of Shanks while they're in the air, if she wants to there. Whereas other, marksmen are not going to have that counterplay that Arlie's going to have.
I think it's dependent on that link with ACC, right? If ACC falls, then all of a sudden you're going to have a lot of difficulty, even if you are farmed as Shanks.
Yep, and they're always going ahead and linked up together here. Shanks still relatively untouched, gets another wave here. I would say his farm has kind of slowed down. He's kind of back into the bottom lane here with Ming and just playing it a little bit more passively. First Tyrant comes up, and it looks like Twisted Minds is not going to fight for it here.
Oh, Muchen! Nice knockup as well. Nice combination. This is what we're looking for, the double kill. You have to take them both at the same time, and that's exactly what they did. Keke jumps on the backline as well, forces out the Destructive Deluge, and everything gone from the jungle of Twisted Minds.
I don't think I've ever seen a cleaner execution in my life. That was just art, what just happened there. Muchen with a beautiful outburst on 2, and the millisecond that connected there when followed up with a flash combo of his own there. Oh, basically impossible to react to, I'd say.
That's right. Right. You have to make it clean, because in this combination, and even half a second where you're allowed to spam your skills, ACC will get the heal onto Shanks, and then there is a huge turnaround. And for now, Clean, he can only watch on as 2 of the different members on the side of OG are going to put pressure on the top side. T1 maybe not yet secure, but this time it will be. Everyone on OG is here.
Here we go. We see another fight potentially come out here.
Nice
Wen gets caught though.
Yep, Clean manages that true mantra, gets the life of Wen for the rewards, but instantly traded out as a 1-for-1 trade, and Bridal Arbor's gonna be laid down as well. Hailang, half health. I don't think they want to contest anymore. Twisted Minds cannot afford to lose more lives here.
Absolutely, a 1-for-1 there. Wen kind of caught out, a little bit low on health and does not have his flash available. He committed to take out Shanks earlier, so Clean catching him out with that flash truth mantra into the wall there, but still not that much of a benefit on side Twisted Minds there. They're still down 3,000 gold. That one double kill really turned the game in OG's favor.
Yeah, Keke here in the middle, facing 5 different members. Oh no, he will have to pay the price this time. A little bit too much greed here.
They always know you're in the bush, but actually didn't know Muchen was in the bush there, actually. But most of the time they know, but when they don't know, great things happen. Keke does go down there. That's like the 3rd time I've seen Keke die in that bush, actually, from all the games. He really likes going in that bush.
I mean, we always take it for granted that someone will be in the brush, right? That is the whole idea that I have when I go into games. But for now, An is working hard on the T2 on the bottom. Nobody's going to be able to stop him, because the rest of the members on the side of Twisted Minds are all the way at the top side. And right now, Vision is obscured for the side of OG.
Absolutely, and OG kind of similar to Game 1, kind of running away with the lead. It's not flashy though, We're used to them having more kills and being a little bit more flashy, but they're just up hours. They're up farm. They're up 3.54k gold, even though it's 4-4.
I mean, that's the beauty of taking camps away, right? Taking resources away, fixed resources, or neutral resources away. And OG knows how to play with the lead, like you said before. The moment they secure it, it's so hard to wrestle their lead away from them.
Yeah, and now that they've lost all these towers, it's going to be hard for ACC and Shanks to move around the map as the unit that they've wanted to go before, right? All these bushes are so dangerous. They learned firsthand how dangerous it could be, and now they need to go ahead and be very diligent and check every single bush. They don't have these towers to provide vision for them.
No, they might force out the life of Hailang. He gets taken down, and this is going to open up the doors for a 4v5. The T3 at the top, open for contention. Twisted Minds, they put the members down, and with that, the lift step as well. They force out the ultimate from the side of Xue, and this is all a ploy because they're playing the map, the jungle, once again open for the taking on the side of OG.
Twisted Minds, they're doing a little bit better than last game, but the bar was not very high because they were doing really, really poorly versus OG last game here. This game, they're only down 5,000 gold at 8 minutes as opposed to like 8,000. So they are a little bit better off, right? Last game ended at 10 minutes here. It's 8 minutes so far, and they have lots of signs to life on them, but they are just so behind in gold.
And the craziest thing is they actually have 4 kills as well. It's just a 1 kill difference, but the gold differential is so massive. Look at Ant, he's already close to 7,000 gold at this point, closely matched by Dao Dao. They are practically unkillable at this point.
Absolutely. It just goes to show how well OG is delegating farm and taking that jungle. They don't really care about the kills. Kills are relatively even, but they are taking all of these objectives. And Twisted Minds, the caliber team they are, they know when they cannot fight the enemies and they are forced to give up that farm. That's why you see the kills are relatively close, but they've given up most of their jungles the last few cycles so far.
Which is what makes OG a very scary team because they understand when they can go for it. Look, a singular member rushed down from the side of Muchen. Did not catch eyes on Clean though. Maybe they want to get the setup. Unbridled Outburst forces the flash from Hailang as well as Shanks. But it's not going to be enough for the moment because the waves are crashing in. The minions are in that T3 for now. Twisted Minds survive.
Muchen on the Zhangfei just wandered into the enemy team 1v4, 1v5, and no one dared to touch him. They were expecting the cavalry to back him up. No one dared touch him there, and he was able to go ahead and just zone 5 people alone there. But we see Clean trying to make some plays on Dharma here. It gets on super low, but not quite enough firepower as we see Wen try to connect here. Twisted Minds, they're staying alive, they're churtling, but they're losing literally every piece of farm on the map.
Yeah, but OG, they're limit pushing. Did you see what they did there? They played to the last bit of health. They made them use all their resources right now. If Twisted Minds choose to take another fight, this is a horrible situation for them. There's no flash on Hailang, there's no flash on Shanks as well as Clean. At the same time, no heals from ACC. The only member that has some potential is Xue, who does have the smite, does have the blood rage.
They're just stuck in their base here. They've lost every bit of farm here, and OG is just kind of strangling them here. This game, they don't have the Gudo to siege, so they're going to go ahead and win by other means, by out-resourcing the enemy, by literally taking every single piece of the jungle here. And they also go for a double objective here, too. I would say not timed the best here. Wen and An kind of ripped down that tower a little bit too quickly, making Dao Dao have to sit there and wait there. But it looks like they don't go ahead and pick the Overlord here. You know, they took out Tyra a little bit too quickly, not able to double steer here. But now look at that, Shui getting caught out potentially just for trying to even go into his jungle.
Oh, they really pushed them all the way back here. And this is going to allow the opening on the T3s. That's the real objective of OG. Push them back. We want you to get rid of that backdoor protection. And T3s in the mid and the bottom suffer the brunt of OG's damage.
They don't have the Gudo to set up those monsters to help push, but they have Dao Dao and Ogden being able to jump through the wall and zoning the enemies away from the tower. Now, Twisted Minds only has 1 high ground left, and it's coming up to about a 10,000 gold lead here soon for the side of OG.
And this is how you maintain the lead, right? You just push them back. And once their jungle is cleared, you then start to work on your own jungle camps. And OG, with the same formula, right now, 20 seconds left on that Primal Bond, will be able to secure that second objective.
And what's impressive is no kills went down in the last like 4 or 5 minutes here. It's been 5-4 here for so long now. OG just not giving the enemies a chance. They prefer to take the farm instead of fights, right? And if they were to fight, it's going to be heavily in their favor.
how do you fight this if you're on Twisted Minds? Look, the Shadow Vanguards will be summoned as well as the Overlord, and this T3 looking a little shaky because it's going to be summoned in the mid lane. A lot more pressure coming in from the side of Arn. He destroys it, and they want to go in now. Can they get the knockup? Looking for it. Kerr gets that. Sets up for Arn to get the kill onto Highlang, and that deterrence in the form of Highlang's ultimate no longer available. The pokes are coming in from Wen as the waves start crashing in.
Yeah, there are three Shadow Vanguards as well as the enhanced Shadow Vanguard coming down here. And then it looks like Clean is able to take down On, but there's just so many minions. I'm pretty sure that the minions or the Vanguards are enough to just end the game alone here.
Yes, it's not enough, and OG, they take game number 2.
That is the momentum we're talking about here. 2 games in a row, the wind is in their sails, and they're making them look easy too. They have shown no signs of stopping here against Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds is a team that we've seen so far against every other team here put up such an impressive fight, but when they're playing against OG Esports, they're not even able to do anything.
Exactly, and this is what's so crazy, right? The fact that, look, TM is having a very close series against 90 Globin, and we're expecting that maybe OG can put them in a similar fashion, or TM can put OG in a similar fashion, but the gap is just so big. It's unbelievable.
It takes Twisted Minds some time, like we've seen in last KMW. They need a little bit of time to study their opponents there, right? And slowly kind of dissect them here. OG's just hitting them too hard, too fast. They don't have time to adapt. They don't have time to really even think about what's going on. Again, the OG's known for doing everything at the same time. There's so much happening. They're invading here, they're farming here, they're pushing a tower here. And it's really hard for teams to react against that, even a world caliber team like Twisted Minds.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's so many things going at the same time. And the question when you're playing against OG isn't, do I fight this? The question is, what do I pay attention to? Because TM had their eyes all over the map, and you had to figure a solution out. Because if you don't do anything, OG still wins anyway.
Yeah, it was really tough for them. Ever since that double kill that was so beautiful, by the way, we got to get a replay on that. That double kill was just masterful. Ever since that gave them the little bit of lead they needed. And as you mentioned, OG, once they get a lead, they never take their foot off the gas. They only get further and further and further and further ahead. This game did take a little bit longer than game 1, but I'd say Twisted Minds, similar to game 1, didn't really have a chance.
I mean, that is the dream of Zhang Fei, right? We were talking about that setup by the side of Muchen. I mean, every Zhang Fei wants to be on your backlines, behind you, and roar into your face, slam you against the wall, and set up for Wen like that. And I mean, the damage coming in, was it the most? Was it a lot? An and Dao Dao, of course, responsible for most of the hero damage, but the growth never stopped on the side of OG.
Look at that graph. It is like a mountain that gets exponentially taller and taller here. But yeah, we're talking about the Zhang Fei. It's not easy. I don't even know. I gotta check in the replay. How did Muchen sneak into that position there, right? Sneaks into that position and punishing the fact that ACC and Shanks are so buddy-buddy. We're mentioning that the Lady Sun Ming combo, they gotta play with each other and they're bodyguards with each other. And because of that, they're able to get caught by the same combos together as well.
That's right, and MVP, because of the success in the initial parts of the game, Dao Dao here, 5-0-1, dealing 27% of the team's hero damage over to the side of Twisted Minds. I mean, this guy, he really was the knife into the heart of Twisted Minds because he kept pushing them back. This one, whew!
Look at that, the instant reaction from Wen here. Like, I don't think they had time to move there. That was full crowd control here. Clean, doing something similar to go ahead and get a little bit of payback on Wen. But ever since that double kill, they were just not able to get into their jungle at all.
Yeah, at this point, 12 minutes in, they had a 10,000 goal lead already. So it's super insane.
Brutal, yeah. And then on the whole time, we always call him the silent assassin. He's just in the back there, chipping down these towers, farming up while his team is doing crazy stuff. He's always holding it down on the side of OG there. But that is going to be game 2. Hey, I was predicting if they went ahead and 2-0, they're going to go 3-0. Let's go ahead and see after this break if that is true.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts. don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, in time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling
Welcome back. It is time for game number 3. Is this a series point game for the side of OG, or does Twisted Minds come back? What do you think, Yumas?
I think it's crazy if anyone predicts Twisted Minds getting 3-0'd. But look at what happened so far, man. OG has so much momentum going into it. I mentioned that if they did not shut it down at the 2-0, it's going to be really tough now. They got 2 wins under their belt, and they show no signs of slowing down. I think it's going to be an OG 3-0.
I am confident in your future telling abilities as well, so I'm gonna go with you, and I think so. But let's put a couple of facts down. Number one, 2 of the drafts that were done in game 1 and 2, OG had pretty strong picks. There were the Loom picks, Arlie picks, and then you have Algren. These are all big meta 0 heroes.
Yeah, OG definitely drafting around the 3-0 as well too, right? We mentioned some teams, they like to, save some picks for if they goes into game 5. OG never even thought about going to game 5. They're like, all right, we're gonna use all of our strong picks now here too, and that's a very valid strategy as well too. Because if you're against a team that holds, their cards a little bit tighter to their chest and tries to save some of their powerful heroes, you're definitely gonna get run over if OG just busts everything out every single game.
Ooh, oh, actually, no, I remember wrongly. It was Lung for the side of Twisted Mind. So it's a Hoi and an Arlie for An. And An is definitely one of the big win conditions on the side of OG. But like you mentioned before, this is an all-star team on both sides, to be honest. So you can't ban everyone's hero. You only have 4
Absolutely.
bans.
OG is one of those teams where after the game, they're all waiting to check who's the MVP, right? They're all MVP-worthy performances. It's just a matter of who gets it on there. Seems like Dao Dao's getting a good amount of them today. Sometimes Keke gets a lot of them too. But again, they all share a good amount. We see a pretty standard bans from OG here. Ban out the Guan Yu and the Arlie that they both used before. But that goes ahead and gives over the pay to side Twisted Minds. They know if they don't lock it up now, Dao Dao is going to lock in that pay, and it's going to breed a world of hurt for them.
Yes, so now OG, a couple of things to explore. Princess Frost Liang combination, that's number 1. There's the instant counter pick in the form of the Ukyo Tachibana in the jungle as well for the side of OG to explore. But we're looking at the Dolia. So what would you like to pair with a Dolia?
There's so much OG and pair with Dolia, right? We mentioned they use a lot of the powerful picks earlier, but Dolia brings up a lot of these other picks, like the Elaine. We didn't see much Elaine yet. Dolia makes it pretty strong. Dharma, if you think 1 Truth Monster is going to hurt, 2 is definitely going to hurt here. There's just so many picks that the Dolia enables here with that ultimate resetting ability.
And it can...
I would also like to mention here, while Kin cut out there, that I don't believe that Yukio is a straight counter to the pay. Everyone says it is. I've yet to see it. Every time I see them play the Yukio against the pay, it gets absolutely destroyed, all right? We're putting Yukio on Fraud Watch once again. Here we go. We see Twisted Minds here with the D Renji and the Zhang Fei here. Pretty solid picks here. Twisted Minds picks are really consistent on their side here. They want to play a normal game. but we were mentioning OG used a lot of firepower. It looks to me like they have a lot of firepower left, as this is one of their best drafts so far here. First three being Dolia, Dharma, Long. This could be the nail in the coffin for Twisted here. They have such a strong draft already, and for game 3 nonetheless.
I mean, if you take into consideration that the stuns coming out from the Shanks Direnjie does come on time onto the Lung, it might be a different case for An, but then it's rarely heard that An puts himself in such a precarious position.
Absolutely, he's so off to the side, like one of the sneakiest marksmen. That's how you want to play marksman, just silently dealing damage in the back outside of everyone's focus, right? And OG has the Keke, they have the Dao Dao, such splash makers here that everyone has to focus on that they forget about An in the back, the true damage dealer.
Actually, I play every hero like that. I just hide in the brush and I hope the team covers for me. But yeah, Twisted Minds, they know about the potency of the Dolia refresh, so they take away the Guard and Mo. I like this answer, but will they continue taking out the Nua?
Yeah, there's a lot of mid lane picks that are good with refreshes though. I would say it's kind of impossible to remove them all. Twisted Mind's kind of trying to think what else they can go ahead and remove here. They remove the Yi Jing here, which is interesting, as it might get taken away with double boards here on side of OG. But that also removes Yi Jing from their composition as well, which they would really like, I'd say.
I think it's okay for the start of Twisted Minds. You don't want to allow such a strong pick. But OG, they're going for the same strategy again. So front-facing frontliner, Flowborn tank, going to be in the hands of Dao Dao.
Yeah, Flowborn tank being hovered a bit here. Flowborn tank, a really jarring pick. We've seen a lot of the global teams actually do poorly with it in the KWC because they didn't really know its win condition yet, right? People are now understanding that the Flowborn tank is really good when there's someone that can enable it and give it that mobility. It looks like Dolia is going to be the one for this game here because it has a lot of stats. It's one of those heroes that's just an absolute stat stick against you here. And I cannot imagine Prince of Lang Ling here being locked in against the Flowborn tank because that is quite the uphill battle.
Oh, what? They actually do it. It's a Prince of Lanling clash, dude. Okay, I like the response. Now, Angela, great pick. It is a very, very strong pick against the likes of OG because it's a tank shredder. But OG, they switch it up. It's going to be a mid lane Da Chao to assist with the Flowborn tank aggression.
That's that combo that, you know, I really predicted that combo to be a little bit more prevalent here, right? But we haven't seen it much. But the Chao and Flowborn tank, such an amazing combo. You're able to have the invincible frontliner that is the Flowborn tank, and then when it eventually goes down, the enemy has expended all their resources, they go ahead and reset and bring it back here with full HP here. Now, Twisted Minds, they're cooking. Tell me about this Prince of Landing clash pick, because that's definitely not something you see every day.
I'm in disarray too. Dude, he kind of baited me out. I have seen Prince of Lanling in the roam, but to see in the clash, I have never seen that.
I feel like I always bring up, you know, interesting picks to Kin, and he's like, oh, well, actually, we've seen it work out here in this really niche scenario. So to have Kin kind of speechless with the pick here, it's a very new pick for sure here. And they're busting it out here in match point. You know, they lost to 9Z earlier. They really need to go ahead and win this. They don't want 2 losses here from the Group S here, because one member of Group S is going to get knocked out.
I'm just curious whether this is going to be a smite Prince of Lanling, because I think that would make a lot of sense as well, to assure that he gets that level lead. Now, there is a huge kill potential of the clean Prince of Lanling, because you can force out the Lung ultimate with your daggers, right? With your first skill. So I'm curious whether that will be used as the case.
Will arrive in 5 seconds.
Absolutely. Here we go. The Prince of Langling clash. Oh man, we've seen it all today. We've seen the Yao clash. We've seen the Prince of Langling clash. It looks like if you have a spice pick, it's probably going to be in the clash lane, right? Because that lane, you can't lose that bad in clash. I think, you know, it's one of those lanes where you're both going to be clearing and just playing for the mid game, playing for those team fights. It's hard to get you punished in lane. You're going to be relatively durable, and then worst case, you call in some jungle pressure to help you guys out here. But we see Dao Dao starting in the mid lane here, helping out the Chao clear, because they do not have the best clear in the early game.
This shows the understanding on the side of OG onto Twisted Minds, but right here, An is looking a little bit scary here. Leaping Savior to be able to push it over the limit here. But OG, known for having super rookies immediately winning a title in their first try, this is also the first year of almost, I think, majority of OG's roster, and they have presented pretty decent, outstanding results. Now, the question here is, can they win this season and then try winning the entirety of KIC while this underdog rookie story still is available?
I think they're definitely super, but I wouldn't call them rookies anymore, right? They've definitely been through the block a few times now. Everyone knows them as the rookies, but they've seen their fair share of victories now. I'd say that they're probably just supers now, because Twisted Minds is not against any rookies yet. As you've seen, they're down 2 games.
That's right. So let's see how does OG play this, right? They have tried for the initial gank on the top side against Kirker, did not work out. So they know that the jungler on the side of Twisted Minds Xue is at the top. So the rotations are coming down to the bot side.
We see ACC on the Zhang Fei this game too. He's got big shoes to fill. After what Luchin did to him with the Zhang Fei last game, he has a lot to live up to with that pick, and he actually ends up going to smite. Oh, wow, almost going down there. The Chow, the auto attack still following him all throughout the map too.
Yep, he is, okay, he's not very healthy, to be honest. That was a very quick return, but Dao needs his support, that's why he's here.
Yeah, I was about to say, when he did fully heal there, he was really eager to get back into the action there and teleport back with half HP. Wants to be on the map for as much as possible, pressuring out everyone here, and now he's helping Dao go ahead and clear the jungle. Another thing about the Flowborn tank is he doesn't clear that quickly, right? So if you get the chance to have some aid from your allies help you clear, that'll really help speed up your clear, especially against someone like the Pei, which you do not want going into your jungle with stuff up.
Yes, but that's the whole thing as well. Like Twisted Minds, they have not allowed Xue to get the snowball he's looking for as a Pei, which is kind of unfortunate.
If I remember correctly here too, last game 3, it was clean with the Yao clash, and now he has the Prince of Langling clash. I think he's saying something here. He kind of wants to go back into the jungle here. He's a little bit upset that Zhui took his jungle role. He's like, all right, you're gonna play jungle, fine. I'll just play my jungler's top, you know?
No, but at the same time, it is also, if there's any team you want to try these strats against, it has to be OG, right? Your arch nemesis, number 1, arguably strongest team in KMW. This is a team to test this strategy against.
It will be quite the test because it works against OG. It looks like it's going to work against anyone. But it is definitely a bit of an uphill battle here. We see OG taking a little bit of a lead early game 2. Similar to last game, this is the calm before the storm, right? It seems like Twisted Mind, they have the 4 minutes down. They understand how to go ahead and hold and keep up with OG. But it seems like after the 4-minute mark, after one bad fight is when things kind of spiral out of control.
Oh, was lucky there. Kirker was looking for the ultimate. Did not commit the flash or his truth mantra, but the big thing here is OG has successfully stolen so many camps away from Twisted Minds. And once again, this is going to be a difficult task because they start marching down onto that bottom side of the map. Can they get the kill here, or are they just looking to get this Crimson buff? And it should be in the hands of OG.
They spend a lot of stuff there to go ahead and get it, but they do end up getting it there though. The Chow summoning the portal there for all the allies to come in, and it looks like Keke is not gonna be his last time encountering the Pei. We see a lot of Dharma versus Pei violence today, and it seems to be continuing. Here we go, Dao now going ahead and continuing the violence in the jungle of Twisted Minds here. This is what we're talking about. Once Twisted Minds gets a little bit of a foothold, they steal one buff, get a little bit of lead. They're kind of getting ridiculous with it now. Takes another one. Gold lead is catching up now. Dao does get lasered down by the Angela here though. The Blazing Brilliant's doing a lot of damage, having enough firepower to cut down even the likes of Dao. I really like that pick from side Twisted Minds. We didn't mention it much in draft, but when you know who you're against, someone as healthy as the Flowborn tank, you got to bring enough firepower to cut down too, and the Angel will definitely do that.
Yep, the summoning Eye of the Whirlpool is put here. They want the damage onto An here, and it's not going to be enough. Nice knockback, but it's not going to be an opening that is sufficient for OG to capitalize on. They do get the steal on that Tusk Boars though, and this is going to open up the first Tyrant of the game because nobody has been focusing on the neutral objectives. They have been fighting all day long.
Absolutely. OG end up taking both the buffs and the Tyrant here. While they're not upping kills, we always say kills rarely give you any gold, right? It rarely tells you the story here, as they are down a kill but up 1,000 gold because they're so good at controlling these objectives here. And look at this, another Crimson Golem looks like it's going over to the side of OG, and Twisted Mind is just forced to let it happen as Clean is just watching while he's invisible.
But at the same time, Shred did get that counter engage, right? So it's looking okay. Right now, they actually guessed out where Clean was at. And this could be a very good kill. One should not survive this. He gets taken down. And that's a nice consolation prize because the T1 is open on the menu in the mid lane as well. In the meantime, OG, they're finding nice stun. Can they get the ultimate down? On forces, buys time for his team with the infinite vastness. And hopefully, they should be able to get some countermeasures in. But OG for now, it's just about survival.
Twisted Mind's taking amazing fights here. I love how Wen was kind of dancing on that portal, saying like, come on, send me home, send me home, send me home already. But it was not quite enough time here. Clean actually being 1-0. We were joking about the Prince of Langling pick. So far, it's working out, it seems like.
It is. I mean, the burst potential of Prince of Landing is definitely there, right? The fact that he's keeping level pace with Kerker, it's a good sign because he honestly hasn't been around his lane too much. He has been just scouting around the map. Once again, goes in. It's a 2-on-1. Forced to jump out. But Kerker on the back lines slams them against the wall. And here comes Muchin as well for the backup. Is a lot of damage. Clean gets taken out for his troubles here. And Shanks and Highlang, they have to limp away. Highlang, where are you going? An is going to just get him there. It's going to be a freebie kill. I don't think they get EXP off or gold off of that. But Twisted Minds, they get punished.
Interesting, right there. Highlang executing to the tower there, making sure that the side of OG does not get any gold and experience for that here. That's just something you can take for, you know, for your games at home. If you know you're gonna go down, make sure the enemies do not hit you and die to the tower. It's better than dying to the enemies themselves.
Yeah, and OG, look, the way they play this game, the map control is just so crazy. Yes, you would give the life of a singular member on the side of OG, but the trades have been absolutely worth it here. T2 under pressure as they are looking for an opening. Clean gets spot out for the moment. I don't think they can re-aggress for now on the side of OG.
Outburst comes out, connects onto one, doesn't quite do much here. Every member of OG is here, and they actually want to fight. Double ultimate from Dao Dao lands onto the members of Twisted Minds here, as we see Angela getting taken out. Once Angela's down, they don't have that hot knife to cut through Dao Dao anymore. But they do have Clean, gets the assassination off on An when his ultimate's down.
Yeah, but still, they have to trade his life. Clean gets taken out, and this is not ideal for Twisted Minds. Look, I like the Prince of London pick. It has some value, but for now, it's not enough. Kerker jumps in once again. The Eye of the Whirlpool is off of cooldown, still on cooldown, so they will not be able to get it down for the moment. But for now, Dao Dao, he sees his target on hand. It is Shred, and this Tiger will be bullied, will be tamed. And for now, ACC takes the majority of the pain to allow Shred to survive.
You know it's a crazy game when Prince of Langling Clash is doing the best on your team here. I think he's like 2-1 so far here.
Nice stun coming in. They actually force Kerker to move out, but he will be sent back home with the Sea of Fate. This is what's crazy, right? You talk about the Prince of Landing. Look, it's actually providing value because Shui is actually top of the table in terms of gold chart.
Yeah, but Clean is able to just confirm so many kills, you know? It's definitely not something they're used to playing against. There's no way An was ready for our Prince of Langling Clash here. And he's able to sneak behind into these locations that An is probably going to escape to with that ultimate and then just wait for them there.
Yep, and this is classic behavior here. I don't think Muchin survives this. Look, Clean, he's going full greed. And look, the next item on his plate is going to be the Siege Breaker. He's already 3/4 of the way there. He does have decent wave clear. He's able to burst down heroes on the side of OG. Let's see if Clean will be once again the savior of Twisted Minds.
I gotta say, let him cook, man. He's cooking right now on the Prince of Langling Clash. He's showing everyone that it is playable. Don't play it in my ranked games, but it is playable right now here. We see the Siege Breaker being picked up by Clean here. Such a greedy build too, as you mentioned. But now that he has those items, he's extremely strong. And An always has to watch where he's gonna go ahead and pilot that ultimate, right? Because a lot of times Clean knows where the angles are that they usually land that ultimate, and he's ready to dispatch him there too. So An is not that safe this game.
Yes, and that's the thing. You can force out this infinite vases really quickly. It's a very short cooldown, but here we go. This is going to be Twisted Minds in what may be the last fight here. Kerker catches eyes onto Shanks, unable to get the kill for now, but they need to find Clean. That is the true target. Clean down here. Even with the double refresh, Ant is still in danger.
Yeah, we're hyping up Clean here, but honestly, on the side of Twisted Minds, they've been behind all game. They're down about 5,000 gold here, and they're just hemorrhaging towers everywhere. It's impressive that Clean is able to get these picks, but that's all they can get. They're not getting these jungles. They're not getting the objective. All they are getting are those, you know, sporadic kills every here and there on the on.
That's true. I mean, they have only taken 2 turrets, right? Okay, maybe one might be the next victim, but he does have the Splendor, and everything that OG is doing is just delaying the damage that Clean, and in fact, mitigating the damage that Clean brings.
Absolutely here. Wen with a very smart pickup here. The early Splendor, so he does not get caught out. It gives that cooldown as well too, right? Wen is playing more of a utility role this game to summon those Eye of the Phoenixes and get that crowd control down. He knows his team has enough damage. They have the Long, they have the Dharma, and then mid to late game, Dao Dao actually does a lot of damage too on the Flowborn tank when you reset those skill 2 and ultimates.
True. Right now, they're trying to delay the growth on the side of Twisted Minds. It's working out so far. OG have managed to keep them in the base. Now, waiting for the waves to crash down. Clean is trying his best to delay the wave from coming in. But the problem here is that Xue is all alone. They're looking for him on the side of OG.
Look at side of his mind cutting the waves here. Pei and Prince working together to, you know, kind of arbitrage these minion waves so that Twisted Mind, so that OG cannot go ahead and quite push them. But the thing is, while Clean is amazing on these kind of off-meta Clash laner picks like the Yao, like the Prince of Lang lane, these picks don't offer much in the team fight later on, right? They kind of fall off. They're good at that 1v1, those picks, but they're not really good in an all-out team fight that someone like the Dharma is.
Oh no! Shanks gets taken out. There's the Splendor from Wen as well, but it's a 1-for-1 trade, and Shanks is the one prime target you want to take out if you're from OG. Twisted Minds taking out Wen is great, but it's not enough. They need to get on, and that's what Clean is here is for.
Look at Clean pressuring on, making sure that he's firmly under the tower here. We see Dolia reset the ultimate, so On can go ahead and end up playing aggressive flash combo onto Clean. The Hunter becomes the hunted there. The second Lucian reset on the ultimate there gave him the confidence to go ahead and pull off that play against Clean there.
And the heals are coming in. On getting the lifesteal. In the meantime, Highlang being chased down by the 2 members, Kerker as well as Dao Dao. He is running for his life, but will it matter? Highlang tries to buy as much time as possible. He's lucky there is not enough mana, but still, the kill comes through, and Xue can only stand and watch as the Crimson Buff. Oh, he actually gets the burst. There is a little bit of life left in Twisted Minds.
Yep, here we go. OG Dao Dao coming in. Has he gone down this game? I think he's gone down once, but I think we've hit a critical mass on Dao Dao's Flowborn tank now, where he should not really be going down in these fights. He is just so tanky. They need a lot of crowd control on the side of Twisted Minds to hold him down for that Blazing Brilliance before he can go down. And if we see Wen time a good portal, it could all be for nothing.
That's true. I mean, I'm just concerned about Clean, dude. If Clean falls, I think that comeback potential straight away gets destroyed by OG.
I think as the game goes on, it's going to be harder and harder for Clean to make these picks, right? Because they're going to be playing as a group more on. It's going to be more and more durable as the game goes on. And he's not going to be able to pull off these kind of cheesy picks during rotations as he's been getting. But we see a full-on team fight being broken out.
Yep, they are trying to get onto Shanks. They get that target. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Kerker for the life of Shanks, but right now, Highlang on the back lines as well. It's a third one. Xue has been taken down, and Twisted Minds get destroyed. The Sea of Fate gonna be sending their members home, and that's gonna be Muchin. When he comes back, it's gonna be 4 members strong on the side of OG. Only Clean and ACC to hold on against the entirety of OG.
Now, I've seen Prince pull off some miracles, but we're going to need to see it right now here as he jumps in 1v4, but no, again, late game, look at that, Prince versus Flowborn tank. You cannot cut through that hero. It does not matter. You need probably like 7 rotations of your abilities before you can cut them down. Overlord plate mail being built up on Dao Dao with that Blood Rage. He's just hit a critical mass. At this point, OG is just going to slowly siege into the base of Twisted Minds. They don't have much sieging tools available, but it looks to be over.
Yep, we're looking for that coverage, and OG, they clean this up. Clean sweep 3-0 against Twisted Minds.
Honestly, Entertaining games though. Twisted Minds, clean, cooking up in the Clash lane there, right? He's putting on quite a show. And as mentioned, he did pretty well on the Prince of Lang Ling there. It's just that similar to the Yao where he did well too, that pick doesn't really scale. Later on in the game, there's not really much you can do. Once everyone's teamed up, you can't really get any picks off.
I mean, they were definitely paying attention to what you were saying, right? Can we crush the OG early game? Because that's where the lead starts, and then, they never let go of the lead. So Clean was supposed to perform a little bit harder in that first part of the game, but they just could not find the first blood onto Shui.
They got the kills, but they never ended up pushing the lead and getting the jungle and the objectives, right? All they got were just the kills. They got a kill here. They didn't even go smite, as you were mentioning, to try and go ahead and steal some jungle there. They get one kill every here and there and on, but it's after OG has already raided and ransacked their jungle and took all the farms. So it didn't really matter at the end of the day. And that just goes to show, once again, we always mention here, kills are not how you get ahead in this game. You got to turn those kills into objectives, into towers, into buffs, and that's exactly what OG has been doing.
Exactly. I mean, taking up the objectives across the map like the turrets opens up the fog of war for your opponents, of which then it's so unsafe. Even Clean, who actually had the best time as a Prince of Lang because he's able to explore the different parts of the map relatively safe, still couldn't find value because he was instantly shut down in the later parts of the game. Like you said, he falls off pretty hard on the Prince of Lang.
He was just walking around kind of witnessing crimes being committed in his jungle, right? We saw him kind of watch the side of OG go ahead and take the red buff. He can't do anything about it. If he goes in, they're all there to take him out. So he just unfortunately has to watch it happen. He has gotten some good picks though, as I mentioned. You know what? The Prince of Lang Ling is a decent, counter pick versus the Long, because you can go ahead and hide out in the backside, right? Where he goes ahead and infinite vastness away and then clean him up afterwards. But outside of that, there wasn't, it felt like even though they got picks, they weren't moving anywhere, right? It's just that they were losing a little bit slower, that's all.
I mean, they were expecting or hoping maybe on the side of Clean that he will be able to get some more pickoffs for the side of Twisted Minds and hopefully win that 4v5 fight when that chance presented itself. But OG never obliged. They never said, okay, you know what, we'll take a team fight. It's really just, no, I don't want to fight you. I want to play the map.
Yeah, here's a look at that graph. Like we mentioned, they got some kills, but it never, tipped the needle there. It was always in OG's favor. They were ahead the entire game, and even though they got some kills every here and there, they were not able to, really get back the momentum and get in the lead.
Yeah, look, MVP Dao Dao, I think this is a lie. Every single Flowborn tank I've met, they don't tank, they kill. I mean, 4-1-7, this guy, not only did he take 24% of the team's hero damage, he delivered 20% by himself.
Yeah, it should be Flowborn parentheses kill, because he's doing a lot of work in these games here. Dao Dao scooping up a lot of the MVPs there. I think he's MVP 3 games in a row there. KK is not going to be happy about that, I'm pretty sure. But let's go ahead and see some highlights here in this game here. Lots of fights all throughout. I'd say this was probably the closest game, funny enough, with the Prince of Lang Ling clash, but still not that close.
Yeah, because there wasn't much offer from the side of Clean, right? Look, he's a single target hero. It's not the same as Keke. Keke was always patiently waiting in the back lines because he's waiting for everyone to group up. And the later game goals you were mentioning, look, Clean does fall off, but he does offer some bit of damage. But what happens when you get caught out first? The burst coming out from Arn, there was no way Clean survived that.
Yeah, we're giving Clean a lot of grief here, but I'd say he did pretty well for the cards he was dealt here. He was able to get 1-for-1s going here a lot of the times, and there's only so much you can do on an assassin-style character like Prince of Lang Ling, right? You're not going to be able to 1v3, 1v5 here. Getting a pick is honestly usually good enough. The thing is, it's just not good enough because the members of his team go down for nothing, it seems like some of the times.
Yes, I mean, the draft was understandable. You had the tank shred from the Angela as well. I think that was a good piece of BP, but nonetheless, it really requires you to have the goal lead, you need to have the map advantage, all of which, very obviously, in this fall season of KMW for OG, they are much better. But once again, this is just survival week. We will only talk about the true success when we're at the Grand Finals.
Hey, Twisted Minds known for their Grand Finals performances. They're still, just holding out. this is according to script in their mind, right? They're going ahead and going to lose to OG every single time outside of the grand finals, which is what gone ahead and happened last time. But OG, as usual, amazing momentum. They are what, 15-0 right now? Have they lost the game? I don't even remember. I'm pretty sure they're 15-0 in games so far.
I don't think they've lost any game so far. But that's the scary thing, right? So actually, let's talk a bit about the hindsight bias as we go into potentially the later weeks of the survival week, and then we have our grand finals. You will get the inkling in your mind like, hey, actually TM, they do have a Prince of Landing Clash, or it could be playing the support role. So is there something we need to ban out, you know? And this is a long-term play for the side of TM.
Yeah, once we get into those best of sevens, we know that, you know, clean multi-role player could play a lot of heroes and in positions that you probably don't expect them into, right? But here's a look at the results of today's matches. The first match today here is the one that went the distance between 9ZG and Twisted Minds. And I would consider that a little bit of an upset. They're all in Group S here, but I don't think many people were thinking 9ZG was going to go ahead and take the match over Twisted Minds, and then they actually did. So amazing performance from them here. And then them coupled with OG's 3-0 means Twisted Minds got 2 L's today. So they got some learning as well too, along with BTK.
Oh, it's not looking good. But at the same time, you know, Boars Gaming as well as Alo Gaming, they're actually having a go at each other right now. It's not being broadcasted, but we'll have the results for you tomorrow, maybe later today as well. So I like this situation for now, right? We are getting a taste of what this S group is offering. And OG and 9Z Globant, both of them doing really well. 9Z Globant, of course, some gaps to fill. They did take the 2 L's against Twisted Minds in that best of 5 series.
Absolutely, and it looks like it's going to be between, you know, potentially Twisted Minds or 9Z to go ahead and fight the victors of Group A there, but only one team gets out of Group A there, so they're going to be fighting tooth and nail. 3 of those teams are going to go home by the end of this week.
Yes, so tomorrow it's going to be Twisted Minds against a 9Z Globe and a rematch again. And of course, BTK, second time we're going to see them, they will be going up against a Level Max Club. And finally, we'll end off the day with OG getting their first game against 9Z Globe.
BTK versus LM, that's definitely a game to watch as well there, right? Last match they ended up playing against each other kind of went the distance. It was a full best of 3. Maybe in the best of 5 here, you know, either of those teams, we can see something different. Maybe it goes 2-2 and then goes all the way to game 5 that we've seen earlier today.
Yep, Tempest games for sure, I think. But with that being said, it has been a blast today. It's been your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu. With me has been Yumas, and we will see you tomorrow.
this, I'm born this way, ayy. This is my chest and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Race to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince them, can't please them unless that I'm the one that you hate. H to the E-R-O, doing it for real, locked on my goal. From the ashes, I rule the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Cause baby, it's go time. Knocking you down's how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who gon' fill them up, no lie, we gon' do it. Facing our fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best and we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a sure fuse on this boom and illuminate the truth within. Another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Inside a champion, take to be found.
It's my war cry, oh, crawling out for the game. There's no time to hide, oh, won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our lungs, where I belong. It's my ride or die, oh, won't you yell out my let us begin. Crush the foe, look at me now, ready to go. Power within, we're standing tall. Fight for your name, ready to give it all.
It's prime time, gather round for everyone to see. On my grind, in disguise we bring you to your knees. We kick it, smashing down the walls of enemies. Hit it with the boom, then we get him with the beat. Punch it with the power, then we serve him with defeat. I ain't never missing a day, missing a night.